Everyone in my classroom thought I was a loser. Just a few days earlier, I'd been kicked out of my own squad, lost every piece of gear I owned, bankrupted my family, and earned the reputation of being the worst player in school. They laughed when I mocked someone for celebrating a single gold tier drop. What they didn't know was that I had already spent years mastering this world. To them, this was reality. To me, it was a game I'd memorized down to every hidden safe, every boss spawn, every extraction route, and every secret worth millions. They thought luck decided who survived. I knew exactly where fortune was hiding. And in just a few minutes, I was about to prove that the strongest player in this world wasn't the school's top genius. I sat at my desk, listening to the ambient noise of my classmates buzzing with excitement. "Did you hear?" One of them whispered loudly. "Gao Tianyu. From the next class over, he pulled a pirate's gold coin from a normal dam raid a few days ago." No kidding. There was a school-wide announcement. Who doesn't know? That's a gold tier item worth 60,000. Most people have to slave away for over half a year just to make that much. I couldn't help it. I muttered under my breath. A single gold coin and they're making such a massive fuss? "Oh, look who's talking." Someone snapped back, having overheard me. "Isn't it the guy who got kicked out of his own team? You've got some nerve mocking Gao Tianyu." I winced, the memories of the original owner of this body flooding back. It wasn't pretty. During a classified raid on Northridge, one of his teammates had been taken out, and the poor guy had been stripped of every single piece of equipment down to his underwear. After being revived by the other two, he'd spent the rest of the match literally drooling on himself. In a desperate attempt to break even, he grabbed 2 basic machine guns, a cheap helmet, and a vest, choosing a risky safe exfil while the so-called squad leader took the high-value route to the radar station. Inevitably, the poor guy already lacking the skills to survive was gunned down. He lost every bit of gear he had left. That bankruptcy didn't just ruin his loadout, it was the final nail in the coffin for his already struggling family. To make matters worse, after being revived, he'd been framed by his 2 teammates, who accused him of ignoring orders and nearly getting the whole squad wiped, eventually tossing him out of the team like trash. Well, that escalated quickly. I stood up, cutting through the chatter, and announced, "Teacher, I'm going to live stream my entry into the 3rd zone." Moments later, I stepped into the lobby. It was already swarming with people. To my left and right, the massive portals to the zones loomed. "Bridge camping. Those who can't afford to lose, come here. I'm the only one left in my family. Let's go," someone shouted. I stared at them, speechless. This was really happening. People were treating the game like it was some kind of twisted reality show. I wandered over to a stall, selling medical supplies. "How much for the car-mounted first aid kit?" 3,000. The vendor grunted without looking up. "I'll take a painkiller too," I said. 2,000. The vendor, clearly deciding I was a broke loser, tossed the items at me with total indifference and went back to scrolling through videos on his phone. I moved to transfer the payment, but my finger slipped. I typed in 500, missing a 0. I sighed. Back when this was just a game, I'd toss 2 or 3 million worth of gear without blinking. Now that it was real money, I was wincing over the price of a basic medkit. I guess that's a future me problem. I turned away and walked toward the portal for the normal dam. According to my intel, there were 3 spawn points near the cement plant. If I wanted to survive, I had to move fast and secure a weapon before anyone else did. I sprinted into the cement plant, my heart hammering against my ribs. Here we go again. I navigated the cement plant with practiced ease, heading straight for the familiar aviation crate. I pried it open, but to my annoyance, the usual search prompt failed to materialize. Not one to be deterred, I shoved my upper body deep into the cavernous container, rummaging through the dark until my fingers brushed against a beat-up stone hammer. Seeing that abysmal loot rate, I actually felt a weird sense of comfort. Some things in this new world never changed. Suddenly, a shield guard lunged at me. Drawing on my past experience, I wondered if that self-contained helmet of his could actually take a hit. There was only one way to find out. I raised the hammer high, dug my heels into the concrete, and lunged. Crack. The first swing landed with surgical precision right on his kneecap. The 2-meter-tall giant crumpled to the ground, but he wasn't done yet. He began to pivot, raising his submachine gun to fire. "You're dead," the shield guard roared. I didn't give him the chance. I swiped the Bizon SMG he had dropped, pulled the trigger, and finished him off in one clean shot. Flawless victory. Back in the classroom, the silence was absolute until it shattered into a deafening roar of cheers. My teacher, Chi, was rubbing his eyes in disbelief. "Did you see that? That's my student right there." He was practically beaming, bragging to anyone who would listen that this was the first time in the school's history that a student had taken down an asset shield guard solo, and without taking a single point of damage. He was already talking as if I were a legend in the making. I ignored the hype and went to work, stripping the guard's tactical vest and backpack. Then, I spotted a large safe, right there in the open. My pulse quickened. This was going to be a massive payout. I reached out, my fingers hovering over the keypad, ready to input the code, when I realized the interaction panel was missing. I paused, my hand frozen in midair. The world felt eerily still. If the game interface wasn't here, did that mean nobody else knew the password either? I adjusted my stance, carefully shifting my body to block the view of the keypad with my back. I took a breath and tapped in the sequence. 60 FUP. With a satisfying mechanical click, the lock engaged and the safe creaked open. I pressed my palms together, praying for a high-tier red item, and reached inside. I pulled my hand out, and a wave of pure, unadulterated rage washed over me. Another stupid bullhorn. I barely managed to suppress the urge to spike the damn thing into the concrete. Still, it was worth 10,000, which was more than I made in a month of manual labor. I swallowed my pride, stuffed the horn into my pack, and climbed down from the elevated platform. I heard heavy footsteps nearby, but I decided to push my luck one last time before exfiltrating. I figured I might as well pry up a manhole cover on my way out. Even the scrap down there could be traded for cold, hard cash. I dragged the heavy iron cover aside, grunting with the effort. Just as I leaned in to scan the loot, a sleek, black gun barrel poked out from the darkness. A cute girl with wide, curious eyes stared back at me, flashing a playful, innocent smile. Bang! The gunshot echoed in my skull, and everything went black. By the time I could process what happened, she had already stripped my gear at light speed and was sprinting away from the cement plant without ever looking back. Back in the classroom, the students watching the live feed. The classroom was dead silent, the kind of stillness that usually precedes a lecture on failing grades. My classmates were staring at the screen, speechless. If they thought I was weak, the footage of me taking down that shield guard without firing a shot and without taking a single scratch had to be a glitch in their worldview. But if they thought I was a genius, there I was, getting sniped by because I didn't know the manhole cover was a high-risk trap. I, on the other hand, was mostly just annoyed that I didn't get to see what was inside that safe. I materialized back in the spawn plaza, staring at the portal. I wasn't in any rush to dive back into the meat grinder. Near the entrance, some guy was screaming his lungs out. My 3.5 modded M4S, all gone. Everything is trash. I looked over at him. He was kitted out in the signature Chicken Brother gear. I walked up to him, keeping it casual. Need an escort? I asked. You provide the gear. We split the profits 50-50. The guy, whose name was Fuji, stared at me like I'd just grown a second head. You're offering chicken escort services, and you expect the boss to provide the gear too? That's a bold strategy. I sighed, putting on my best down on my luck face. The recent ferocious assault raids have been killing me. My budget is tighter than my boots. Fuj, I actually bought it. I guess it was a common enough tragedy for assault players to go broke. It almost made me sound more competent. Fine, he muttered, but I want a 60-40 split. We hit the stalls like a hurricane. Level 3 helmets and vests, B backpacks, a sidearm, and a custom M4 decked out in full green furniture. Add in 180 rounds of M855. And just like that, 400,000 was gone. I dragged him back to the same medical vendor who'd snubbed me earlier. The guy's eyes bulged when he saw me, clearly ready to explode, but I didn't give him the floor. 2 high-potency injectors, field medkits, quick detached surgery kits, antibiotics, and cat tourniquets, I rattled off. Pay as we go. Plus, cover what I bought last time. The vendor's expression did a complete 180. Oh, man, you should have said so. I'll get a pot of tea brewing for you right now. He didn't even mention the money. I didn't waste time with small talk. Once we were prepped, we hit the portal. The second our boots touched the ground, a familiar, grating broadcast tore through the silence. Mandel brick and decryption device detected. Recover them at all costs. A radar watch materialized on my wrist, 2 red dots blinking with our objective. Holy crap, we have such good luck. Fuj, I cheered. Holy crap, we are so screwed, I countered. Before Fuj I could process the shift in my tone, I was already sprinting. We spawned at position 1 in the west wing of the admin building. I didn't hesitate, bolting for the balcony of the east wing and locking in a firing position. Based on 2 years of experience in the third zone, I knew exactly how this went. 5 seconds. That was the window. Sure enough, a squad rounded the corner toward the east wing parking lot. Bang, 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 3 down. No hesitation. Fuj. I finally scrambled up next to me, looking pale. Hey, with the Mandel brick in play, shouldn't we just leave? Why? A lot of people don't know this, but when a Mandel brick spawns, an extra squad drops into the map. Fuj, I said, his voice shaking. I glanced at him, genuinely impressed. You know that much? Not bad. If you know, why are we still standing here? Let's evac. We aren't leaving, I said, cold and focused. We're going to clear the area, loot the bodies, and then we take the brick. I signaled for him to stick close. Back in the classroom, jaws were hitting the floor. Does he think he owns the place? One of the students whispered. I didn't even react in time, and he's already calling shots, another added. Teacher Chi, watching the feed, looked like he was about to burst with pride. That's the student I raised. He didn't even get to finish his victory lap before he turned bright red, fainted, and crumpled to the floor. I didn't care about the peanut gallery. I checked the perimeter, confirmed we were clear, and dragged Fujii over to the bodies. The first guy was only packing a bison, the second guy was rocking standard issue gear. This was going to be a long raid. After tallying the loot from those first 2 bodies, we were looking at a solid 200,000 in gear. Since I'd already cleared the primary spawn at the east wing, anyone else left in the raid was likely busy scouring the peripheral resource points, unless they were feeling particularly suicidal enough to push the admin building. This wasn't a game anymore. Every bit of scrap meant cold, hard cash. I scanned the surroundings one last time. Once I was certain the coast was clear, I gave Fuji the green light to roam a bit further on his own. Old habits die hard. Years of professional escort work meant I was wired to obsess over my client's survival. I hated having to do the math on insurance payouts, so I kept my eyes peeled. Damn, this feels so good. Fuji, I was practically dancing. The guy was over the moon. In the past, he wouldn't have even dared to set foot inside the admin building, let alone sprint around it like he owned the place, looting every container in sight. A sharp digital chime cut through the air. Enemy has acquired the Mandel brick. Move to intercept and neutralize immediately. I glanced at my radar. One of the red dots had started to shift. Based on my assessment of the current spawn rotation, the decryption points were located at the military camp and the cement plant. I was in a prime position. I could play it safe, wait for the squads to tear each other apart at the decryption sites, and then swoop in to clean up the survivors, or I could take the aggressive route. I could intercept them at the objective site and force a confrontation. The former was stable, but the latter meant more kills and better loot. A flicker of cold determination crossed my mind. We weren't just going to take one squad. I was going to dismantle both the team with the brick and the team at the decryption site. I was basically live streaming this run for my client. If I started playing like a coward, I'd be ruining my own reputation. What's this wall breaker operation, anyway? Fuji asked, scratching his head. He'd clearly never heard of it. Don't worry about it, I replied, eyes narrowed. Just stay on my tail. We slipped out of the admin building and navigated toward a narrow path below the designated objective point. We hunkered down in the tall grass, holding our breath. My pulse was steady, focused entirely on the road ahead. I started running the math in my head. If this squad was with a special operations firm, they'd be running at least level 3 gear, maybe even level 4. We were about to get filthy rich. The red dot tracking the Mandel brick closed the distance until it was within 100 meters. A moment later, a scout bolted past our position. I didn't pull the trigger. I waited. Sure enough, once the scout passed, the two guys behind him let their guard down completely. I told you it was nothing. A burly man in level 4 armor laughed, a smug smirk plastered on his face. You're always so paranoid, making people scout ahead. If there were actually people here, I'd have already buried them. Yeah, the other guy panted, adjusting his heavy load. At least we can finally get this brick out. Thank God I paid for the level 4 set. That last squad was like a pack of rabid dogs, though. I thought for a second they were going to be a real problem. They erupted into laughter, but their joy was cut short by the faint sound of gunfire rolling in from the direction of the military camp and the cement plant. I felt a grim smile tug at the corner of my lips. According to my head count, I'd already wiped one squad, and this group had just finished off another. Once the other two fights concluded, it would just be the remaining decryption team and, hopefully, a lone wolf hiding somewhere in the shadows. I didn't give them another second to celebrate. I opened fire, and both men dropped to the ground instantly. I didn't rush to finish them off. I kept my sights locked on the third man. He realized something was wrong, spun around and locked eyes with me. We both switched weapons and pulled our triggers at the exact same time. He tagged my shoulder, but my shot was true. A clean hole opened up in his forehead. I have to admit, that was, certainly something. The strength of that enemy had genuinely caught me off guard. After patching up my wound, I led Fuji to the loot. Seeing tier 4 armor and helmets sitting there in the normal damn raid felt like hitting the jackpot. I handed the gear over to Fuji, my expression stern. I'm going after the other squad, I said, checking the time. Listen closely. Give me 5 minutes. If I win, I'll signal you and you come find me. If 5 minutes pass, and you don't hear anything, you take all this loot, follow this road to the tunnel in front of the tourist center, and extract. Without waiting for his response, I turned and bolted. Fuji, I stood there, mouth half open, wanting to ask what the signal was, but he swallowed his pride. He reasoned that someone as skilled as me probably wouldn't get himself killed. He turned back to the loot, starting to sort through the gear. As the distant sounds of gunfire and the dull, rhythmic thud of grenades erupted from the military camp, Fuji started muttering prayers under his breath. At the same time, his hands didn't slow down for a second. Helmet and the vest? Check. Don't need these attachments, strip them off. Thanks to Fuji's expert optimization, his backpack and chest rig were so stuffed they couldn't possibly hold another pin. He'd even tossed out his surgery kits to make room for more gear. Only 50 seconds remained on the raid timer. The firing from the military camp had ceased long ago. 4 minutes and 10 seconds had ticked by since I left. Fuji, I knew the deal. As soon as the timer hit the mark, he was going to pop a painkiller and make a mad dash for the extraction point. Just then, bang, bang, 5 rhythmic gunshots shattered the silence of the dam. Holy crap, he actually did it. Fuji jumped up, ready to bolt, but he froze when he heard that signature cadence. He scrambled toward the sound, dragging his overloaded bag, and when he saw me, he went completely pale. I was a mess. Blood covered me from head to toe, and my eyelids were so heavy I could barely keep them open. My right leg was gone, and my left arm was nothing more than a mangled stump. I'm in hell, I groaned, my voice barely a whisper. Fuji scrambled, fumbling to shove a painkiller into my mouth. The effect was instantaneous. The agonizing, white-hot pain that had been consuming my entire nervous system vanished. I exhaled, feeling a temporary sense of relief. Give me a surgery kit. Fuge. I froze, his eyes locking onto mine. We were both paralyzed by the grim reality. A surgery kit could fix a fracture or close a wound, but it couldn't perform a miracle. It couldn't regrow a missing limb. My leg wasn't just injured, it had been blown to pieces. My face darkened as the gravity of the situation settled in. We had spawned in the west wing of the admin building, but the extraction point was all the way at the tourist center. That meant crossing the entire dam. How was I supposed to cross the map on one leg in under 8 minutes? I've cleared the loot from those 7 guys, I wheezed. You take it and get out. We go together or not at all. Fuge, I said, his voice hard. Don't be an idiot, I retorted. I can't move. You take the gear, and at least break even. Fuge, I didn't argue. He silently unzipped an empty backpack and started sorting the haul. You're joking, right? I muttered. You're not actually planning to stuff me into that bag and carry me out, are you? There's a tier 4 set in here, and the rest is all tier 3, he said, ignoring me. Do you have any idea what this is worth? This is 1,000,000 more than most people save in decades. He kept tossing the high-value items into the pack until the backpack and chest rig were bursting at the seams. He looked at the remaining miscellaneous loot that wouldn't fit, then looked back at me. Check the pack, I grunted, forcing myself to ignore the phantom pain. Go find more valuables. We're running out of time. Fuge, I looked puzzled, but he did as he was told. In the game, people always called the secure container the crotch storage. I wanted to see if that logic actually held up in reality. If I shoved the stuff in, would it stay? Fuji came back with more loot, looking at me with a confused expression. I gestured for him to cram it into my pack. As he forced the items in, he stopped, staring at the bag with a look of pure shock. Holy, how are you doing that? I stared at the pack in disbelief. I had literally just stuffed it to the brim until it was practically bursting at the seams, yet somehow, it had swallowed everything. Don't question it, I rasped, my voice thick with exhaustion. Just move. The trek to the extraction point was nothing short of a nightmare that pushed us both to our absolute breaking points. Fuge, I was practically carrying my dead weight, his shoulder acting as my only support as we hobbled forward on my remaining leg. Every single step was a grueling, painful affair. Between the two of us, we were hauling nearly 2.5 million in gear, a literal fortune wrapped in tactical nylon. Hey buddy, stay with me. Fuge, I grunted, his own stamina bar clearly hitting the red zone. Above us, the air pulsed with a crimson timer, flickering with the final 60 seconds of the raid. We still had 100 meters of hellish terrain to cover. Those last 100 meters were a blur. Fuge, I was quite literally dragging me by the scruff of my gear, pouring every ounce of his remaining strength into those final steps. I struggled to force my eyelids open, the world spinning in nauseating shades of gray. How much? Further? I managed to choke out. 10 meters. Fuji, I roared, the sound tearing from the very bottom of his lungs. 10 seconds on the clock. Back in the classroom, the atmosphere must have been suffocating. I imagined my classmates, eyes glued to the monitors, holding their breath as the seconds ticked away. 3, 2, 1. With a single second left on the countdown, Fuji, I lurched forward, dragging me across the threshold of the extraction zone. We both collapsed simultaneously, hitting the ground in a heap of broken gear and pure, unadulterated relief. The classroom monitor flickered to black. Holy crap, he actually made it. The entire room erupted. Students shot out of their desks like rockets, cheering at the top of their lungs. Those final few meters had been a cinematic masterpiece of tension, the kind of thing you'd only see in a high-stakes special forces film. Nobody wanted to see that bond the way Fuji I had refused to abandon me end in failure. You know, a student muttered, breaking the frenzy, about that incident in Northridge. The room quieted down as they recalled the original owner's history, the botched mission that had led to his expulsion from his squad. The official report had pinned the entire disaster on him, claiming he'd ignored orders and caused massive losses. It was the entire reason everyone had treated him like a pariah. There's no way, another student snapped. I'm telling you, he was framed by the higher-ups. Did you see his gameplay today? That guy is a god. There's zero chance he's the one who caused that squad to wipe. It's the opposite, the team was probably lost because they didn't have him. That's it. Zhao Chuang slammed his fist against his desk, rising with a look of pure fury. I'm going to the principal's office. We're getting to the bottom of this. He stormed out of the room without a backward glance. Meanwhile, back at the extraction zone, I was finally processing the reality of being back. Man, that nearly killed me, I muttered. If we hadn't made it, I think I would have just expired from pure exhaustion. As we stepped out of the portal, our vitals were fully restored. Fuge, I was still vibrating with nervous energy, rambling on and on. It wasn't just the thrill of the million-plus payout, we had actually secured the legendary Mandel brick. I stretched my restored right leg and left arm, feeling the phantom pains of my injuries finally fading. I turned to Fuji and nodded. Seriously, thank you, man. For everything. Fuge, I waved it off, though he looked a bit embarrassed. Don't mention it. We wouldn't have made a fraction of this without you. Honestly, at first, I thought you were just full of it. Just another guy bragging to get me to put up 400k in gear. We laughed, the tension finally breaking. We'd basically burned a Mercedes-Benz's worth of gear in a single raid, but it had paid off. I guess I just have a good gut feeling, I said with a shrug. My luck has always been decent. Let's move, I said, gesturing toward the stalls where we could finally offload our haul. Wait, you two. Two burly men in sharp suits stepped into our path, blocking the way. Routine inspection. We need to check the supplies you pulled out. Fujai. I leaned in, whispering. They're officials. Certain high-tier items aren't allowed to be kept by civilians. If they find anything restricted, they'll seize it and pay you a hefty premium for it. I felt my pupils dilate. Does a resuscitation ventilator fall under that category? The two goons were mid-inspection, but at the mention of the ventilator, they both burst into raucous laughter. Ha! A resuscitation ventilator? Kid, that's not even on the restricted list, but you'd actually have to be lucky enough to find one first. Whatever, you're clean. Get lost. As we walked away, I heard one of the men mutter, "Why did you lie to him about the ventilator status?" The other shrugged, his voice dismissive. Just messing with him. Besides, it's not a bad thing. If he ever actually, and I mean if he somehow stumbled onto one, he'd probably try to hide it in quantum storage to keep it off the radar. A device of that caliber? You don't just walk around with it like a common drone. Quantum storage. It wasn't just some fancy data locker. It was the ability to digitize physical matter, store it, and rematerialize it at will. I heard the term and couldn't help but offer a slow, enigmatic smile. Interesting. Boss, tally these up, I said, dropping the mountain of loot onto the counter. The old man running the stall squinted at the pile, grunting, "Not bad, kid. Looks like you finally stopped bringing me rusted scrap to waste my time." He started sorting the loot with practiced efficiency. While he worked, Fujai kept babbling on about how he'd only pulled a red tier item once in his 2.5 years of playing. It was amusing, and in a way, kind of sad. All I could think about was the clock. Could I find a resuscitation ventilator before my mother ran out of time? If that thing were publicly listed, even if it cost hundreds of millions, I'd find a way to earn it. I didn't have time to spiral. 2,200,000, the old man declared. Fujai whispered that this was the fastest way to get paid. Auction houses paid more, but you'd be waiting half a day for the funds to clear. We split the cut right there, 1.1 million each. Just like that, we were millionaires. Honestly, gaming was clearly the only honest profession left. After swapping contact info with Fujai and parting ways, I ducked into a secluded corner to pull out the Mandel brick. If this was anything like the game, it was supposed to be a gold mine. But in this reality, I suspected it wasn't just a simple skin or weapon unlock. Backing up a bit, I realized how close I'd actually come to dying in there. If we hadn't extracted when we did, I think I would have just collapsed from pure, unadulterated fatigue. Stepping out of the portal, my body fully restored. Fuj, I hadn't stopped talking. He was still riding the high of our million-credit payday and the legendary Mandel brick we'd hauled out. I flexed my once shattered right leg and left arm, feeling the phantom ache finally vanish. I looked at Fuji. Seriously, thanks for back there. He waved it off, looking almost annoyed that I'd brought it up. Don't be a stranger. Without you, we wouldn't have made a dime. I mean, I thought you were just full of it when you asked me to drop 400K on gear, but I couldn't help but chuckle. Bold of him to assume I was just a smooth talker. My gut feeling had never failed me before. I honestly thought you were just full of it, Fujai chuckled, shaking his head. Dropping over 400,000 on gear for a complete stranger? You treated that investment like it was pocket change. In the blink of an eye, you basically threw a Mercedes down the drain. Call it a gut feeling, I said with a shrug. I've always had decent luck. Let's move, I added, gesturing toward the trading stalls where we could finally offload our spoils. We didn't get far before two broad-shouldered men in tailored suits stepped into our path. Hold on, you two. Routine inspection. We need to verify the supplies you've extracted. Fuj, I leaned in, his voice dropping to a whisper. They're officials. There are certain restricted items the public isn't allowed to hoard. If they find anything on that list, they'll seize it, but they pay a hefty premium for the trouble. My pupils dilated. Does a resuscitation ventilator fall under that jurisdiction? The two men, who were already reaching for our packs, stopped mid-motion and burst into laughter. Ha! A resuscitation ventilator? Kid, that's not even restricted, but you'd actually have to be lucky enough to find one first. Whatever, you're clean. Get lost. As we walked away, I caught a snippet of their conversation. Why'd you lie to him about the ventilator? One of them asked. The other waved his hand dismissively, just messing with him. And who knows? If he actually managed to get his hands on one, he'd probably try to hide it in quantum storage to keep it off our radar. You don't just walk around with gear of that caliber like it's a disposable drone. Quantum storage. It wasn't just a simple digital vault. It was a process of digitizing matter, storing a physical item in a data stream, and rematerializing it on command. My heart skipped a beat as a small, enigmatic smile tugged at my lips. That piece of information might just be the key to everything. Boss, tally these up, I said, dumping our mountain of loot onto the counter. The old man running the stall squinted at the pile, grunting, "Not bad, kid. Looks like you finally stopped wasting my time with rusted scrap." He began sorting through the gear with clinical efficiency. Fuj, I kept chatting away next to me, complaining about how it had taken him 2.5 years to pull a single red tier item. I wanted to laugh, but the humor felt brittle. Could I find that ventilator before my mother's time ran out? If that thing were publicly priced, I'd grind until I had billions if I had to. I wasn't going to let her slip away. 2.2 million, the old man declared, snapping me out of my thoughts. Fuj, I explained that this was the fastest liquidation method available. Auction houses fetched higher prices, but you'd be left waiting half a day for the transaction to clear. We split the cut right there, 1.1 million each. Just like that, we were millionaires. Honestly, I was starting to think gaming was the only honest profession left. After swapping contact info and parting ways with Fuji, I ducked into a secluded corner to pull out the Mandel brick. In this world, a relic like this had to be more than just a skin or a weapon upgrade, right? I tapped the interface to initiate the sequence. A flash of white light blinded me for a second, and when my vision cleared, 2 items sat in my hand, a Tiger cannon and a kinetic propulsion device. No C4, but honestly, this was better. I strapped on the propulsion unit, and suddenly, a violent burst of white light erupted from my lower back. The force of it launched me forward like a cannonball. I scrambled in midair, flailing like a headless chicken, barely managing to land without face-planting into the concrete. Mental activation. Seriously, I muttered, catching my breath. This speed was insane. If I hit a wall at this velocity, I'd be lucky to end up with just a concussion. I estimated I'd covered 10 meters in a blink. I decided to shelf the Tiger cannon for now. I'd save the test fire for when I could find an asset soldier to serve as a target. With a pocket full of cash, I made a beeline for the hospital. When I tracked down Dr. Zhao, he looked at me with open confusion. You were just here less than 2 hours ago. What are you doing back so soon? Is there any way to alleviate my mother's pain? I asked, cutting straight to the point. The doctor paused, his expression turning grave. There is, but the costs involved. It's not something you can afford. I felt a surge of relief wash over me as the word resuscitation echoed in my mind. Finding a resuscitation ventilator wasn't going to be a quick or easy task. It was a pure gamble against Lady Luck. Since I couldn't just walk into a shop and buy one, I had to accept that my current funds wouldn't secure a miracle, but I could at least make my mother's remaining days comfortable. What would 30 million a month get me? I asked, testing the waters. Would that make her comfortable? Dr. Zhao's eyes widened to the size of dinner plates. 30 million? If that's not enough, I cut him off, sliding a bank card across the desk. There's $1 million in here right now, and I'll be depositing another $1 million every single day from here on out. Don't worry about where it comes from. I just earned it in the 3rd district. In my mind, it was simple. With my top-tier combat awareness, hearing that bordered on sonar, and eyesight that rivaled a high-definition camera, 30 million a month wasn't just possible, it was routine. If I needed 100 million, I'd just have to dive into the 3rd district a few more times. Dr. Zhao stared at me, looking like he was struggling to keep his composure. You say that like you're just picking up spare change in the 3rd district, he said, his voice straining with disbelief. You're telling me you just walked in there and pulled out $1 million in one go? I nodded once, my expression steady. He let out a long, ragged breath, clearly fighting the urge to chew me out for my recklessness. At that price point, your mother will be as comfortable as possible, but I have to be clear. This won't extend her remaining time. It will only mitigate the pain. He looked at me, his gaze sharpening. Also, I don't know who you've been hanging out with at your age, but take this back. I'm a doctor. His expression was fiercely professional. I felt a pang of guilt and tucked the card back into my pocket, offering a sheepish apology. The doctor leaned in, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. The resuscitation ventilator is officially flagged as contraband. If you actually manage to track one down, be extremely careful. Now, go home. I'll handle your mother's care, it's my duty. I'll send the invoices to your digital account, just pay them as they come. I nodded, my throat tight. Can I see her? Not yet, he replied gently. If her condition stabilizes, I'll reach out. I thanked him and stepped out into the hallway. Only once I was safely outside the hospital did I pull out my phone and delete the recording I'd started earlier. I was still new to this, and you can't be too careful when you're attempting to navigate the gray areas of the law. I'd assumed the worst of him, but it turned out I had been judging a good man by my own cynical standards. The next morning, I hadn't even stepped into the classroom before I was swarmed. Morning, God of the Wastes. Take me with you next time. Just let me carry your bags. I'll take whatever scraps you leave behind. The classmates were fawning over me like they'd just discovered I was their long-lost father. Suddenly, a familiar figure shoved through the crowd, Zhao Chuang, his face a vivid, frustrated shade of red. Principal said you're a, well, he had some choice words, Zhao Chuang sputtered. I stared him down, waiting for him to get to the point. Spit it out. I went to bat for you yesterday, he barked. I went to the principal to demand an explanation for how you were being treated, and he just looked at me and asked why it was any of his business. I told him my brother shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. I was trying to stand up for you. I sighed. Great. Now, the principal probably thinks I'm the head of some underground high school syndicate. Also, Zhao Chuang added, the principal wants to see you in his office. I walked toward the administration wing, my mood souring with every step. I braced myself for the lecture, the habitual class disruptions, the blatant disregard for the curriculum, the alleged criminal influence I was supposedly spreading. It was enough to get me expelled 10 times over. Just as I was about to defend my life, the principal piped up with a cheerful, Oh, by the way, the mandel brick doesn't count as contraband. I blinked. I caught his drift immediately. Between the kinetic propulsion device and the Tiger cannon I just acquired, I was walking around with a small armory of top-tier gear. Well, that's one way to ruin my day. Luck is one way to put it, the principal mused, his gaze drifting thoughtfully over me. Regarding your history, I'll have my people investigate the full sequence of events. If you were wronged, you'll get your reputation back. He leaned back, tapping his chin. Tell me, have you any interest in the Inter-School Sniper Elite Tournament? Do you need me to go? I asked, keeping my tone earnest. The principal tapped his head, acting as if he were struggling to recall a minor detail. Now, what was the grand prize? Ah, yes, quantum storage. Getting old, I suppose. The memory just isn't what it used to be. My breath hitched. Quantum storage. If I could get my hands on that, the possibilities were endless. Principal, please, sign me up. I'll make sure to bring home a top-tier victory for this school. The principal's face shifted instantly, a sly, knowing grin spreading across his features. 3 days until the tournament, but let's be clear. If you take the championship, your past indiscretions will be wiped clean. If you fail, I'm still expelling you. I knew better, though. He was playing the hard-nosed administrator, but this was a lifeline, a chance for me to showcase my skills on a grand stage and finally silence the rumors once and for all. I appreciate your trust, Principal, I said, offering a respectful bow. I'll return to my studies now. The irony wasn't lost on me. I walked out of the office, already mentally prepping for the nightmare ahead. The matchmaking algorithm for the tournament was notorious. I dropped in, and immediately, it was chaos. A plane crash event. The odds of finding a 6-grid legendary red-tier item worth 3 million were high, but the price of entry was a bloodbath. I landed in the second position of the ranch, a spot that was dangerously close to the crash site. The downside? It was a tactical death trap. With the Galbai ruins and the small villa nearby, and 3 other high-threat zones surrounding me, I was essentially trapped in a cage within a cage. The map was massive, and the scale was suffocating. I led my squad into the housing complex, but before we could even secure the perimeter, a muted crack of a sniper rifle echoed through the air, the bullet slamming into the wall beside my head. Well, that escalated quickly. I was being pinned from the Galbai ruins. It hit me then just how absurd the Northridge map really was in reality. The distance from where I stood to those ruins had to be nearly 300 meters. No wonder the shot had felt sluggish. I winced. I'd barely touched a sniper rifle in my life, but I was out of options. Time to rely on my instincts and pretend I knew what I was doing. I raised my scope, scanning the ruins. I spotted 2 targets, but where was the third? I held my fire, forcing myself to be patient. If I didn't find the third shooter, we were dead men walking. A moment later, I caught movement by the creek, a sliver of a head peeking out. Clever, but not clever enough. I spotted a crocodile lurking nearby, completely ignored by the snipers. A plan began to form. I muttered into my comms for the students watching the stream, pay attention. In this situation, you always prioritize the target that doesn't have cover. 666. He's not even trying to hide his skill anymore. The chat exploded. Quiet, everyone. Someone commanded. Listen to the god of wastes. I waited for the exact moment the crocodile lunged, the sniper's agonizing screams of surprise acting as the perfect distraction for his squad mates. I snapped my rifle toward the center of the chaos and squeezed the trigger. Miss. A fraction to the left. Real-world ballistics were nothing like a video game. I didn't panic. I adjusted my aim in a heartbeat and fired again. Bang! A bullet hole appeared in the dirt inches from the enemy, and just like that, the target vanished into the brush. Nailed it. Almost. The last surviving member of the enemy squad was losing his mind. In the span of a few seconds, he'd watched one teammate get clocked with a headshot and the other get mauled by a crocodile. I can't die here, he hissed, his voice trembling. I took out a loan to pay for this rifle. He suddenly shifted left, throwing a desperate feint. Bang! My shot sailed wide, lured right into his trap. Well played, I thought, a wry smirk tugging at my lips. He had grit. I'd give him that. I adjusted my aim, shifting my reticle from the rooftop down to the ground. Nice try, pal. But since your brain isn't finished paying off that loan yet, I think I'll be taking that rifle off your hands. Are you coming down, or do you want me to start shooting? I barked. Zhao Chuang, whose processing speed rarely exceeded that of a potato, didn't hesitate. He heard pull the trigger, so he pulled the trigger. Bang. Son of a, you shot me in the foot. Fuj, I screamed, his voice hitting a register that could shatter glass. The enemy, startled by the sudden gunfire, instinctively leaped from the building. Mid-air, he realized his mistake. The report of that rifle didn't match the one that had been suppressing him, but it was too late. The moment his feet touched the ground, he was finished. Back in the classroom, the silence was absolute, followed by an explosion of awe. They'd realized this wasn't luck. It was a carefully orchestrated sequence. Of course, Zhao Chuang remained a special breed of talent. Sorry, Fuji bro, Zhao Chuang stammered, frantically reaching for a surgery kit. I'm just used to aiming for the feet. It's a habit, man, I swear. Fuji, having popped a painkiller to dull the blinding agony, was starting to look less like a ghost and more like a human again. Just shut it and give me the kit. I stepped in, playing the peacemaker. Look, I'll take some of the blame. I told him to pull the trigger instead of fire, and his, simple-minded approach took it literally. Fuj, I just happened to be in the line of fire. Fuj, I looked at the two of us, defeated by the sheer absurdity of it all. I didn't give him much time to process though. I moved on, equipping my kinetic propulsion device while they both stared at me in stunned silence. By the way, Fuji bro, I asked, what did you get from your Mandel brick? Sold it, he replied, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Sold it, for how much? I asked. He held up 2 fingers. 2 million, 20 million. Fuj, I shook his head, a look of profound realization dawning on him as he let out a soul-crushing wail. I sold it for 2 million. Nobody told me the stuff inside was actually worth something. I patted his shoulder. He'd had 2.5 years of experience, but he'd never seen a Mandel brick. He didn't know you could pull gear worth thousands of credits from them. It's fine. Live and learn. We've got time, and there will be more opportunities. Go ahead and loot the bodies, I told him and Zhao Chuang. I'll cover you with the sniper. Fuji took point. They made it 70% of the way across the field without a single shot fired. It was clear the enemy was waiting for me. Just as they were about to cross the open ground, the faint thwip of a suppressed shot cut through the silence. I lunged forward instantly. Based on the angle, the shooter was likely at the base of the crash site. I hit the halfway mark and slammed into a dead stop. Thwip. A bullet whistled through the space my chest had occupied a millisecond before. Pay attention, class, I said, my voice steady despite the adrenaline. He's working the bolt. If you aren't playing professionally, don't even try to copy this. I didn't wait for a response and bolted, my legs driving me forward at top speed. Thwip. Another bullet chewed up the dirt exactly where I'd been standing a second ago. I couldn't predict the next impact point. If I stopped, I was a target, and if I retreated, I was handing them the advantage. We were entering the good luck, everyone phase of the operation. The sniper's rifle cracked again, but by the time the sound reached me, the propulsion device at my waist had already surged to life, launching me forward in a 10-meter blur. I felt like I had been possessed by the spirit of Usain Bolt. The sniper watched my impossible trajectory for a heartbeat before seemingly deciding this wasn't worth the ammo. Well, that escalated quickly. I slowed to a halt, but a sudden realization hit me. I'd been exposed for so long that any half-decent marksman should have had me locked in their sights by now. Before I could even finish that thought, the world went black. Students, take note. I called out to the class watching the feed. If you haven't crossed the danger zone yet, never stop darting back to cover. It prevents the enemy from pre-aiming you the second you pop back out. Since he fired 4 shots without being challenged, it was clear that the small villa was empty. The crocodile had already had its fill and slithered away, leaving behind the subpar loot, a level 2 helmet, level 2 armor, and a slightly modified MP5. No wonder they were trying to push into close range. Those two were practically naked, armed with nothing but a 100,000 credit SVDS, sniper rifle, and a mid-tier modified M700, totaling about 300,000. I gave it a moment of thought. Let's extract. I'm not touching the loot at the crash site, that position is too exposed. Since when did you get so conservative? Fuji asked, eyebrow raised. That's not like you. Northridge isn't like the Northridge Dam, I explained. The player density is too low here. If we get weighed down by too much gear, our movement speed will tank. We'll just end up as glowing targets for anyone with a decent scope. Back in the classroom, Teacher QI nodded in satisfaction. Students, what Xiaohua I is saying aligns perfectly with the textbook. Since the topic has come up, let's make the art of extraction the focus of today's lecture. As he pointed at the screen, he began a passionate, non-stop breakdown of the mechanics. The trek to the extraction point was mercifully quiet, but Northridge's terrain was a special kind of hell that ensured we earned every step. Brother, how much further? Zhao Chuang gasped, trailing behind Fuji and me, his breathing ragged and shallow. I don't think I can keep this pace up. I told you, buddy, you need to work on your cardio, Fuji, I teased. Shut it, Zhao Chuang wheezed. You're only saying that because you aren't carrying anything. He had a point. Their packs were stuffed with the entire loadout of 3 dead enemies, plus a stash of water we'd scavenged from a cement truck. It was a heavy haul. Once we finally made it through the extraction portal, Zhao Chuang collapsed, barely able to speak. YG, are we really going to spend all day grinding Northridge for cash? No, I replied, shaking my head. The transit distance is too long. Next, we're hitting the standard Northridge Dam. I only pushed Northridge today to get a feel for the long-range snipers ahead of the tournament. The real money is at the dam. I offloaded the rest of the gear to the old man at the stalls for a quick payout, keeping only the M700 for the upcoming matches. As I was packing up, a thought struck me. Oh, right, Fuji bro. If I didn't sell the gear, did I have anywhere to store it? It turned out there were warehouses in the 3rd district, but they weren't free. You could buy one and get a deed. Or, if you were feeling particularly reckless, take out a high-interest warehouse loan. I listened to the breakdown and sighed internally. So, basically, they invented mortgages. Where's your warehouse, Fuji? I asked. The guy had been grinding for 2.5 years. There was no way he didn't have at least a rental. Follow me. I'll show you. Fuji, I said, his grin widening with a strange sense of pride. We walked for what felt like an eternity. Here we are, Fuji announced, gesturing grandly. Paid for in full. I looked at the building, then back at him. Fuji bro, you have to walk this far every time you come back to base? What can I do? Outside of cold steel, you can't bring anything else into the city, he defended. Zhao Chuang couldn't help himself. How much does a warehouse in the 3rd district cost if you pay cash? 5 million, Fuji said. Zhao Chuang audibly gasped, looking like he'd just heard the price of his entire future. That's not too bad, I remarked. How much for a larger one? Something closer to the trading zone. The silence that followed was heavy. Not just Zhao Chuang, but even Fuji looked at me like I'd just started speaking a dead language. The area near the trading zone? Those are twice the size of mine, Fuji said, his voice tightening as he swallowed hard. They run about 40 million. Still pretty cheap, I noted. I'll be able to buy one of those before long. We stepped inside, and my eyes widened. The walls were lined with fully modified M14 designated marksman rifles, and crate after crate was packed with high-tier ammunition. There were even 5 suits of Tier 6 armor. Based on Fuji's skill level and his penchant for playing it safer than a nervous rabbit, this horde felt like a massive mismatch. These really belong to me, don't they? These are all yours? I asked. Fuji's eyes dimmed, a shadow crossing his face. They're my father's. A legacy. Your dad must have been a legend, Zhao Chuang said, genuinely impressed. Actually, he was just like me, nothing special in a fight, Fuji admitted. But he was a master at sniffing out loot, and he knew the 3rd district like the back of his own hand. In that way, he was a lot like you. Every time he entered the district, it was like going back to his living room. I couldn't fathom it. Why keep all this high-value gear just sitting in the dark? I'd once had a teammate who was a total hoarder, and no matter how many times I asked him what the appeal was, he'd just give me the same cryptic answer. You don't understand. Sadly, I'd lost contact with him a year before I even crossed over into this world. I've wanted to sell them, but my dad told me to wait. Fuji, I sighed, shaking his head. He told me to wait for someone who wouldn't pressure me, wouldn't look down on me for being weak, and would be willing to share the gear after a raid. Someone who'd borrow this stuff and actually put it to good use. He paused, then reached into a back crate and pulled out another weapon. Oh, there's one more gun he left me, the one I'm keeping no matter what. I looked at the rifle. It was an Asval assault rifle, the FVSS Vintorez's loud cousin, commonly known as the Giant Wave. While it wasn't as versatile as the M14, in a close-quarters engagement, even an M14 would have to think twice before crossing its path. You like this gun too? Fuji asked. Funny enough, my dad said he had a friend who. This is the one I prefer most, he said. I took the Asval from him, a sense of dissonance washing over me. This wasn't just a coincidence. The specific modifications on this Giant Wave were identical to the ones I used in my own loadout. Even the grip placement and the height of the stock matched my personal configuration perfectly. Yet, as I searched my memories, I couldn't recall a single friend named Fuji. So, how exactly did your dad die? Zhao Chuang blurted out, his lack of situational awareness truly impressive. What kind of question is that? Fuji snapped, clearly bristled. Let's just head back, I interjected, stepping between them. We came here to drop off the gear, not to exchange life stories. We still have money to make. A short while later, we were back in the trading zone. After finalizing our gear, we queued up for the Northridge Dam. 3 hours later, I was ready to pull my hair out. What is this luck? We were getting poorer with every single round. We'd managed to extract successfully every time, but our total earnings hovered at a pathetic 1 million credits. Adding the gear from our first Northridge run after setting aside the M700 put us at roughly 1.3 million. We were still 4.7 million short of the 6 million credit entry requirement for the tournament. I shot a sharp look at Fuji. Fuji bro, you said you had good luck. It's pretty good, right? Every drop zone we've hit has been safe, he reasoned. Safe. We've been landing at the edge of the world every single time. Of course it's safe, there's nothing there. Every loot point we visited looked like it had been picked clean by a swarm of locusts. That 1 million credits we did have was only there because I'd sweat through 15 kills, most of which were just guys carrying standard issue corporate gear and trash from their backpacks. Maybe my first run with Fuji, I wasn't a stroke of luck, but a curse. Looking back, that match had been a high-pressure lobby Tier 6 kits everywhere, and anyone in Tier 3 might as well have been a stray dog. Zhao Chuang looked ready to panic. Waige, what are we going to do? Should I go home and put the house on the market? We had 2 hours left. I made the call. No choice. We're buying high-tier gear and heading for the secret documents area. The enemies in the secret area were better equipped, and the extraction difficulty was significantly higher, but the payout was on an entirely different level. It was unmatched by any standard mode. Wait. Fuji. I grabbed my arm, his eyes wide with genuine fear. What is it? I asked, confused. We were just talking about a secret mission, not a suicide run. It's just the secret area. It's not that deep. Our loadouts from the last run already meet the entry threshold anyway. What are you talking about? What threshold? Fuji, I stammered. Did you guys not pay attention in school? You don't understand how the secret area works. Zhao Chuang and I traded blank stares. In standard areas, if you die, you just respawn. Fuji explained, his voice dropping. But the secret area is different. Even the experts don't have a solid explanation for it. If you get injured in secret mode, the scars are permanent. If you actually die in there, you end up in a near-death state. I had never heard anything so absurd, but Fuge, I wasn't acting. He looked genuinely terrified. However, I glanced down at my own body, thinking about what lay ahead. The previous owner of this body had entered the confidential area before. Not only that, he'd actually died there. Yet, here he was, perfectly fine, barking orders at me. That's because people don't go around advertising it, Fuge, I countered. The more people who stay away, the less competition there is for the rest of us. Just then, Zhao Chuang let out a sudden, sharp yelp. Wait, I remember now. Why, Gay? Did you get hit in the head too hard or something? You did die in the confidential area once before. You've got that scar on the back of your head. I reached up, tracing the faint, jagged line at the base of my skull. I'd always known it was there. It was hard to miss when washing my hair, but it had never occurred to me that it was a literal death scar from the previous owner. Fuji bro, I asked, my voice dropping, if you die in the confidential area, besides being teleported out in a near-death state, are there other consequences? The official services will treat the near-death condition, Fuji, I explained, but the side effects are permanent. Modern medicine can't fix them. The specific impairment depends on how you died. Lose a leg, you might walk with a limp forever. Take a hit to the spine, you're looking at a high risk of total paralysis. A sudden chill ran down my spine. That explains it. The reason I couldn't remember my mother's illness, the reason my memories were fragmented wasn't just some vague amnesia. It was a neurological side effect from the original owner's death in the confidential area. Fuji bro, another question, I continued. If I die during an operation, but one of you revives me inside, do I still suffer the side effects after a successful extraction? I have no idea, Fuji, I admitted. I've never actually set foot in the confidential area. Everything I know comes from my dad. Zhao Chuang let out a sudden realization. So, your dad died in the confidential area? Fuji's hands clenched into white-knuckled fists, his jaw working as he fought to stay composed. Don't get mad at an idiot, he seemed to be telling himself. Don't get mad at an idiot. He died there many times, actually, Fuji said, his voice heavy with resignation. He lived with the cumulative side effects for years. Finally, he went in searching for an ECM to break the cycle. He never came back. I frowned. ECM, what does that even do? My dad said it eliminates all side effects from confidential operations. Fuji, I said, glancing at me with a desperate plea in his eyes. Please, let's just stay in the standard areas. We can grind slowly. If we're short on cash, I'll sell the guns in my warehouse. Waige, it's too dangerous, Zhao Chuang added, his eyes wide. You already died in there once. I didn't answer. I just kept my head down, lost in thought. I'd run enough operations to know the math. I hadn't found a single little gold item yet. If I wanted to get my hands on a resuscitation ventilator within 2 months, avoiding the secret, confidential areas just wasn't an option. I need that gear. Listen, you two, I said, finally looking up. Stay out of the confidential area for now. Just focus on standard grinds. That's more like it. Fuji, I sighed in relief. We'll play it safe and wait for you. And you? Zhao Chuang asked. What are you doing? I'm taking the 1.2 million we just earned to buy a specialized kit. Once I make enough to win the bounty tournament, we'll split the prize money. It took a lot of convincing, but once they finally agreed, I turned away and headed toward the equipment stalls. I didn't want to drag them into a suicide run. If they ended up permanently crippled because of me, I knew I'd never be able to forgive myself. Boss, give me 1 NK, 2 tactical vest, a gag training helmet, and a Gi-2 field rig, I ordered. Which backpack? The vendor asked. Skip it. Someone else will be carrying the loot, I said. The vendor watched my back as I walked away, likely wondering if I was just posturing or completely insane. I ignored the gaze, tightened my grip on my fully modified M7 assault rifle, and began the long trek back toward the confidential area. My loadout for this run alone was excessive. I stared at my depleted funds. Just like that, I'd blown through nearly 800,000 credits on gear. With my remaining 400,000 and my last 100,000 in savings, I scrambled to buy 180 rounds of level 4 FMJ ammunition. By the time I was finished, I was essentially broke. Well, that escalated quickly. Just as I prepared to step into the teleportation portal for the armory, a staff member blocked my path. I'm sorry, but because the armory is a high-danger zone, students are prohibited from entering solo, he explained with practiced patience. I blinked. Just like in the game, the armory only offered confidential and secret modes. I hadn't realized the 3rd district was running the exact same version of the map. In the early days, the armory had a standard mode, but clearly, those days were gone. Please understand, the staffer continued. If you are determined to enter, you must form a 3-person squad. I pointed to a middle-aged man who had just vanished through the portal. Why can he go in alone? He is a senior operative. I hope you understand the protocol. The harsh reality of being a novice. I took a deep breath and opted for the confidential Northridge instead. At least that map didn't have a student squad restriction. As for why I bypassed the Northridge Dam, which offered better efficiency, the player density there was absurd. I'd experienced it in the game enough times getting gunned down by a rat, hiding under a manhole cover, or some other nightmarish ambush spot. I didn't even want to imagine how many unseen traps were waiting in reality. If I got taken out by a camper and ended up working for someone else's profit, that would be a spectacular failure. I hit the ground and couldn't believe my luck. I'd spawned at the #1 position for the Diamond Queen Hotel. I didn't rush out. Instead, I carefully equipped my tactical flashlight and the kinetic propulsion device. Strictly speaking, the Diamond Queen Hotel had multiple #1 spawn points, but in my mind, wherever I was, that was the prime spot. I was situated right in front of Blue Port, a tactical dream. I could either wheel around and intercept anyone spawning behind the port or make a beeline straight for the hotel. I weighed my options and decided to prioritize the hotel to test the loot rates in the confidential zone. I could have circled back to wipe out anyone near the port, but the loot density there was abysmal, and the gunfire would only attract teams pushing down from the trading bridge. I triggered the kinetic propulsion device. Whoosh! I surged forward, covering 10 meters in a heartbeat. Leveraging the momentum of the landing, I maintained my speed and sprinted toward the hotel. Thanks to the device, I reached the interior in record time. Thank God, no rats. I breathed a sigh of relief. The worst nightmare in Northridge was finally having a perfect spawn, only to reach the hotel entrance and hear that telltale classical music playing inside a surefire sign of a camper. 2 A-class soldiers suddenly materialized. With my fully modified M7 assault rifle in hand, dispatching the elite guards was like cutting through butter. Once they were down, I checked the bird's nest near the fountain for a keycard. Nothing. I mimicked the ritual I'd performed 1,000 times in the game, reaching into the nest, but all I got was a handful of bird droppings. Mission failed successfully. I didn't let it bother me. I climbed to the second floor, took out 2 more soldiers with a couple of precise shots, and finally found the large safe tucked away in one of the guest rooms. I held my breath, hoping the bird shit covering my hands was some kind of bizarre good luck charm for the loot tables. Shielding the screen with my back to keep the stream from catching the details, I keyed in the familiar code, 6D Fu P. The heavy mechanism hissed, and I reached inside, my fingers brushing against cold metal. I pulled out an Asala feature goblet. But, like the pirate coin, this was a staple of high-end safes, though my heart remained surprisingly still. Back in the classroom, the atmosphere was chaotic. Holy crap, it's an Asala feature goblet. Isn't that even more expensive than the pirate coin that Gao Tianyu pulled? When Gio pulled that coin, the whole school got a notification and praised him. Another student chimed in. I didn't even dare to dream about something like this. But wait, now that you mention it, if Wei Shen pulled this in the past, it would have been a school-wide announcement. Why is it that besides our class, no one else seems to know? He's definitely being suppressed by someone higher up. Whose toes did he step on? I ignored the background noise, tucking the goblet away before turning toward the computer terminal. The input screen displayed a Morse code sequence, but unlike the game, there was no prompt list to guide me. I decoded it, revealing a set of design blueprints. The drop rates this run are actually decent. 2 little golds in no time flat. My eyes drifted to a red medical kit sitting nearby. I pressed my palms together, whispering a prayer for it to contain the resuscitation ventilator. I popped the lid, and though I didn't see the ventilator, my eyes widened at the sight of a red injector. Superman. An actual Superman, or as it was properly called, a strength enhancement injector. I tried to buy one before entering, but the vendor had stared at me like I was speaking gibberish. He hadn't even heard of it. In the confidential Northridge, this was an absolute necessity. Without it, if you ran out of stamina during extraction and ran into a sniper, you might as well just lay down and weep. Teacher Chi, what is that red thing? A student asked, frantically flipping through their textbook to no avail. Teacher Q, I hesitated, his confidence wavering. It must be something worthless. If it were valuable, the textbook would have documented it, wouldn't it? If anyone else were holding it, he would have labeled it trash instantly. But because it was me, and because I looked visibly excited, he held back. I touched only 3 containers, yet the value already surpassed 200,000 credits. I prepared to head to the opposite guest room to check the other computer. As I passed one of the rooms, I habitually glanced inside and froze. Sitting on a desk, clear as day, was a legendary red-tier item worth nearly 2 million credits, the Claudius bust. Holy sh! I couldn't help the curse that slipped out. Someone might ask, what do you do if you don't have a room key? I simply raised my rifle and shattered the glass. I scrambled into the room, a grin spreading across my face. I'm really starting to love this place. In the game, being able to pull an item like this would be a miracle, but here in the 3rd district, I was basically robbing the place blind. Just as I leaned down to cradle the Claudius bust, a booming, grand classical symphony began to play. What? How? The sudden, jarring music startled me so badly, I nearly dropped the statue. In the game, if there was a boss unit in the hotel, you'd know about it long before you stepped through the door. I've got a bad feeling about this. I stood there, paralyzed, as the classical symphony echoed through the hotel. In the game, if a boss unit like Rouse was present, the music would signal their presence long before I reached the room. But here, the music had started mid-operation. This was a variable I hadn't accounted for. I've got a bad feeling about this. Boss, your prediction was spot on. We've got a rat in the trap, a guard chirped, groveling before Rouse. Hey, HMPH. These damn foreign rats. They think they can just waltz in here and loot my hotel, Rouse growled. I heard heavy boots thudding against the staircase, moving toward the second floor. My pulse hammered against my ribs. They have independent consciousness? Back in the standard Northridge and Dam areas, the shield bearers I encountered would recite the same looped voice lines from the game, even if I blew their legs off. This was different. This was terrifying. I didn't have time to ponder the existential implications of AI evolution. I stuffed the marble bust into my pack and bolted for the window, but a sharp crack of gunfire forced me to stumble back. Thought you could steal from me and just walk out, Rouse sneered. As the door kicked open, I didn't hesitate. I whipped out my kinetic propulsion device and fired it point blank at the threshold. It didn't deal damage, but the impact sent the lead guard sprawling. Taking advantage of the chaos, I dove into the adjacent room and braced my rifle against the doorframe. I knew that if Rouse and his goons closed the distance, especially if Rouse landed one of his signature, spine-crushing elbows, it would be lights out for me. I need a refund on this mission. A familiar, high-pitched thrum echoed through the room. A flashbang. Even through the disorientation, Rouse's voice cut through the ringing in my ears. Give it up, rat. There's no way out of that room. I ignored the taunt, shutting out the world to focus on the rhythmic tap-tap-tap of boots on the floorboards. As the first guard stepped into my line of sight, I didn't hesitate. One shot, one skull shattered. Moron, you really thought you could just stroll in here without cover, I muttered. Rouse's icy gaze narrowed. He tossed a smoke grenade into the hallway. As the gray haze billowed, the second guard tried to use it as a veil to rush my position. Nice try. I tracked his silhouette through the shifting smoke and squeezed the trigger. My first 2 shots whistled through empty air, but the remaining rounds found his chest. I didn't expect the rat to have some teeth, Rouse admitted, his voice laced with a grudging respect that only a battle-hardened warlord could muster. But Rouse wasn't an amateur. He signaled to the 2 shield bearers flanking him, and a second smoke grenade landed with pinpoint accuracy, perfectly daisy-chaining with the first. The hallway was now a wall of impenetrable white fog. I scrambled to reload, listening intently to the floorboards. 3 sets of footsteps, 2 in front, 1 lagging behind. The formation was textbook. The shields were taking the vanguard. I could track their position through the audio cues, but there was no way to land a precision shot through the narrow gaps in their shields. In such a tight space, facing Rouse's lethal melee prowess was a death sentence. I reached a desperate conclusion. I dumped my pack and pulled out my loot. The Asala feature goblet, the design blueprints, the strength enhancement injector, and the heavy Claudius bust. How the hell am I supposed to stash all this? The first 3 were easy enough to shove into my pockets and waistband, but the bust? That was pushing the limits of physics. Well, that escalated quickly. I bit my lip, grit my teeth, and jammed everything into my pants, creating a frantic, bulging mess. In the adrenaline-fueled panic, I completely forgot one critical detail. Across the district, the teachers and students watching my live feed were staring at the screen in stunned, collective silence. The classroom was deathly silent, the air thick with an awkward, heavy tension. The shock and envy that had been circulating moments ago regarding my loot drop evaporated, replaced by a collective, bewildered horror. Even Teacher Chi, who had been mid-explanation of my desperate survival tactics, froze, his voice hitching as if he were choking on his own spit. My last brain cell just gave up. Is he seriously still thinking about the bust at a time like this? Someone whispered. Holy crap, Weishin didn't just stuff it in his pants, he stuffed it in his pants. Is that why he never hangs out with girls? Is he into, traditional opera or something? Now that you mention it, Zhao Chuang has been acting weirdly close to him today. You don't think? The speculation was spiraling into territory no one dared to voice. Enough. Quiet down. We're still in class. Teacher Q, I snapped, his face flushing a deep mortified crimson. He adjusted his glasses, clearing his throat awkwardly. While we advocate for personal freedom, I really don't want this specific incident to leave this room. I stood there, the weight of the Claudius bust heavy in my trousers, and raised my rifle for one last, futile stand. But just as I leveled the barrel at the hallway, a hand shot out from the swirling smoke and clamped firmly around the muzzle. With a sickening crunch, the barrel of my M7 assault rifle shattered like glass under a hydraulic press. That's not terrifying at all. Bang. A boot connected with my chest, launching me backward like a rag doll. I slammed into the wall, the air exploding from my lungs. If I hadn't pre-dosed with painkillers, that kick would have knocked me unconscious instantly. Boss, your kick is legendary, a guard cheered. Rouse stepped forward, his eyes dropping to my bulging crotch. He gave a twisted, mocking smile. I've got to admit, kid, you've got talent. It's a pity you're up against me. If you tried this on that idiot said, you might have actually pulled it off. Rouse leaned in, callous fingers tapping my cheek. I gathered the metallic taste of blood in my mouth and spat a glob of it right into his face. Feeling brave because you know you'll respawn, are you? Rouse didn't get angry. He simply wiped the blood from his eyes, leaned close to my ear, and whispered, when the sky reflects the flames, I'll come looking for you. With a casual, brutal motion, he grabbed my head. The world ended in a sickening pop. Boss, the bust is gone, a guard shouted, sprinting back from the room. What do you mean gone? He never left that room, Rouse roared. But the facts remained. The statue had vanished. Rouse's fury was a storm, but it was powerless against the void. I was yanked back to reality, jolting upright at the entry portal, soaked in my own blood. Quick, we've got a casualty here. Fujai screamed. Zhao Chuang scrambled over, shoving a painkiller into my hand. Bro, you've got to hang in there, Fujai yelled, his voice laced with frantic blame. I told you not to go into the confidential area, but you never listen. Official medics swarmed us with trauma kits and surgical equipment. Thanks to the advanced medical tech of the 3rd District, my body knit itself back together in minutes, though a jagged, permanent scar remained where Rouse had grabbed me. I shot up, hyperventilating, scanning the area until I was certain I was safe. Rouse's raw, monstrous strength and his uncanny, near-human presence had left a deep, jagged mental wound. Are you okay? Zhao Chuang asked, his face pale. I'm fine, I rasped, though I realized something else. My crotch was swollen to an alarming size. Fujai stared at it, eyes wide. What the hell happened down there? As the medics packed up, 2 of the female nurses lingered for a second too long, casting lingering, confused glances at my groin. Once the crowd thinned, I reached into my pants and pulled out the gleaming, dark gold bust. Wait, you actually died. And you still brought it out? Fujai gasped. I whipped around and slapped him across the face. Shut up! What are you yelling about? I froze. A sudden, blinding wave of rage had washed over me, the irrational, violent urge to kill Fuji. I reeled back, clutching my head. I'm sorry. I don't know why, I just did that. Fuj, I rubbed his cheek, his expression turning grave. It's okay. How did you die? Rouse crushed my head. Fuj, I nodded grimly. That explains it. Head injuries carry the most complex side effects. He paused, narrowing his eyes. But Rouse crushed your head? Are you sure? That's not a move I've ever heard of him using. He's right. My memories must be corrupted. Forget it, I muttered, my patience fraying like a worn rope. Just tell me what this thing does. And don't ask how I brought it out, I just shoved it in my pants. Fujai sighed, clearly humoring a mental patient. The Claudius bust. My father mentioned it. Its effect is, let me think, it's for conquest. Conquest? It forces soldiers to pledge absolute loyalty to you. You just have to stand in front of an Asala guard, hold it over your head, and shout. Fuge. I was interrupted by a commotion nearby. A group of medics was talking loudly. Did you hear? Some lunatic in the confidential Northridge got beaten to a bloody pulp. Probably fried his brain from the side effects. Fujai and I both paled, the sheer absurdity of the situation sinking in. I really should have stayed in bed today. Are you absolutely sure about this? I asked, eyeing the Claudius bust with deep suspicion. The method of transport felt, at the very least, professionally humiliating. It was just, not something you explain to a bank teller. Trust me, my old man swore by it. He knew more about the red tier loot than anyone, Fujai insisted. I gave a hesitant nod. All right, keep it in the warehouse for now. I handed the bust to Fuji, my heart still racing from the encounter with Rouse. Are you coming with me? Fuj, I tucked the statue away. No, I need to grind some credits. The bounty tournament starts soon. I pulled the Asala feature goblet and the blueprints from my pants, desperate to be rid of the evidence, and sprinted toward the nearest trade station. Boss, what's the payout on these? Around 110,000, he grunted. I took the credits and practically flew to the equipment stall. I burned almost the entire sum on a stripped-down MP5 and some basic supplies. My balance hit zero faster than a bad investment. I need a refund. I held on to that strength enhancement injector, though, with little time left before the 4 p.m. tournament, I'd need its boost to maximize my efficiency. I'd had a taste of those sweet loot tables, but I had zero desire to cross paths with that nightmare, Rouse, ever again. I dove into the confidential armory. I had roughly an hour and 40 minutes left, enough time for 3 quick runs if I played my cards right. Each match needed to yield at least 2 million credits to keep me in the game. I spawned at the number 1 position near the substation. Forget the small safes or equipment crates. I sprinted straight for the administration building. Without a second thought, I plunged the strength enhancement injector into my left arm. A rush of raw, synthetic power surged through my veins, accompanied by a frantic, buzzing high, buffed and manic. I tore across the map toward the admin building at full sprint. Halfway there, a cold realization hit me. In the game, this injector just boosted stamina and recovery. But here, I'd sprinted from the substation to the admin building without so much as a heavy breath. That's a new level of nonsense. I reached the second floor, but the luck from my previous run had dried up. After gutting the entire East Wing, all I had to show for it was a single pirate coin. Suddenly, gunfire erupted from the West Wing. Finally, someone was serving up loot on a silver platter. I sprinted toward the West Wing, hunkered down, and let my ears do the work. I heard the distinct, metallic snip-snap of wire cutters and the rhythmic clink of armor plating being patched. I held my position. Someone had definitely died in that initial exchange. Unless one team had been wiped clean, they'd be busy reviving their teammates to ensure they were a full squad before taking on any third parties. If I rushed in now, I'd just be another corpse for the pile. Sure enough, the shooting restarted, centered in the West Wing command room, the exact spot where the large safe spawned on the balcony. One left. Keep healing, I'll cover you. The battle was nearing its climax. I crept to the door of the command room, heart drumming against my ribs. After a flurry of gunfire, silence descended. Nice. You go save him. I'll love the bodies inside. The speaker stepped out of the command room's side door and headed toward the restroom corridor. I braced myself, tracking the footsteps. I waited for that specific moment of overconfidence. As the enemy reached the threshold, lugging a corpse, I kicked open the rear door. I triggered the kinetic propulsion device, launching myself into the air while the guy's eyes went wide with pure terror. I emptied my magazine into his stomach, watching him collapse. The game's propulsion kill mechanic was alive and well here in the 3rd District. I didn't pause. I vaulted toward the command room, catching the remaining enemy mid-revival. He hadn't even registered what had happened before I leveled my barrel at his shoulder. Sorry, buddy. Hopefully, that keeps the permanent damage to a minimum. I avoided his vitals, opting for a clean takedown. I cleared the bodies. These 6 had been geared to the teeth, 3 of them sporting level 4 kits. After optimizing my loadout, I hopped off the balcony and booked it for the extraction point. The effects of that red tier injector were baffling. Even laden with gear, I felt zero fatigue. The high lasted all the way to the extraction zone. I pulled out of that run with 2.6 million in loot, while my trusty MP5 like a sacrificial lamb was left behind in the admin building. Back at the entrance, I sprinted to the trade station, nonchalantly fishing the last of the miscellaneous clutter and that lone pirate coin out of my trousers. Once the transfer hit my account, I grabbed my gear and turned to leave. I sprinted toward the entrance of the Northridge Dam, my heart steady. I kept one solid level 4 kit for myself and left the fully modded M7 assault rifle ready for the next round. The next 2 runs were clinical. I played with a level of precision that made short work of the confidential zones. More importantly, I realized the effects of that red tier injector weren't just a temporary buff, it was fundamentally reinforcing my physique. By 3:37 p.m., I'd finally scraped together the entry fee for the bounty tournament. I'm here, I called out. Zhao Chuang looked up, his eyes widening at the sight of the 2 rifles strapped to my back, my overstuffed backpack, and the still conspicuously bulging front of my trousers. Wai Shen. You're a legend. Fuge. I breathed a massive sigh of relief, his tension giving way to a grin. I'm still dying to know. Man, what was the psychological state that led you to decide the crotch was the best storage space? Were you not worried about the structural integrity of your gear? Forget the jokes, we're short on time, I said, ignoring his prodding. Keep what we need, sell the rest. We headed to the trade sector's reclamation stall. Just as we arrived, a young man was screaming at the vendor. Old man, take this back. Are you kidding me? He slammed an Asala feature goblet onto the counter. Young man, why on earth would you want to return this? The vendor asked, looking genuinely baffled. Are you serious? Where did you dig this up from? It smells like piss, the youth yelled, face twisted in disgust. The old vendor didn't blink. He gave a sly, knowing smile. Ah, it's your first time, isn't it? You see, this isn't just a feature goblet, it's the authentic Asala local flavor. It's an acquired taste. Doesn't that scent give your wine a certain extra kick? The young man paused, his indignation turning into a look of sheepish shame. I knew that. I just thought this one was a bit faint. I spent over 60,000 credits. I expect a full-bodied experience, not a washed-out cup. Zhao Chuang looked ready to intervene, but I grabbed his arm. Let it be. We need to get back to school and find Lin Han. Fug, I can handle the reclamation solo. Fuge, I stepped in to settle the dispute. The old vendor caught a glimpse of a golden goblet in our pile and his eyes lit up. He snatched it, inspecting the iconic, coarse hair fibers stuck to it. That's a weird hill to die on. Look, kid, no refunds, the vendor told the youth. But for an extra 10,000, I'll give you this brand new one. The one you bought was a second-hand vintage, the aroma had faded. This one is 99% pure. The youth hesitated. He plucked a hair from the cup and sniffed it, his eyes rolling back in ecstasy. It's the vendor started to explain, but the youth cut him off. Don't think I'm young and naive. I'm a veteran collector. This is the authentic Asala soak flavor. He took another deep, satisfied inhale. Old man, keep these for me. My reputation in the collector's circle depends on you. He left, clutching the cup like a holy relic. Fujai stared at the youth's retreating back, his face a mask of profound confusion. That cup, he just watched me pull that out of my pants. Life is truly stranger than fiction, Fujai muttered, shaking his head. Let's tally this up. The haul came to 2.65 million. The vendor offered 2.7 million, then leaned in toward Fuji, whispering, I know you're with him. Get him to bring in more authentic pieces. There's a fortune to be made in this niche market. I'll cut you in on the profits. When we returned to the school, a crowd of students was already gathered in the hallway. At the center of the storm was Lin Han, holding court with dramatic flair. I know everyone is furious, but I'm helpless here. He nearly bankrupted us all in that armory incident, and now he's dodging the tournament? It was entirely predictable. The students grumbled, their faces twisted with resentment. But then, a few from my class spoke up. Stop spewing garbage. The armory incident had secrets behind it, and Waishin isn't dodging anything. He just made over 6 million in 3 rounds, he's probably just selling his gear. Stop being such delusional fanboys, Lin Han sneered. We've been at the portal for hours. You think he has the guts to show up? Lin Han didn't actually want me to hide. If I stayed away, his meticulously prepared special items would go to waste. He needed to show everyone the chasm of class and capital between us. The tournament is starting. Time's up. I knew Wei Shen wouldn't miss it. The bounty tournament is just free money for him. My appearance stopped the shouting instantly. Lin Han looked like he'd been slapped. Is it true? Did this loser really spend a few hours grinding that much entry cash? I don't believe it, Lin Han muttered. He must have taken out a loan. Yeah, that's it. He laughed, his voice dripping with condescension. I'm impressed that a deadbeat like you still has a credit score high enough to get a loan. But don't say I didn't give you a way out. Since everyone is here, just admit the truth about the armory incident and pay me 1 million in damages, and I'll cancel your entry. Guol, I chimed in, tossing her hair. Exactly. A poor loser like you. If you lose the entry fee, you'll be stuck in remedial classes for years. You're a disgrace, Guol, I sneered, her voice dripping with venom. Lin Han barked a harsh laugh, and the two of them erupted into mocking cackles. The insult hit Zhao Chuang like a physical blow. He bolted forward, his leg cocked back to launch Guo Li into the wall. I was faster. Before his foot could connect, I had grabbed Guo Li by the throat. A simple squeeze was all it would take to ensure she never uttered another pathetic syllable. Fight, 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 the surrounding students chanted, hungry for a brawl. Have you already abandoned your humanity before even stepping foot in the 3rd district? The stern, booming voice cut through the madness like a blade. The chanting died instantly. I glanced up to see the principal standing there, his expression turning from stern to horrified as he took in the scene. Do you intend to kill him here? This isn't the 3rd district, boy. Death here is permanent, the principal barked. The cold gravity of his words snapped me out of my trance. I loosened my grip, and Guol I scrambled behind Lin Han, shaking and frantically wiping a cold sweat from his forehead. Normally, such low-level insults wouldn't even register, but the combination of the personal insult to my mother and the jagged, unpredictable side effects of my recent deaths had pushed me to the brink of a psychotic break. The principal's face softened slightly, though his disappointment was palpable. He had heard enough about my potential from teacher QI to know that seeing a prodigy like me throw his life away over trash like this would be a tragedy for the school. Everyone involved gets a formal demerit, the principal declared. Since you're so determined to settle this through the bounty tournament, we'll make it public. No more rumors, no more speculation, let your skill in the field decide. After this is over, I don't want to hear that name or that incident mentioned ever again. Lin Han's eyes glinted with hidden delight at the announcement of a public match, while I simply shrugged, whatever. It's all just background noise. Go to the broadcasting station, inform the staff and students to gather in the conference hall, the principal ordered. He fixed me with a sharp stare. If you lose, you're disqualified from the sniper elite competition, and your prior record will be factored into your expulsion. With that, he waved us toward the 3rd district portal. The students swarmed toward the conference hall, my classmates scrambling to claim the front row seats. How much longer? They're already late, Fudge grumbled, bored out of his mind after selling off his gear. 15 figures emerged from the portal. Why are you so slow? Fuj, I complained the moment he spotted us. Lin Han glanced at Fuji, then sneered at me. Is this the teammate you spent so much effort finding? He doesn't look like much. He wasn't wrong. Fuji's handsome face, parted hair, and suspenders made him look more like a pop idol than a seasoned operator. I ignored the taunt and walked straight to him. Let's go. Time to buy gear. Lin Han spat on the ground, furious at being ignored. Because the bounty tournament required both teams to field gear of equal value, we had to coordinate our loadouts. Lin Han's team played it safe, full level 4 kits and level 4 ammunition, with their remaining budget funneled into a semi-modified M700 for Lin Han. It was the quintessential, balanced tournament build. Then there was my team. Wei Shen, are you sure about this? Zhao Chuang asked, his voice thick with anxiety. You're basically playing a 1v3. Compared to Lin Han's cautious strategy, my loadout was pure, unadulterated madness. I was treating Fujai and Zhao Chuang like glorified inventory slots because, effectively, they were. Out of our 3 million credit budget, I blew almost everything on myself. A level 5 helmet, level 5 armor, and a fully modded as Val for close quarters mayhem. I paired it with a fully modded M700, loaded with 10 rounds of level 5 ammunition. For my teammates, I bought them basic level 4 headgear and vests. I need a refund on this sanity. That kind of arrogance will be your downfall, the principal murmured from the sidelines, watching our loadouts appear on the monitors. His face was a mask of concern. He understood the math better than anyone. Even if level 5 gear offered an edge, facing 3 converging fire lines meant a death sentence. It didn't matter if you were wearing level 5 or level 6. 3 guns trained on your legs meant you were going down. The hall erupted. I told you to get front row seats. Wei Shen's going for a 1v3. My classmates cheered, knowing full well I'd always choose the most chaotic, high-stakes route. The rest of the school, however, booed. Look at him. A parasitic bloodsucker, arming himself at the expense of his teammates' safety. Ha ha ha. Look at you. Still such a coward, Lin Han shouted, his face twisted in a smug, superior grin. You think you're good enough to hog the team's entire budget? Is this the only way you feel safe after that Baker incident? Fuji, usually the quiet one, felt his blood boil. What is wrong with these people? Have they no decency? Ignore them, I said. My head was clear, the side effects temporarily at bay, allowing me to view these petty provocations with the indifference of a man who knew his own worth. If you're a millionaire, you don't get insulted when someone mocks your 3,000 credit salary, you just find it funny. Today, I'm the millionaire. We finished our gear check. The two teams converged at the entrance of the Northridge Dam. While bounty tournaments could technically be held anywhere, even in the high-stakes confidential zones, if the dispute was particularly heated, the school prohibited us from choosing those. The risk of permanent paralysis or becoming a vegetable was, for the sake of the school's reputation, treated the same as death. We ultimately settled on the standard Northridge map. Lin Han and I handed our 3 million credits to the staff, outlining the terms of the wager. Where do you want to clash, I asked. Lin Han considered it for a moment. The substation. It's central enough. I nodded. Everything is under control, probably. I turned to Fujai and Zhao Chuang, my expression grave. Listen, once we're on the chopper, you two need to hide. I'm going in solo. I'll signal you when the area is clear. They both nodded, their faces locked in grim determination. It was almost unnerving how seriously they took it. Our landing zone was at the far edge of the map, opposite the primary extraction point. It was a hell of a trek to the substation. Even without enemies, the sheer physical exertion would be draining. If I caught a bullet halfway there, the tournament was over before it began. But that was the nature of the beast. In the 3rd district, if you couldn't survive the journey, you didn't deserve the win. Luck, after all, is just another form of skill. The substation is miles away from that drop point, I noted, checking the map. You two take your time, keep your stamina up, and just move in my direction. Once I've cleared the hostiles, I'll need you both to help me haul the loot. With the orders given, I didn't waste another second and broke into a full-throttle sprint. At the substation, Lin Han was already getting comfortable. He's a sucker for punishment, he sneered, checking his watch. If we're lucky, he'll be exhausted before he even crosses the threshold. Leader, let me check his position, Guolai chimed in. She pulled a tablet-like device from her pack, and the screen flickered to life, showing a live, bird's-eye view of me sprinting across the terrain. 0, she reported. He's just past the bridge near the cement plant. At this pace, he'll be here in under 5 minutes. 5 minutes? I actually overestimated him. Lin Han scoffed. He'll have jelly for legs by the time he reaches the gate. He's still got the audacity to challenge you despite having the situational awareness of a brick, the new recruit added with a sycophantic chuckle. Lin Han ignored him, his fingers dancing across his gear. Don't get complacent. He's running a level 5 kit. If we catch him in the open, he's dangerous. He pulled a Mandel brick from his pack, a deployable Uru patrol missile launcher, and set the coordinates. Guo Li, get to the 2nd floor balcony and hold the angle. Toad, you stay prone in the guard room. Do not move. Wait until he passes, then stand up and shred him. He turned to Guo Li, who was heading for the stairs. Wait, give me the military terminal. I need to sync it with the drone. As they moved to their designated kill zones, Lin Han ascended to the roof behind the substation's main power breakers. It was the safest vantage point, and with the military terminal feeding him real-time drone data, he could guide his missiles with surgical precision. I'm going to crush him, he thought, watching my icon sprint steadily toward his trap. Back in the school conference hall, the mood was frantic. This is rigged, that's cheating. A student shouted. The live feed from Lin Han's drone was being broadcast for everyone to see. My classmates were livid, their voices rising in protest as they watched the unfair advantage playing out on the giant screen. The principal shot them a cold, silencing glare. Sit down or get out. Do you think this is some friendly intramural match? This is a 3rd district bounty tournament. There are no rules against using special equipment. His voice was stern, but as he watched the screen, his expression shifted. The military terminal Lin Han was using could intercept signals in a wide radius. If he hadn't forced this to be public, Lin Han would have only been able to listen in on our team's tactical comms. Now, however, the playing field was tilted in a way that felt almost personal. Let's see how you handle this, the principal thought, his knuckles white. If you lose, I'll pay half your losses, but the rest is the price of your own hubris. He knew I was playing the lone wolf, ignoring the fact that my teammates had no drone coverage of their own. What he didn't know was that even if he hadn't forced the broadcast, I would have been streaming anyway, and as for the internal comms, we didn't have any to begin with. I need to start collecting more advanced tech, I thought to myself. Under the influence of the strength enhancement injector, my sprint was effortless. My breathing was rhythmic, my heart rate steady. I didn't rush into the substation. Even without active enemies, the Asala guards were always patrolling, and my level 5 headset was tuned to pick up even the softest footstep. The silence told me everything. Lin Han had arrived first and was waiting. Inside the guard room, the headsets buzzed with Lin Han's voice. He's at the gate. Toad, take the shot first, then Guoli suppress him from the rear. The coordination was professional, far above the amateur thugs I'd fought before. The students in the hall held their breath, waiting for the inevitable execution. But then, just as I reached the perimeter, I stopped dead. I turned my head, locking my gaze onto the hidden camera, and made a gesture that left Lin Han and the entire auditorium stunned. To everyone watching, this must have looked like a death wish. To all my viewers, today's lesson is a solo 3-man assault on the substation, I said, my voice projecting as if I were recording a stream. Based on the lack of guard movement, they're already dug in. Pushing the front door would mean walking into 3 crossfires. Without a beat, I veered off course, sprinting toward the rear entrance. On the roof, Lin Han furrowed his brow, his jaw tightening. For a fleeting second, when I'd locked eyes with the camera, it felt like I was looking straight through the lens at him. Is it possible he can actually see the cloaked drone? Cold sweat broke across his forehead. That's a new level of nonsense. I reached the gap in the substation's rear wall. My ears pricked up a faint, rhythmic shuffle coming from the second floor, right by the lockers. I leaned in and spoke toward the empty air. Substation, second floor. Movement detected. I added a signature streamer flare. If I manage to wipe these guys, make sure to hit that like button. I vaulted over the wall. Guo Li, watch out. He's right behind you. It was too late. I unleashed a thumper grenade, the blast shattering the lockers and sending Guo Li tumbling back toward the staircase. In the same motion, I surged through the broken window. Rat-a-tat-tat. The distinct, suppressed bark of Maya's Val filled the room. Guo Li, frantic and barely coherent from Lin Han's warning, scrambled to cover. As she hit the floor, the thumper grenade which had bounced off the stairs detonated. The sheer concussive force flipped her onto her back. This is getting out of hand. Suddenly, the sky screeched. A patrol missile. I froze for a heartbeat. That's a spectacular failure. I dove toward the stairs, desperate to finish Guo Li before the missile landed. But the roar grew deafening. I was 5 meters away when the drone-guided projectile angled downward, slamming into the concrete mere inches from my position. The blast tore through my right side. My arm and leg were a mangled, bloody mess. If it had been a direct hit, I'd be a memory. But luck, or perhaps just sheer, unadulterated spite had kept me alive. I'd meant to execute Guo Li, but that missile had arrived in under 2 seconds. Up on the roof, Lin Han watched the feed, his eyes glowing with sadistic glee. He's heavily damaged. Guo Li, turn around and finish him. Toad, get in there and support. He yanked the M700 off his back, aiming through the scope at the second floor window. Down on the floor, I didn't reach for a medkit. I switched my rifle to my left hand and took aim at the stairwell, my mind racing. Roof. That's where the missile came from. 2 sets of footsteps approached, one near, one far. Toad had been hiding in the guard room the whole time. I should have trusted my instincts and avoided the front, but at least I didn't walk into that one. Guo L. I was regrouping at the stairwell corner. She wouldn't peek alone. She was waiting for Toad. I fired single, rhythmic shots from Maya's Val, not to kill, but to pin her down. I was playing a waiting game, counting the seconds for my kinetic propulsion device to cool down. I'm waiting on my cooldown. What are you waiting for? To die. I remembered their cowardice back at school. I made a reckless choice. Right as they were getting into position to push, I popped a painkiller. In a game, it's all about who exploits the opening first. Guo L. I heard the click of the bottle and panicked, assuming I was trying to bait her into a peek. She hesitated. That split second of doubt was all I needed. As Toad's footsteps thundered closer, the painkiller kicked in, numbing the agony in my limbs just enough to restore my mobility. I scrambled deeper into the room, breaking their angle. He's on the left side of the stairs. Pre-fire the left flank. Lin Han's voice crackled through their headsets. Then a faint metallic click echoed above them. Sorry, but this is checkmate. I didn't forget the sniper on the roof. As they rounded the corner, I performed a quick, jerky squat. It was a simple bait, but Lin Han took it. Crack. A sniper round whistled through the space where my head had been a millisecond before. Damn it, Lin Han roared, having realized he just wasted a shot on a ghost. As he worked the bolt, Go Li and Toad rushed the stairs, pre-firing exactly where I'd been, but they weren't aiming at a target. I was already airborne, propelled by my device, floating over the stairwell. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The Asval hummed. Standing in a perfect line, they didn't stand a chance. They dissolved into loot boxes before they even hit the ground. Lin Han reset his scope, only to watch my body hit the floor and roll, already out of his crosshairs. He slammed his fist into the roof, his eyes burning with frantic, unadulterated hatred. Down in the conference hall, the silence was deafening. Am I watching a movie? Seriously, we should cherish this. While it's free, they'll be charging admission for this level of gameplay soon enough. The classmates who had been sweating bullets just moments ago were now on their feet, erupting in cheers. I'm writing my own apology letter the second I get home. I shouldn't have doubted the god of why, even with the enemy hacking. I'm such an idiot. My hands are still shaking, another student muttered, staring at the screen in disbelief. Is that even humanly possible? That reaction time. How did he even dare to pop a painkiller in a situation like that? That was a death sentence a dozen times over. Even the principal sat frozen, his eyes glued to the display. Around him, the faculty were whispering frantically. Teacher Q, I was practically vibrating with pride, puffing out his chest. Well, Teacher Wang, care to point out which student in your class could pull that off? And you, Teacher Liu, where's your golden child Gao Tianyu? Put him up against that, and let's see. The two teachers mentioned looked like they'd just swallowed something particularly sour, their faces a deep shade of liver. I'm sure little Zhao could have managed it. one stammered, though the conviction was entirely absent. Meanwhile, on the roof, Lin Han wasn't just waiting for his thumper grenade to reload, he was trying to process the impossible. My push had been lightning fast, from the grenade blast to the propulsion-boosted entry. It had taken less than 0.2 seconds. It was basically simultaneous. Yet, Guol, I had reacted instantly, diving away before I even landed. That reaction time is beyond human limits, I thought, a cold smile spreading across my face. If you have reflexes like that, why run? Why not just pull the trigger? It wasn't just Guo Li. The patrol missile had been launched far too accurately, and Lin Han, who clearly owned a sniper rifle, had opted for the missile instead. There was only one explanation. Lin Han had a live feed of my location. He can see me through the drone. So that's why you didn't hold the angle with your rifle, I realized. You were trying to bomb me the second I rounded that corner. You brought a red tier item just to bait me into a trap. Well, that's a bold strategy. I felt a strange surge of excitement. Good to know. I sprinted toward his position, sticking to the blind spots until I was crouched right under the wall of his roof. I glanced up at the hovering drone, my expression mocking. You want to play peekaboo? Let's see how you like the view from down here. Lin Han, watching through his terminal, felt his hair stand on end as he saw my smile on his screen. He swiveled his M250 toward the only way up the forklift. Even if you know where I am, it doesn't matter. High ground was absolute. Besides, the tournament rules were clear. Leave the combat zone, and it's an automatic loss. I had to climb up that forklift, and he had me dead to rights. I can't lose. He took a steadying breath, his finger tightening on the trigger. On the screen, I finally moved. But it wasn't the clumsy climb he expected. I sprinted, kicked off the wall, and caught the metal mesh of the substation's frame. I scrambled up, my eyes locking onto Lin Han. Through the drone feed, he watched his own back as I leveled my weapon at his head. He tried to pivot, but the real world didn't work like a mouse and keyboard game. A 90-degree turn took precious time. I didn't give him any. I launched myself off the mesh with the propulsion device, closing the distance in a blur. I landed in front of him, the muzzle of my Asval pressed firmly against his forehead. You're a pathetic amateur, Lin Han. You never stood a chance. The realization hit him like a physical blow. He'd risked everything, even stealing his father's private military terminal, and he'd still been dismantled with insulting ease. What a waste, I thought, glancing at the missile launcher that had vanished into thin air. The past looks like tournament gear doesn't drop on death, just like my propulsion device. I went to pull the trigger, but a thought occurred to me. Wait, doesn't this place have team comms? I fumbled with my headset, plugging the mic in and adjusting the frequency. Testing, testing. Can you hear me? A split second later, Zhao Chuang's voice crackled through the earpiece. Wai Shen? Is it over? It's finished. Get over here and help me with the loot. I tossed the useless helmet aside and started looting. My fingers brushed against a familiar, heavy object, the military terminal. So, this is what you used to stalk me. A 2-slot red tier item. I hadn't realized how powerful this thing really was. I played with the interface, and suddenly, the feed shifted to show my own retreating back. Now this. This is content, I mused, just missing the live chat. I kept tapping, and suddenly, the comms channels erupted with chatter. Boss, let's just extract. Why risk more? We snagged plenty of loot from the admin building. You idiot. High risk, high reward. The substation was a meat grinder. They're definitely busy looting. We camped the perimeter and picked them off like vultures. I tapped the toggle button. Another channel opened. Substation loot should be top tier, but let's take the long way around and avoid the extraction points. I heard missiles earlier. Too dangerous. I cycled through a few more. It was glorious. The terminal's reach was even better than I'd imagined. I could deduce exactly how many squads were left in the match just by listening to the chatter. I pocketed the terminal, swapped into Lin Han's brand new MK2 level 4 armor, and adjusted my headset. Zhao Chuang, I said into the mic, my voice calm and authoritative. Ready for the next phase? I've spotted a few rats nearby. I'm going to clean them up. You guys stay put and wait for my signal. Understood, Wai Shen. I'd been listening to the first team's comms through the terminal. They were pushing out of the admin building. After mapping their potential routes, I vaulted over a crumbling wall. My M700 rifle held steady. A minute later, the threat was neutralized. Area clear. You two can move up. Once the coast was truly clear, Fuj Ai and Zhao Chuang arrived. Took you long enough, I joked. There are 2 bodies on the 2nd floor. Grab their gear. Zhao Chuang grunted, already moving to strip the loot while Fuj Ai followed suit. Within 2.5 minutes, Lin Han's team had been picked clean. I was now holding an Asval, an M250 general-purpose machine gun, and 2 M700 sniper rifles. It was a haul. If we split the total value of this tournament purse, everyone walked away with about 2 million credits. Compared to the million or so we'd scraped together during our first extraction, this felt like a massive payday. Zhao Chuang was already packing the level 4 kit he'd brought in initially. Here, carry these, I said, tossing him the 2 sniper rifles and the M250. My back felt lighter instantly. We didn't stick around. We exited the substation and successfully made our way to the extraction point. We appeared back at the entrance, the air still thick with tension. Lin Han and his cohorts were standing off to the side, looking completely defeated. I didn't even give them a second glance. I walked straight up to the tournament official, nodded, and waited. "Hello. I'm here to collect the winnings." The official checked the digital logs, scanned my device, and processed the transfer. 3 million credits hit my account instantly. I offered a satisfied nod, signaled for Fujai and Zhao Chuang to follow, and turned away. We left the Northridge Dam entrance without once looking back at Lin Han. The feeling of being completely, utterly ignored seemed to sting Lin Han more than the defeat itself. He stood there, shoulders slumped, looking like he almost wanted me to come back and gloat, just so he could feel something other than this crushing shame. "Leader, should we ask him for some of the money back?" Guol, I whispered, terrified. "This tournament cost me my entire savings. You promised we would win." Toad chimed in, equally desperate. "Yeah, Lin Han, I'm tapped out." Lin Han's eyes flared with disgust. "Shut it. You think you lost more than me. You two only put up 1 million each. I put up 4 million plus the military terminal." He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. "It's just money. I can earn it back. If he can make 6 million in a day, so can I." Li hesitated, her gaze dropping to the ground. "Leader, our average extraction rate is barely 20%. Even then, 6 million is." She trailed off, not daring to look him in the eye. To her surprise, Lin Han didn't snap. Instead, a twisted, predatory confidence took hold of his expression. "I already have a foolproof plan. I've been developing this strategy since I first got my hands on the patrol missile." He pulled out a crumpled map. "Leader, what is this?" Lin Han checked his surroundings, then leaned in, whispering, "This is the map of the aerospace base." Toad and Guol gasped. Being able to navigate a zone without getting lost was the mark of a seasoned veteran, but even for those joining private security firms, familiarizing themselves with the dam or the valley was one thing. The armory and the aerospace base were confidential zones with exponentially higher entry costs and risk. Most professionals were still just exploring them. For Lin Han to have a map this precise, it was insane. "Don't ask questions you don't want the answer to," Lin Han growled. He pointed to 3 distinct exit points on the map. "No matter which route they take, they have to cross this bridge. The 3 of us each take a sniper rifle, plus my patrol missile. Nobody leaves that bridge alive. I call it the bridge block." A manic, feverish light danced in his eyes. "Leader, you're a genius." "Guol," I exclaimed, hope flooding her voice. "It's still theoretical," Lin Han admitted. "The missile didn't get the kill earlier against his level 5 kit, which is why everything else went south. I'll ask my contact for more. He picked up this Mandel brick from some idiot a few days ago. I'll try my luck again. If the bridge strategy works, we'll make the money back in no time." While they plotted, Fujai and I were busy with the payout. "I can't take this," Fujai said, pushing the credits back. "You put up the capital and you did all the heavy lifting. I was just taking up space." Zhao Chuang scratched the back of his head, nodding. "Yeah, Wai Shen. We feel like thieves taking this." "Stop it. We're a team. 1 million each. Take it, or I'll be annoyed." They finally relented. "Thanks, brother," Fujai said, a grin forming. "Next raid, I'm buying the kit." Zhao Chuang didn't say much, but the way he looked at me held a new, quiet resolve. As we prepped to head back to school, I paused. "Hey, Fuji. Which special action company are you actually working for?" It was a question that had been eating at me for a while. Fuj, I looked older than this body I was inhabiting, and there was a professional edge to him that suggested he'd seen things far beyond the walls of our school. "I've reached the age of graduation, but the problem is, getting into the 3rd district requires a sponsorship. You either join a corporation or get recruited through your school." I figured I'd take this chance to grill Fujii about how this world's special action companies actually operate. "Wait, you're not a corporate employee?" I asked, frowning. "Fuj." I looked up, scratching his head. "I am the owner." "What?" Zhao Chuang and I said in unison. Even though I didn't know much about these companies, I knew enough about the risks and rewards of the 3rd district to realize they were massive players. For Fuji to be an owner, that was a serious amount of capital. "My dad started it." "Fuj," I explained with a shrug. "When he passed, I inherited it. Honestly, I've been meaning to invite you guys to join, but, well, my company probably isn't the right fit for you." "Why's that?" "Every company has a niche," he said. "Combat corporations are like you. They kill for cash, or they take escort missions where they're paid in rare items instead of money. It's basically just flipping rare loot for profit. Then there are intelligence firms. They map out dangerous regions and sell the data. And the entertainment ones? They stick to low-risk zones, providing emotional value to wealthy clients, if you get what I mean." I nodded. It sounded like the gaming industry back home: escort clubs, power leveling services, and content creators. Interesting choice. "So, what's your company's business model?" Fuji's eyes dimmed. "The other types of firms have a real workflow. My dad's business was a one-man show. He specialized in locating specific, high-rarity items. Even the top-tier combat firms would contract him for jobs that were too elusive for them. But since I took over," he sighed, "in 2.5 years, I found exactly 1 military drone, and the authorities forced me to hand it over. I've had 0 contracts since, but the tax man doesn't care if you have 0 revenue. I have to grind my life away in the 3rd district just to keep the business from going under. I don't want his legacy to die with me. That's a spectacular failure, I thought, though I couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. I had less than a month until graduation. If I didn't join a company, I'd be locked out of the 3rd district for good. And if I joined a big firm, I'd be saddled with quotas and mandatory missions that would destroy my efficiency in hunting for the resuscitation ventilator. What if I joined your company? I asked suddenly. Fuji's jaw dropped. You? But I can't even afford to cover your gear costs. He stopped, realizing how ridiculous that sounded. For a guy who could rake in millions in a single afternoon, gear coupons were basically chump change. It doesn't matter, I said. As long as you don't restrict my freedom, I'll handle the orders on the side. That's a deal. If you're serious, we split the profits, 8 for you, 2 for me. I'll take the smaller cut. I'm just happy you're in. Fuj, I was beaming. Given my performance, any top-tier firm would have been desperate to sign me. Joining a small, failing outfit was a win-win. We exchanged some good-natured ribbing, and then I headed back to school with Zhao Chuang. You go ahead to class, I told Zhao Chuang before turning toward the administration wing. I followed the principal into his office. Standing face-to-face with the old man, I felt a bit out of place. He seemed to read my discomfort. I thought Teacher QI was exaggerating about you, but after today's performance, I see he was actually understating it, the principal said, shooting a glare at the empty space where QI usually stood. He is such a brilliant student and he didn't tell me? And he let you carry that much injustice? He leaned forward. Give me the truth about that operation, kid. I'll broadcast it to the whole school and clear your name. I stayed silent for a long moment. I need a refund on this entire conversation. Why would I need him to clear my name? The bounty tournament had already played out in public. The rumors were dead, and Lin Han and Guolai were already social pariahs. They were going to be treated like vermin for the rest of the school year. I didn't need to say a word. The principal didn't blink at my lack of response. He cleared his throat. The school board has decided. Until you graduate, you're in charge of the curriculum. I frowned. He wasn't joking. Look, the conference hall was a zoo after your match. Some students were even talking about having your children. It's chaos, he added. The students are too distracted to sit through normal lectures. They only want to watch your raids, so I don't want you teaching in a classroom. I want you to enter the 3rd district, broadcast it to the whole school, and conduct live tactical lessons based on real-time situations. This is fine. It was basically just streaming. But I wasn't going to make it that easy. I scratched my head, playing up the difficulty. Principal, that's going to be pretty tough to manage. He didn't miss a beat. I'll give you a reward. I'll pull strings for you. Any footage that shouldn't be seen, I'll bury it. That's not the flibuis you think it is. Is that really the reward? Don't be so gloomy. There's a real reward too. I leaned in, my skepticism high. I'm listening. And no, I'm not going to ask what it is first. You'll be the chief examiner for the graduation trials. The students will be deployed in waves, and you'll be the one deciding their grades based on their combat performance. It's high stakes, high impact, and a lot more valuable than a written test. This is a disaster in slow motion. With me teaching, the students' passion for learning was already reaching a fever pitch. But making me the examiner, that was like throwing gasoline on a bonfire. Who wouldn't give their absolute all when they had the chance to challenge their idol? I'm going to need a real reward for this, I said, my expression serious. There were over 2,000 students in this school. Even if I took them on in small squads of a dozen, the sheer time commitment would be insane. I didn't mind doing the live-streamed lectures for free, it was just my process, but this graduation testing was going to eat into my time for hunting down the resuscitation ventilator. The principal studied me for a moment. I recall you died in Baksh once. And those scars you're sporting, the reward for this will be an ECMO. Deal. I didn't hesitate for a second. The ECMO was a 9-slot top-tier medical item. Its rarity was legendary, and its ability to clear negative status effects was exactly what I needed, second only to the ventilator itself. Good. Don't slack off, kid. That ECMO is coming out of my own pocket, the principal grumbled. Now get out of here. Class starts tomorrow. I left his office, but the moment I stepped into the hall, a student spotted me. Wai Shin is here. Before I could process what was happening, the thunder of footsteps echoed from every direction. My heightened senses made the stampede feel like a migraine waiting to happen. Wai Shin, have my children. I love you, Wai Shin. Look at me, look at me. At that moment, I finally understood why celebrities carried bodyguards. It was utter chaos. I barely managed to escape the horde and retreated to the safety of my home. I checked my bank balance. 9,107,593 credits. It was a cold, clinical number. That was the result of using a lower percentage recycling stall. If I'd been smarter, I'd be well over 10 million, after sending $1 million to Dr. Zhao. For my medical expenses, I still had 8 million left. I debated for a second, and tacked on another 2 million. That's a future me problem. Dr. Zhao immediately sent back a string of question marks. Money is burning a hole in my pocket, and I don't even know how to spend it. Is this what being poor for too long does to a person? I sat in the evening gloom, wanting to treat myself, but I had absolutely no idea how to do it. I should have stayed in bed. The next day, the school's conference hall was packed to the gills. I got here half an hour early. How is the back row already full? a student lamented. Save it, another grumbled from the middle rows, glaring at the front. Those guys probably camped out here overnight. The students in the front row smirked in triumph. Since the school announced that the curriculum until graduation would consist entirely of watching my live raids, and that the final exam had been replaced by a full school assault on me, the Weishin fan club had gone nuclear. Some kids were literally telling their parents they were living in the conference hall until graduation. The principal and the faculty watched the scene with a mix of exhaustion and resignation. They'd spent years trying to inspire these kids, only to realize my influence was worth more than their entire department. Well, nobody can say we're boring. At least the students were actually motivated now. Without skills, they'd be chewed up and spat out by the big corporations within a week, eventually reduced to failing entrepreneurs at the bottom of the food chain. Teacher Chi, call him. Don't keep these little monsters waiting, the principal sighed. Just then, the massive screen flickered to life. The hall erupted. It's starting. Wei Shen is invincible. Quiet, where is he? Who are those two teammates? I've never seen them. On screen, I stood in my level 4 kit, gripping a fully modded as Val. Beside me were two middle-aged men I'd been forced to pick up via random matchmaking because the game refused to let me enter the Bax region solo. We dropped into the Asera camp. The moment my boots hit the ground, one of my teammates barked, "Hey kid, listen up, follow my lead and do exactly what I say. Got it?" The other one grumbled, "I told you not to bring him. A student is just a waste of space, he'll probably just get us killed." I did not sign up for this. If I hadn't promised the principal I'd use this to teach, I would have put a bullet in both of them right there. Learning how to deal with toxic teammates was, after all, a core part of the 3rd District curriculum. I flashed a polite, practiced smile. Understood. Satisfied by my submission, they grunted. "Kid, you stay here. I'm going to hit the small safe." "We're wasting time," I warned. "If there's anyone near the mountain city, you're going to die trying to loot that safe." They ignored me entirely. One of them jogged to the safe. "Hey, luck's on my side. A medal," while the other raided a medical crate. "Sweet, 50k, plus a green venom canister." He waved the loot in my face, grinning. "See, we got the goods. Are we dead?" "No. Stop standing there like a statue, kid. Let's strip the camp clean." We cleared the place out, but the mood soured fast. What the hell? The first 2 boxes were treasure, and now it's all trash. I thought this raid was going to be loaded. Suddenly, gunfire erupted from the Royal Museum. I started to pivot toward the sound, but my teammate caught my arm. "Hold it, kid. Where do you think you're going?" "They're fighting. I'm going to check it out," I replied calmly. "You probably found something good, didn't you? We were nice enough to bring you along. Don't think you can hog the loot." "I only grabbed one soldier's rifle." "I don't believe you." "Let me check your chest, rig, and pockets," the bald guy insisted. The other one laughed. "Forget him. If he wants to go play hero and die, let him. You actually think he's telling the truth?" These students would wet themselves the second they heard a gunshot. The guy sneered. He probably just stumbled onto some loot and got cocky. As his tone grew more agitated, his partner shot him a series of sharp glances. "Fine, kid. If you're so eager to go die, be my guest." I tuned them out. On the way to the museum, I made sure to stay focused, using the moment to address my audience. "Students, listen up. When you're forced into random squads, always keep your eyes peeled. Did you see the looks they were exchanging? They're trying to use me as bait. If you ever find yourself in a situation with this kind of internal bullying, just get out while you can." By then, I'd reached the back door of the museum and vaulted up to the 2nd floor. Almost immediately, 2 soft, rhythmic footsteps echoed from the direction I'd just come from. I should have trusted my instincts. I shook my head in silent resignation. It was my 2 teammates. I'd known from the moment I arrived in this world that people would be scummy, but in a game, people act like trash for virtual currency here. With actual, tangible riches on the line, the desperation is on a whole different level. Honestly, Fujai is the only decent person I've met. He practically handed me a full kit the first time we spoke. Inside the museum, the faint sound of a rescue operation drifted up to me. In the 2nd floor safe room, someone was patching up an injury, while near the staircase connecting the ground floor to the basement, another figure was hidden behind a folding screen, reviving a downed comrade. I caught a glimpse of 3 death boxes in the lobby, too. It was clear. The team in the safe room and the one behind the screen were working together. The positioning was tricky. I decided to hold my ground. From this window, I had a perfect angle on anyone exiting the safe room. In a standard game, I would have just rushed in if I failed. I'd just respawn. But here, the random post-match injuries were a real, lingering threat. I had to play it smart. "That hurts like hell," a man wailed, clutching his chest after being revived. A sharp-eyed middle-aged man finished the revive and, instead of looting, started repairing his armor. "Sorry, boss. Didn't mean to let you get dropped." "It's fine, fine. At least you got me up before I caught a permanent injury," the boss replied. "Go ahead and heal up, boss. I'll clear out the loot." I watched from the window and raised an eyebrow. So, he's a professional escort target? That explained a lot. Anyone working as a high-end escort in the 3rd District was usually a cut above the average player in terms of gear and skill. I was glad I hadn't been reckless. "Boss, you good?" A crisp, feminine voice called out from the doorway. "I'm fine. "Take out the rat at the window on your right," the man behind the screen replied. The moment he spoke, I moved. I lunged, utilizing my propulsion device to launch myself into the museum. I didn't bother checking their gear. My eyes were locked on their legs the second I pulled the trigger. The woman escorting them was no amateur. Even as I surged through the air, she locked onto me instantly. She was fast, but I was faster. The high rate of fire from Maya's Val shredded her defenses, and she collapsed in defeat. I didn't hesitate, immediately swapping to my T-73 mortar to fire a round into the ground floor wall. Then, the unexpected happened. The mortar round was somehow caught and lobbed right back at me. I barely had time to trigger my propulsion device, rocketing into the safe room just as the blast detonated where I'd been standing. I scrambled to reload my nearly empty magazine in the safe room. Below, the distinct hum of a Red Wolf exclusive exoskeleton filled the air. I peered out from the safe room, ready to ambush, but a triple-barrel hand cannon blast forced me to retreat deeper into the room. The guy, Chen Yu, didn't hesitate. He surged toward the second floor, sliding into the safe room with his gun leveled at the door. I countered with my own slide, and for a split second our eyes met as we crossed paths. Time seemed to stop. Doesn't this guy have a power exoskeleton? How is his slide speed faster than mine? We both squeezed our triggers with a fraction of a second's delay. Because Chen Yu had slightly misjudged my initial position, he was a hair too slow. My bullet found its mark first. I didn't bother with the boss downstairs. He was still busy performing surgery on himself, so I downed a medkit, patched myself up, and vaulted over the railing. After finishing off the last target, I finally let out a long, shaky breath. I'd won that encounter, but Chen Yu had left a lasting impression. No wonder students are required to team up. If this was the caliber of the competition, the survival rate for students would be well below 10%, even in squads. Don't copy that move, students. There was a lot of luck involved, I told the stream. Holy crap, that flying maneuver was insane. I think the last part of what Weishin said was totally unnecessary. Seriously, who the hell could even learn that? While the students were still fanboying over my kill streak, the atmosphere at the faculty table had shifted. The principal and the teachers looked deeply concerned. Principal, if I'm not mistaken, that was. The principal let out a long, weary sigh. How did this kid manage to provoke Chen Yu, of all people? The students didn't know the name, but the veteran teachers did. Chen Yu, the Jade, was a legend in the 3rd District. His name was whispered with a mix of awe and terror, and his reputation for being as cold and unyielding as his namesake was known to everyone in the industry. Well, that's a red flag with extra red. Being in the same region as Chen Yu was a death sentence for anyone else. They were essentially just inmates waiting for their time. But what made him truly infamous, what cemented his terrifying reputation, was his recall. Chen Yu had a memory like a steel trap. If you crossed him once, he wouldn't just remember it. He'd remember the exact date, the hour, and the specific way you slighted him. And in the next encounter, he would meticulously target the one part of your body that would cause the most lingering, agonizing injury before finishing you off. I heard about some guy who crossed him once. Later on, Chen Yu tracked him down and crushed his spine, leaving him permanently paralyzed. Down in the faculty rows, Teacher Liu looked toward Teacher Qi with a smirk. Principal, maybe we should pull Wei Shen from the teaching rotation for a bit, let the heat die down. And then what? The principal countered. Even if he hides for a year, do you really think Chen Yu will just forget? Besides, he won that fight. Maybe he's the one guy who can actually stand up to a monster like that. I had no idea I'd just been entered into someone's black book. I was too busy casually looting the boss's backpack. At the very bottom, a peculiar, irregularly shaped item caught my eye. Jackpot. I pulled it out, and my heart skipped a beat. It was a brand new main battle tank model. Wait, this was in the boss's bag? I cradled the model, struggling to hide my grin. While I was admiring my find, my 2 teammates scrambled in through the museum's back window. Their eyes lit up when they saw the 3 death boxes sitting in the middle of the lobby. Bro, we're rich. Start grabbing the gear before anyone shows up, one of them hissed. They were so frantic to taste the loot that they didn't even notice me watching from behind the screen. I didn't stop them. After all, I hadn't been the one to take those guys down. I just finished clearing the rest of the boss's gear into my own pack and stood up, ready to head to the 2nd floor to strip the 2 escorts' bags. That haul would be enough to finish my run and head to the Babel front gate for extraction. That was the only reason I'd left those 2 vultures alone. If I hogged everything, the profit margins were hardly worth the effort of carrying it all. It was just too much junk. One of them finally spotted me walking out from behind the screen and let out a sigh of relief. Oh, it's you. You're not dead? I stopped and stared at them. If I had died, do you think you 2 would still be looting these bodies in peace? Random teammates really are something else. Even in the 3rd District, their intelligence remains a total mystery. You could call them clever for how fast their brains move when they're scheming to sabotage you, but then they turn around and do something so monumentally stupid that you have to wonder if they've ever had a coherent thought in their lives. This is why we can't have nice things. I ignored them and turned toward the stairs. Don't touch that. The yellow-haired one barked, stopping dead. This kid is trying to hog it all. The 2 of them scrambled to their feet, rushing toward the 2nd floor. The second they stepped up, they found me standing there, quietly calculating how to optimize my inventory. Hey, don't you think this is a bit much? The yellow-haired one snapped. The three of us took this museum together. You're hogging all three bodies for yourself? The other one didn't bother arguing. He just lunged forward and started snatching items from the bags. I knew exactly what kind of people they were from the start, so their zero-effort looting didn't surprise me. Sorry, you're right. I got a little greedy, I said, putting on my most apologetic face. You guys finish up. I'm going to the basement to hit the gate switch. Let's all extract together. They exchanged a satisfied look. See? That wasn't so hard. We thought you were just another trash teammate, but you're all right. Keep it up, and we might let you join us for the next raid. Hey, hand over that rifle on your back too. That's from the loot pile, right? I handed over the gun and walked away from the safe room. Haha, what a sucker. The yellow-haired one chuckled. He actually went to pull the switch for us. You really think he's that dumb? He already looted one body, his partner muttered. Plus, the gear he's wearing is worth at least $1 million. He's probably just trying to play it safe, get out with a small profit so he doesn't lose anything. He must come from a wealthy family. Kids like that are always calculating. Once we get to the extraction point, same routine as always. Just don't pull another stunt like last time and bring the teammate's gun out with us. Damn, this third district, the other one grumbled, remembering the last run. I can't believe the game just deletes the teammate's gun if you carry it out. Whatever. We're taking these two tier 5 sets off the bags, and we're set. That's at least 3 million. Easy. The kid got lucky, stumbling onto two teams that wiped each other out. If we hadn't been right behind him, he would have eaten the whole pie. Warning. The Babel Tower front extraction point has been activated. 4 minutes remaining, a cold, mechanical voice boomed from the sky. I'd assumed there wouldn't be map-wide announcements in the third district like in the game, but apparently, the system had its own ways of keeping things loud. The two teammates heard the announcement and exchanged a sharp, vicious look. As they moved to leave, they ran into me walking back up the stairs. What are you doing back here? I thought you were supposed to be guarding the exit. Are your bags packed? I asked, my voice full of fake, innocent concern. My expression was so harmless they didn't even notice the change in the air. They nodded subconsciously. Thanks for everything, guys. I gave them a deep, respectful bow. The second I stood up, the roar of my Isval shattered the silence. Whoops, negligent discharge. I dropped the empty rifle and shouted, oh man, it just went off. What are you standing there for? Save him. Seriously, keep your finger off the trigger unless you're actually shooting. You idiot. Did nobody teach you that? I watched them scramble. Since I was just a student, I had to play the part of a bumbling rookie. What do I do? How do I save him? It wasn't just theater. I was genuinely curious about how people in the third district actually revive their teammates. Why is there a password? What the hell? The yellow-haired guy cursed, looking back at me with irritation. You almost shot me too, you moron. Once I'd taken care of him, I picked up his MP7 submachine gun. It felt just as reliable as ever. If you ever get stuck with teammates like this, you have two choices. Find a way to take them out immediately, or just stay as far away as possible. The only reason I'd wasted so much time with these two was, well, let's just say, I was making a point. The primary goal of my demonstration was to let the students experience firsthand the absolute catastrophe that is being paired with random teammates. Of course, I left out the secondary reason. Sorting through a shared backpack in the third district is a logistical nightmare. Those two deadweights didn't help at all. They just looted everything. A student shouted in the hall, clearly riled up. Did you guys see Wei Shen's performance? That was cinema. Wait, what does random teammate mean? Is that a technical term for the third district? It's not in the textbook. That is so not the point. Did you see the little tank he pulled out of the bag? That has to be some kind of rare item, right? I have questions. What does it do? Can you drive it? I thought no vehicles were allowed in the third district. If he could manifest a real tank, wouldn't that just break the entire game? Back in the office, the principal watched the playback, a slow, satisfied nod spreading across his face. Teacher Chi, your suggestion was spot on. He's a natural for public lectures. Given your relationship with him, see if you can convince him to stay on as a practical instructor after he graduates. If we keep him, our school will instantly become a top-tier institution. Teacher Q. I scratched his head, looking distinctly uncomfortable. The principal's tone carried that unmistakable weight of a threat. If this talent slipped through our fingers, it would be a disaster. He had no choice but to bite the bullet. I'll do my best. Meanwhile, I was busy stripping the gear off those two idiots and upgrading my own loadout to a full tier 5 set. I optimized my inventory, eyeing a heavy assault vest left behind. It was pricier than my FS composite armor, but it was also significantly heavier. Hard pass. Mobility in the third district was worth its weight in gold. I wasn't about to turn myself into a slow-moving target. I ferried the extra guns and loot to a small shack near the back of the Royal Museum, which happened to be conveniently close to the Babel front gate extraction point. Once I had everything tucked away, I grabbed a bottle of Shangjin lemon tea from a nearby table. This is only worth 10k. The taste was agonizingly sour. I spat it out and tossed the bottle aside, then pulled the main battle tank model from my pack. Since all the high-tier red items in the game seem to possess special abilities here, I figured this tank model had to do something. Third district developers, could you maybe include a manual next time? I poked and prodded the thing for ages, but it remained stubbornly inert. Finally, I resigned myself to trial and error, mimicking the simple activation gestures from the game. Well, that's a new level of nonsense. The moment I clicked the turret upward to a 45-degree angle, the model vanished into thin air. A wild, reckless thought crossed my mind. I sprinted to the window, looked out, and, holy crap, no way. When I touched the cold, rigid steel of the actual tank manifestation, my lips curled into a manic grin. I was invincible. Outside of specific anti-tank hardware, rocket troops, or the Baksh helicopters, there was literally nothing in this world that could touch me now. I climbed inside the hatch to find a simple interface, just a tablet with basic directional buttons and a fire command. This feels like a side quest. The UI was a bit ridiculous, but at least it was intuitive. I gathered all my loot and stuffed it into the tank's hull. The feeling of driving a tank loaded with stolen treasure? I'm choosing violence. I drove all the way to the Babel front gate, only to realize the extraction timer had already expired. Turns out, a lot. I should have pulled the lever at the Grand Bathhouse instead. I pulled out my military terminal to check the status of the lobby. There were only 3 teams left. One had been wiped by the escorts at the museum, and I'd taken care of the other. Odds were, only 1 team remained in the Babel Tower. I tapped into their proximity comms and started listening. Zhao, what do we do? They've locked down the ropes, and we're stuck. We're going to run out of supplies soon, a voice whispered. Just let everyone go their own way, another grumbled. Why does it have to be a death match? They'd spawned on the side of the water storage area, and luck had been on their side. They were the only other team to enter the tower. They could have lived in harmony, but that short-lived peace had shattered the moment they reached the roof and heard footsteps below. This is a disaster in slow motion. The real problem was that we had no idea how they were positioned. Were they all camping one elevator, or were they splitting up to guard all 3? The only reason to keep going is if they haven't made enough profit yet, I mused to myself. Or if they think they're stronger than us. I'd already stripped the central control room clean. There was nothing left for them to find. That's a weird hill to die on. If they stayed, they were just gambling their lives for a chance at a break-even run. They're acting like they have the advantage, I noted. Even if we don't go down there, they'll eventually run out of time and have to pull the lever at the extraction point. They think they're the ones holding the cards. The 2 teammates standing behind me looked on in awe, their expressions shifting from irritation to genuine respect. They'd originally joined up with me just for insurance, never expecting to find a teammate who could display such chilling, calculated composure. The 2 guys had originally scouted a different student, someone who looked harmless and easy to push around, but they'd been beaten to the punch. With no other options, they'd been forced to settle for me. Look, kid, I didn't even catch your name, one of them said, finally dropping the senior act and looking at me with a mix of desperation and genuine curiosity. What do you think we should do? Call me Gao Tianyu, I replied, my voice cool and detached. There are 2 ways to play this. The roof extraction requires 2 dog tags. We can consolidate all our gear onto 1 person, and the other 2, well, we off ourselves. The survivor takes the goods and extracts. They both gulped. It sounded simple in theory, but the execution was a nightmare. If you can't bring yourselves to do it, I'm happy to help, I offered, noting their hesitation. Zhao Qian shook his head vigorously. That's not it. Even if it fixes our problem, 1 person can't carry everything. The armor and helmets alone are worth a fortune. Even if the loot covers the losses, we're still basically walking in here for nothing. I offered a thin, calculated smile. That's true. But didn't you just say that entering the 3rd district is a risk in itself? The guy with the mohawk couldn't hold back his frustration. Why should we be the ones taking the risks and committing suicide, only to end up broke at the end of the day? Zhao Qian clenched his fists. The thought that really burned him wasn't just losing the money. It was the idea that if the guys downstairs eventually reached the roof, they'd scavenge the armor we'd thrown away and walk out with a payday that should have been ours. He grit his teeth. Fine, what's the second option? If it comes to it, I'm just gonna go down there and take them out. From inside the tank, I listened to their conversation through the terminal and couldn't help but feel a flicker of admiration for Gao Tianyu. He was twisted. I'll give him that. He presented 2 options, but he carefully engineered the situation so Zhao Qian and the others would feel forced into the second one. He'd been pulling the strings from the very start, stoking the fires of conflict between Zhao Qian and the opposing team. In this scenario, Zhao Qian would never choose the first option. It would be a total humiliation. I definitely need to watch out for that guy. If I ever cross paths with him, I'd have to take him out immediately. I have a zero-tolerance policy for people who play these kinds of mind games. But I had to admit, I was curious about what his second option actually entailed. Actually, I'd prefer the first method, Gao Tianyu said, playing the part of the reluctant, worried strategist. The second one is risky. He walked over to the elevator shaft. See these exposed edges? We can climb down them inch by inch. Zhao Qian and the Mohawk guy looked at him like he was insane. Are you joking? It's a straight drop. If we lose our grip, it's over. It's slow. It kills our stamina. How is this any better than using the rappel line? The line leaves you exposed and moving, I heard Gao Tianyu explain. If you hang off these edges, you can stay suspended. They know we're up here, so they won't dare aim straight up into the shaft. They'll be forced to wait at the bottom for us to finish our descent. We take 3 different shafts, 1 for each of us. We stop near the bottom, listen for the number of enemies, and then strike. If it's one, we jump him. If it's more, we hold position. He paused, looking at his own thin, frail arms. The only catch is the stamina drain. But since physical strength isn't exactly my specialty, you two might want to reconsider. I'll do my best to keep up though. Zhao Qian thought about it for a long time, his eyes beginning to gleam. That actually sounds like it could work. For someone in such a shitty position, you've got a hell of a brain, kid. Deal, Gao Tianyu said. You take that elevator. We'll take the ones on the upper level. Damn, that's a long way down, Zhao Qian muttered, peering into the abyss of the shaft. He took a deep breath, centered himself, and began his slow, agonizing descent. The Mohawk guy started his own climb on the opposite side. Meanwhile, Gao Tianyu remained on the top floor. He had no intention of climbing down. Time to move. He checked his watch and popped a stimulant. Almost exactly on cue, I heard a faint clatter, the sound of something hitting the ground, followed by the sharp, stuttering roar of gunfire. It was the side the Mohawk guy had chosen. It was clear. The guy was finished. The moment the shots rang out, Zhao Qian, who was still halfway down his shaft, realized what had happened. He stopped trying to be stealthy, grabbed his rappel line, and plummeted toward the bottom. I'm going to kill you bastards, he screamed. Zhao Tianyu didn't seem surprised at all. He calmly checked the time again, grabbed his own line, and descended toward the central control room. Inside the tank, I'd been about to climb out and crash their little party, but I stopped. I'd figured out Gao Tianyu's game, and it was impressively ruthless. It didn't matter if Zhao Qian or the Mohawk guy landed the first shot. They were being led into a meat grinder. If they managed to take out one of the enemies, Gao Tianyu would just swoop in to assist. If they were wiped out, he'd just extract using a glider. Or, even worse, he'd wait for the survivors to be busy looting, and then backstab them. We are officially improvising. I watched the terminal. As I suspected, only 2 teams remained. Suddenly, a broadcast boomed across the map. The Babel front gate extraction had been triggered, with 4 minutes left on the clock. I didn't need to guess that had to be the museum team. I gave up on hunting Gao Tianyu. I swung the tank's turret toward the small side door of the museum and waited. This was going to be a good day. I hadn't run into a single soul on the entire map. The Royal Museum had likely turned into a bloodbath right at the start, with the survivors fleeing through the first extraction point they could find. Wait, look at that. I paused, squinting at the terrain. I'm certain there wasn't a tank here before, but the stranger thing was the turret. It felt like it was actively tracking our movements. Well, that's not terrifying at all. I couldn't help but hum a little tune as I scavenged the gear from the 3 bodies and hauled it all into the tank. After stripping the weapons of their attachments and optimizing the loot in the 3 backpacks, I took a deep breath. With everything finalized, I tapped the recover button on the tablet. Then, in one fluid, lightning-fast motion, I jammed the tank model and my military terminal down the front of my pants. This feels illegal somehow. I stood at the extraction point, and the moment the screen blurred, I was out. You little brat, that's how you play? A voice growled the moment I materialized, using us as bait, and then you don't even bother to save us? Is that what they teach you at your academy? I turned to see a fat guy with a mohawk and another man squaring up to block Gao Tianyu. Well, that escalated quickly. I felt a brief flicker of pity for the kid, but I was already turning to leave. That pity evaporated instantly when 8 figures stepped out to block my path. My situation suddenly looks way worse than his. Seriously, whoever designed the extraction points to funnel everyone into one spot needs to be fired. You piece of trash, the Mohawk guy screamed, pointing a finger at me. You're the one who sat in that tank camping the extraction point, aren't you? Are your parents even still alive? You spent the whole match looting like a rat, and then you blew us up at the exit. You call yourself a human being? Wait, I was going to say, that tank was mine, you little thief. And that accidental trigger pull, you think I don't see how sneaky you are? You look like such an honest kid, but you're just a snake. The insults flew like spit. Everyone was screaming over each other, their faces twisted in rage. Suddenly, a cold, sharp voice cut through the noise. What's your name? Chen Yu stood there, eyes narrowed to slits, radiating enough killing intent to freeze the air. The moment he spoke, the shouting stopped instantly. Everyone here knew him. He was the local madman, and nobody was stupid enough to provoke him. He didn't wait for an answer. He leveled his M14 at me and pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. 8 shots. 8 bullets punched straight through the skulls of the 8 men standing in front of me. My heart hammered against my ribs as we all froze, waiting for the inevitable. But then nothing. The bullets had passed through their heads without causing a single point of damage. Are you insane? Chen Yu was the first to react, his eyes wide with genuine shock. He'd just asked for my name, and I had responded by trying to execute his entire entourage. The others stood there, mouths agape, completely unable to process what they'd just witnessed. I judged anyway. They had been screaming for a fight, but when I actually pulled the trigger, they all hit a wall. It hit me then. They hadn't moved to attack me earlier because of the official safety restrictions. They were just posturing. Get lost, all of you. Stop looking for trouble, Chen Yu snarled, his hand shaking with rage. I can't touch you here, but don't forget, there's only one entrance to the 3rd district. Unless you plan on never going back in, you're dead. He turned and limped toward the entrance, clearly intending to wait me out. Oh, big talk. I'm not going in right now anyway, I called out, already walking away. I've got gear to sell. I hadn't even reached the trade district before two familiar faces blocked my path. How are you making more money every single time? One of them asked, looking at my bags. Look, big brother, it's all just standard gear. Don't make this a hassle, I'm in a hurry to sell. I flashed them my most practiced, innocent smile. No, wait. The other man stepped forward, blocking my exit. Hold on, something is wrong with your pants. Well, this is awkward. Come on, guys, let's not be like this, I pleaded. You searched me plenty of times before. You know I only carry standard gear. I looked at them with wide, helpless eyes. But a tank model, even a miniature one, was impossible to explain away as standard gear. Enough talk. Strip, the muscular man commanded, his patience clearly thinning. I weighed my options. Bribery was a universal language, but I was currently carrying a literal war machine in my trousers. It's just too heavy, I complained, dropping my two backpacks on the ground with a heavy thud. I'm exhausted, guys. Can't I just head out? Stay put, we haven't finished the search, the other man barked. I dropped two rifles, letting them clatter to the ground. See, still too heavy. I think I overdid it today. I'm heading out, we'll catch up next time. I turned and started walking away. The second guard moved to stop me, but the first one grabbed his arm. Let it go. That's enough. The second guard frowned, utterly confused. What do you mean enough? We haven't even checked him yet. The first guard shook his head, looking exhausted. He's clearly hiding contraband. If we report it, we have to process it. And you and I, we earn peanuts in a month compared to what's in those bags. Plus, he said he'd share next time. Don't be so thick. I hate how much sense that makes. Once I reached the vendor's stall, I finally let out a long, shaky breath. I'd surrendered nearly 5 million in loot, but trading it all for a main battle tank was the steal of the century. All right, boss, tally it up, I said, setting the bags on the counter. Aside from the high-value attachments, I packed in a Tier 5 set and 3 little golds. 800,000, the boss said, giving me a suspicious look. That's it? I asked, feeling a bit cheated. Accidents happen, kid. Just send me the transfer info. He started the transaction, then lowered his voice. Hey, these 3 items, did you process these specially? My last client kept asking me if I had any more of these in stock. I just stared at him. That's a weird thing to say out loud. Hey buddy, wanna team up? I know the normal zero zone like the back of my hand. Hey, don't walk away. I walked over and tapped Fujai on the shoulder. He jumped, nearly hitting the ceiling. Geez man, you trying to give me a heart attack? Fuj, I glared at me, his mood sour. And why are you calling? You trying to drag me into another suicide mission just to fill a roster spot? I should have stayed in bed. Actually, I just wanted to show you what I've got in my stash. I leaned in close, keeping my voice low, and pulled back the edge of my pants just enough for him to catch a glimpse of the main battle tank model. Fuji's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. A main battle tank model? How in the world did you get that through security? A little trick of the trade. Don't worry about it, I said, waving off his concern. He took the model, his hands shaking slightly as he prepared to run it to his warehouse. Before he could take off, he stopped and turned back. Oh, right? I almost forgot this is the thing you asked me to look into. Found it in my old man's office last night. He handed me a piece of paper. I unfolded it and stared. It was a hand-drawn sketch of the Star of Africa. My uncle checked the top-secret servers, but there's absolutely no record of this thing, Fujai said, looking troubled. That's impossible, I frowned. The top-secret servers are supposed to contain every single archive. Maybe it was just a doodle. I thought it was a special item at first, but... He shrugged, looking deflated. It's not a doodle, I said firmly. This thing exists, and its capabilities must be off the charts. Fujai gave me a strange look. What is it, anyway? The Star of Africa. I have no idea what it's worth, but if you say so. Listen to me, Fuji, I interrupted, leaning in with absolute seriousness. I don't care how much money someone offers you for it, do not sell it, ever. Given that Fujai once sold a Mandel brick for a measly 2 million, I felt like I had to drill this into his head. The guy had the kind of luck that made him a walking gold mine, and I didn't want him accidentally pawning off a legendary artifact as a paperweight. In the game, the Star of Africa was worth about 13 million, but its true value, priceless. I didn't know exactly what its ability was, but I was certain it could crush anything else in existence. Fine, I hear you, Fuj, I muttered. Anyway, I'm heading into the operative zone later. You in? As a matter of fact, I was going to ask you the same thing. Fuji's face lit up. Perfect. Nobody wants to team up with me today. Wait here, let me drop this tank model in the warehouse and I'll be right back. He sprinted off before I could even tell him we were heading into the classified zone. This is why we can't have nice things. While I waited, I heard footsteps, and Teacher Q I came jogging up to me, gasping for air. He grabbed my arm, his face pale with panic. Xiao Wai, you need to stay out of the 3rd district for a while. Just disappear for a bit. Why? I asked, completely confused. He looked around frantically before whispering, do you have any idea who you crossed? Chen Yu is a complete psychopath. You got lucky and beat him, but he's not going to let this go. He's going to hunt you down, and he'll make sure the next time he kills you, It's in the most agonizing way possible. Making a little less money for a few months is better than spending the rest of your life paralyzed in a hospital bed. Teacher Q, I had tried to convince the principal to let me take a leave of absence, but the request had been denied. He couldn't just sit back and watch his student march toward a death sentence, so he'd come to warn me himself. I looked him in the eye. Teacher Chi, I appreciate the concern, I really do. But I have reasons I can't walk away from this. He opened his mouth to argue, but when he saw the look in my eyes, his shoulders slumped. He sighed heavily. If you're determined, at least take his gear back to him. Offer a sincere apology. Maybe if he sees you're just a student, he'll show some mercy. Right? Sure, I said, playing along. He has no idea what happened. Good boy. I knew you'd understand, he said with a relieved, teacherly smile, and hurried off before the principal noticed he was gone. Fujai returned a moment later, looking like he'd just won the lottery. Brother Gao, let's go. We're hitting the classified batch, I said. You sure you want to do this? It's dangerous. Fuj, I wasn't looking scared anymore. He looked resolved. I've been thinking, if I keep running away, I'll never be anything. I want to be like my dad. Then let's go buy some hardware. We walked up to the equipment merchant. Give me a brand new, heavy bulletproof vest and a veteran heavy helmet, I commanded. And set me up with an M250 general-purpose machine gun, the one that even an amputee could handle, plus 300 rounds of 6.8x51 hyper ammunition. Talk to Lord M250 if you have a problem with it, Fujai said, grinning as he slapped his own gear on the counter. I stared at him, bewildered. He was fully kitted out for war, while I just topped off my ammo. That thing's a beast, Fuji. You're going to move like a snail with all that weight, I warned. Worth it, he said, patting the gun. The M250 punches through level 5 armor like it's paper. I admire the audacity. We stepped up to the backsh portal. Tucked in the shadows of the crowd, Chen Yu was watching us with the predatory gaze of a wolf eyeing its next meal. As soon as we stepped through the threshold, he followed us right in. We spawned at the No. 1 position in front of the Babel Tower, the central gate. It was a double-edged sword. Great for looting, but if the other two teams were aggressive, we were going to be caught in a pincer. Then again, looking at the layout, we were just as likely to be the ones doing the pincering. With only the two of us, I didn't want to risk a prolonged firefight outside among the shipping containers. Instead, I opted for a more direct approach. I yanked the lever to trigger the restricted area's power cycle. An automated warning echoed through the facility, announcing that the emergency power would soon reboot and that all current bypasses would be nullified. What the hell was that? Fujai whispered, his voice tight. He gripped his M250, his knuckles white. Relax, I said. I was already engaged with a power assist suit hidden under my gear, prepping for a burst of speed. Stay close, and keep moving at full throttle. My position is going to clear the doors before the other two sides. That gap will give us enough time to set up a crossfire before they even know what hit them. As soon as the timer hit 0, I lunged forward. The thrusters kicked in, propelling me through the doors with such velocity that I was struggling to keep pace, trailing behind me by nearly 10 yards. We sprinted toward the Marine Observation Hall, and I dove behind a stairwell, hugging the slope to conceal my position. Seconds later, Fujai came skidding to a halt beside me, gasping for air. I was genuinely surprised the kid had actually managed to keep up. Listen, I hissed, my eyes fixed on the entrance. I hear them. When the door opens, you just fire. Don't think, just hold down the trigger and fill the room. Fujai, I gave a sharp, resolute nod. The sound of footsteps grew louder, rhythmic, and heavy against the flooring. As the first intruder pushed the door open, I opened fire. My barrage was instantly joined by the guttural, rhythmic roar of the M250. The gun sounded like a death knell. The first target dropped before he could even raise his weapon, and the two men behind him didn't even have time to register the ambush before our combined firepower shredded them. Mission failed successfully. That is the power of positioning, I muttered to Fuji. Always keep an eye on your angles. If you don't know the counterplays for your spawn point, you're just a walking loot box. That was insane. Is this what it's like to use an M250? Fuj, I was vibrating, his eyes wide. I feel like I could take on the whole building. Looking at his manic grin, I knew there was no going back for him. Once you've had a taste of top-tier gear, high-end optics, and premium ammunition, the cheap stuff starts to feel like firing pebbles. There's no undoing that kind of sensory feedback. After clearing the room, I pulled Fujai along as we dragged the three bodies into the heart of the Marine Observation Hall. You handle the looting, I instructed. I need to listen to the feed. I pulled out my military terminal and checked the latest data. Looks like the fighting over there is done. Fuj, I said, glancing toward the terminal. Should we go check it out? No. Let's stay frosty and hold this position, I replied. My brother told me there's a lever in the museum's basement. Anyone trying to extract from here has to pass by it. We'll just wait and let the loot come to us. Suddenly, the audio feed crackled with chaotic noise. No, Liu, Chen Yu, please, don't. I'll give you everything I have, just let me go. The audio cut to static, and on my terminal, another team icon vanished. I switched to the next frequency. A few seconds of tense silence followed by the unmistakable, rhythmic stutter of gunfire. 5 seconds. Another team wiped. My brow furrowed. It's him. Fuji, who had been busy stuffing gear into his pack, froze. He looked at me, his face drained of all color. Chen Yu. I nodded grimly. He just erased another team. Fuji's eyes bulged. Are you kidding me? If I'd known we were going to run into him, I would have stayed home. Where's the extraction point? Let's get out of here now. We can't, I said, shaking my head. The only pull lever is at the bathhouse. I felt a surge of confusion. Why did the mere mention of his name turn everyone into a nervous wreck? What was the deal with this guy? Chen Yu. Fuj, I said, his voice trembling. Everyone in the 3rd district knows that name. They call him DNU, the retributionist. He's famous for holding a grudge. Even if you manage to hide for a while, he'll find you. He never forgets a face. I nodded slowly. That explains the reputation. A high kill count alone doesn't buy you that kind of fear. It takes a special kind of sadistic persistence. We are so unlucky. Fuj, I paced back and forth, bordering on a panic attack. Some poor bastard must have really pissed him off. Actually, I said quietly, that tank I'm carrying, I took it from his boss. Fuj, I stared at me, his mouth hanging open. He was too stunned to even breathe. On the terminal, another team marker went dark. The speed of his progress was staggering. Even for me, it was impressive, though I had the advantage of thousands of hours of accumulated game experience. Chen Yu seemed to be operating on raw, predatory instinct. Okay, enough, I said, snapping out of my thoughts. Listen, we need to clear the medical area, then pull the lever and head for the tower roof. I'll take 2 tags, and when we get to the top, we hold the line. Once the timer starts, you're leaving. I'm leaving. What about you? Aren't we going to fight him together? Fuj, I asked, bewildered. I shook my head. The roof extraction only takes 1 person. Then I'm not going. Fuj, I said, his voice hard. We came in as a team. We leave as a team. This isn't a hero movie. Fuji, I snapped, though I appreciated his loyalty. Fine. Get into that room, head to the 2nd floor, and pull the lever by the elevator. Wait for me there. I didn't wait for his argument. I popped a painkiller and headed toward the 2nd floor of the Marine Observation Hall. Through the glass, I checked the medical area. It was clear. I grabbed the rappel line and swung across, gliding toward the medical ward. Given Chen Yu's pace, the last team outside the tower wouldn't last much longer. I had to clear the tower's interior teams before he arrived. If I could get Fuji I and me onto the roof and secure both elevators, we could hold a high ground position. Even if Chen Yu showed up, we'd have the tactical advantage. I need to buy time to get Fuji out. I landed in the medical area, my boots hitting the floor silently. The first thing I did was stop moving completely and listen. I tracked the footsteps, listening intently to the 2 enemies arguing nearby. Bang, bang, bang. I took the first one down, then vaulted over the railing. The last man, alerted by the gunfire, rushed toward the sound, but he didn't even get a chance to level his rifle. I squeezed the trigger, sending a burst of level 5 ammunition tearing through his level 4 armor. The kinetic energy did the rest. He dropped instantly. With that team neutralized, I checked my military terminal. As I suspected, only 2 signals remained. The military drone broadcasting the match from behind me, and, without a shadow of a doubt, Chen Yu. He's even faster than I imagined. My brow furrowed. I couldn't tell if he cleared the perimeter the moment I arrived at the medical area, or if he'd done it while I was busy fighting. If it was the former, then Fuji and I were never going to make it to the top of the tower in time. I snatched up the enemy weapons and ammo, then sprinted toward the central control room. Look at this, brother. This classified loot is actually insane. Fuji, I was practically beaming, showing off the high-speed solid-state drive in his hand. I didn't have the mental bandwidth to care about a few 100,000 credits. I could already hear the faint, rhythmic gunfire echoing from the front of the Babel Tower. Chen Yu was busy clearing the last team. I lunged down the stairs and slammed the lever to trigger the tower's front extraction point. It was a massive gamble. It broadcasted my exact location to the entire map, but the time difference between the elevator doors opening and the extraction activating was our only hope of getting Fuji out alive. I found myself struck by a sudden, bitter wave of regret for bringing Fuji into this. And honestly, I was starting to despise this matchmaking mechanic. Every time you enter the 3rd district, the player count is balanced by the game, regardless of whether you're queuing in a group or solo. If you aren't in the initial wave, you're just a ghost in the system, waiting for the game to start for you. It's a great system if you hate waiting, but it's a death sentence for matchmaking luck. If someone follows you into the queue, there's a terrifyingly high chance you'll end up in the exact same lobby. This feels like a side quest I never asked for. We had 90 seconds until the elevator opened. I heard the distinct hum of a Red Wolf exoskeleton activating. My heart sank. Chen Yu was coming, and he was taking the shortest route straight to the control room. In a blink, he'd crossed from the side gate to the control entrance. He was clearly ignoring the lingering pain from the leg injury I'd inflicted on him earlier, his exoskeleton shrugging off the damage like it was nothing. I hunkered down, locking my sights on the entrance. Behind me, Fuji, I was white-knuckled, aiming at the door. I fired 2 bursts from my 3-round burst cannon, one at the corner, one at the doorway. Chen Yu didn't react. He'd already checked the angles, confirming there wasn't a camper hugging the wall. My jaw tightened. Unless Chen Yu had played 10,000 matches of Delta Force just like me, he was a flat-out prodigy. If he had tried to blast the second floor where I was waiting, he would have had to expose his legs to my line of fire. He knew exactly how to play the angle. How many times has he died in the 3rd district to learn how to clear a control room like this? Before I could process that, Chen Yu executed a perfect slide, bursting into the room. He was brazen. He knew I was upstairs, yet he committed to the rush. 3 rifles fired at once. Fuji, reacting a heartbeat too late, sprayed the floor with his opening volley. I adjusted my aim perfectly on Chen Yu's center mass, but then, something impossible happened. My bullets didn't hit him. They hung in the air, drifting in slow motion just inches from his chest. The math isn't mathing. I didn't have time to process the physics-defying nightmare. A wet thud echoed behind me. "Get out through the back door," I shouted, turning around, but the words died in my throat. Fuji, I was already crumpled on the floor, a pool of red, spreading rapidly beneath him. I immediately regret everything. Panic surged through me, but I shoved it down. There's still a chance. If I kill Chen Yu, I can revive him. He can still make it out. I launched myself from the 2nd floor, soaring over the railing and descending on Chen Yu like a hawk. I emptied my groza into him, but the result was the same. The bullets stopped, hovering in a grotesque halo around his body. "Out of ammo?" Chen Yu sneered, looking up at me. I was stunned, paralyzed by the sheer impossibility of it. As I reached for my secondary, a gunshot cracked through the air. My right hand disintegrated in a shower of gore. Another shot followed, and my left arm exploded. "I told you I'd kill you in the most agonizing way possible," Chen Yu said, his voice dripping with malice. I looked at him, my vision blurring, but he didn't find what he was looking for. He wanted to see me broken, to see me beg, but I didn't care about the pain. "I don't care how you kill me," I wheezed, blood bubbling in my throat. "Just let me revive him. Take all the gear. Let him walk away. We'll be even." Chen Yu leaned in, his expression one of pure, mocking delight. "Why? Worry about your own life, kid. You might get a minor injury from a headshot, but there's only one spine." He pulled out a pocket watch, his eyes glinting with a final, twisted intent. I narrowed my eyes. Chen Yu was holding a pocket watch, the pocket watch of said. That's suspiciously convenient. If he had shown his hand the moment I tried to kill him, he could have ended me right then and there. But my pathetic display of concern for my dying teammate had given him the perfect opening to reset that godforsaken cooldown. I stared at the watch, my mind racing. If its ability was to freeze bullets in midair, it was fundamentally broken. It was a cheat code. Thinking back, the pieces clicked into place. This was how he'd cleared the perimeter of the backsh so effortlessly. He didn't need to worry about winning a fair trade. He just needed to ensure he wasn't being blindsided. I turned my back to him, facing away. "You won. Pull the trigger. I just hope you have the aim to hit my spine. If I don't end up paralyzed, keep looking over your shoulder because in the 3rd district, there's only room for one of us." Chen Yu's eyes hardened with a hateful glare. "You really think I'm just going to break your back and call it a day? I should have stayed in bed." 2 shots rang out, shattering both of my kneecaps. Any hope of movement vanished instantly. I was dead weight. "Painkillers wearing off, isn't it?" Chen Yu murmured. He pulled a medical kit from his chest rig, walked up, and began injecting me. I watched in disbelief. Interesting choice. I knew exactly what he was doing. My health bar was a game mechanic, and he was keeping it topped off so he could keep playing with me. But the bone fractures and the ruined arms, those didn't go away just because he gave me a blood transfusion. As soon as the painkillers faded, I was going to be screaming into a void of pure agony. Bang, bang, bang. He shot me again, creating new wounds only to patch them up immediately after. He turned it into a gruesome rhythm. After a few cycles of this, my body was a map of fractures. My shattered knees forced me into a seated position on my own calves. I couldn't move, couldn't turn, trapped like a prisoner waiting for the executioner. Chen Yu eventually sat on the stairs, waiting for the chemical fog of the painkillers to lift. In the school's conference hall, the students were paralyzed, staring at the feed in stunned silence. The sheer, calculated cruelty on screen was something they couldn't even fathom. "Is everyone in the 3rd district this sadistic?" One student whispered, horrified. "Is he even human?" "Xiao Hua, I literally offered him everything." Cao Chuang stood up, his face flushed a deep, violent red. Some of the students couldn't take it anymore and squeezed their eyes shut. "Open your eyes," the principal roared, his voice booming through the hall. "If you can't even watch this, how will you find the courage to hold a rifle when you're actually in the classified zone?" He was trembling with rage, but it wasn't just at the students. "Teacher Q," I suddenly surged forward, grabbing the principal by the collar. "I told you to let him hide. Why didn't you force him back? If he's paralyzed for the rest of his life, his entire future is gone." The room went silent. The other teachers and even the principal looked stunned by the display. Teacher Chi's eyes were bloodshot, his face contorted in a desperate, feral grief. "Calm down," the principal said, ripping Chi's hand away. He looked ready to throw a punch, but he bit it back, speaking rapidly. "I promised him a cap. Even if he's paralyzed, I can get him the treatment." Teacher Chi's fist relaxed. He loved his students like his own kin, and the principal knew it. But the principal was just as furious. No one could watch a student be tortured like this without wanting to tear the world apart. "Even if there's a cure." "Teacher Q," I muttered, looking back at the screen with hollow eyes. "The pain. It's okay. the principal said, though his own heart wasn't in it. The tallest tree gets hit by the strongest wind. If this teaches him that there is always someone stronger, maybe it's a blessing in disguise. On the screen, my breathing began to hitch. The painkillers were finally giving way. Chen Yu stood up, sensing the moment. He looked down at me, waiting for the sound of my lungs, giving out the desperate screams and frantic pleas that usually accompanied this stage of his game. But I remained silent, my body trembling violently as I bit down on my tongue, fighting to keep my consciousness from slipping into the dark. Well, you've got backbone. I'll give you that, Chen Yu said, bored now that I wasn't playing along. Spend the rest of your life as a cripple. Next time, try to be smarter. He raised the M250, aiming directly at my spine. I heard the faint, agonizing friction of his armor and cloth as he raised the weapon. I didn't breathe. I braced my entire existence into a single, agonizing focal point. I knew the timing. From the moment he pulled that trigger, I had 0.1 seconds before the bullet reached my spine. Bang! The shot and the hum of my hidden propulsion device fired in perfect, terrifying unison. My body shifted just enough. Instead of my spine, the bullets tore through my left shoulder. It was a suicide play. Taking 4 high-caliber rounds to the shoulder was still a death sentence, but I hadn't missed. As I tumbled backward, drifting past him, I caught his gaze. I was smiling, bloodied, broken, and dying. I was looking him right in the eye. I'm choosing violence. Chen Yu's face twitched. He saw it, the defiance. I hadn't been shivering in pain. I had been stabilizing my body for the move. He had been the one in control, the one holding the cards. Yet as he watched me fall, he felt a crushing, hollow sense of defeat. Back in the hall, the silence was broken by a confused murmur. Can someone tell me what just happened? Was he trying to take him down with him? Forget it, someone scoffed. He just burned his final card. I really thought he was actually tough. It seems his luck finally ran out. Turns out he's just a fraud once he hits a real opponent, someone sneered in the conference hall. Exactly. And this is great news for us. If this is all he's got, the graduation assessment will be the easiest one in years. You're all delusional, a voice shot back. Did you not see the special item in Chen Yu's hand? The Star of Africa? He landed 2 clean shots, but the bullets just stopped dead in midair. It was a legendary item that saved his life. Without it, he would have been dead 10 times over. Oh please, explain the suicidal slide then. He was clearly just terrified and lost his mind. The bickering in the hall grew louder by the second. My defeat had given the peanut gallery plenty of ammunition to tear me down. Strangely, the principal didn't bother to restore order. He just stared at the blank, static-filled screen, his expression unreadable. He opened his mouth to speak a few times but closed it, ultimately shaking his head with a faint smile. Wait, is he actually relieved? Principal Wang, please send someone to bring Xiao Wai back. Teacher Q, I pleaded, his voice thick with worry. And what about the ECMO you promised? The principal finally turned around. He looked at Teacher Chi's frantic face and chuckled softly. If he wants to come back, he'll come back on his own. Teacher Chi's brow furrowed so deep his face looked like a topographic map. He was holding back the urge to tackle the man. He's physically unable to walk. Principal, do you expect him to just lie there in the mud forever? The principal burst into a full-throated laugh. I think he's finally lost it. You've been a teacher for how many years, Chi, and you still can't see what happened? The principal shook his head, looking at me on the screen. You really hit the jackpot with this kid. I don't know how he timed that split second perfectly, but he used his thrusters to shift his body at the exact moment of impact. Taking hits to the shoulder is a minor inconvenience compared to a severed spine. Consider it a harsh lesson. As for the ECMO, I'll provide it. A genius like that is worth the investment. At the entrance of the 3rd District, Fujie and I were being treated by medical staff, lying less than 5 meters apart. Around us, the area was littered with other failed operatives being patched up, a typical Tuesday in the 3rd District. Suddenly, I jolted upright, scaring the hell out of the medic nearby. His eyes were wide, darting around in sheer terror, still trapped in the memory of his own death. After a long moment, the panic faded, replaced by a vacant, glassy-eyed stare. Hey, so many angels. Did I really make it to heaven? I giggled to himself. I'm here to find my dad. The medics exchanged sad looks and shook their heads. I looked around, his smile abruptly crumbling into a confused wail. Wait, Daddy, where are you? I regained consciousness shortly after. This time, my head wasn't a pulp, just a symphony of aches and systemic bone fractures. Thanks to the high-grade medical kits and surgery packs, I was holding together. I tested my limbs, everything moved, though my left arm felt like it had been packed with gravel. Every joint clicked and grinded with a stubborn resistance. That's actually an improvement, I thought. The added drag might actually stabilize my aim. I pushed my way through a group of nurses who were cooing over Fuji. How old are you, little guy? Why are you wearing overalls? Let us help you find your daddy, one asked with a sympathetic laugh. Excuse me, coming through, I muttered. I pushed past them to find Fuji sitting in the center, looking like he'd lost his mind. Iron Egg brother, Fuji beamed at me, though his confusion returned a second later. Iron Egg brother, we're in heaven, right? So why haven't I found my dad yet? Seeing him like this sent a jolt of ice-cold fury through my chest. The residual agitation from my injuries collided with a fresh, explosive wave of hatred for Chen Yu. I grabbed Fuji's arm and headed for the transfer gate back to the academy. Iron Egg brother, where are we going? I didn't answer. I led him straight into the conference hall. Xiao Wai's back, and he's not crippled. Holy crap, I knew he was just playing dead to save his spine. Shut up, you didn't say that. Quiet. A teacher jumped up to maintain order before the principal could get annoyed. The principal walked me out of the hall and pulled the door shut behind us. Why bring an outsider into the school? He asked, eyeing Fuji. Principal, the ECMO, can I have it early? He frowned. What's the nature of your injury this time? I shook my head and pointed to Fuji. It's not me, it's him. He took massive cranial trauma. I don't know the exact outcome, but he's lost his ability to function independently. The principal looked Fuji over, who was currently busy smiling at a wall. After a thoughtful silence, the principal spoke. How about you take a teaching position at the academy after you graduate? Deal. I didn't even hesitate. The principal looked surprised, his eyes softening with a flicker of genuine appreciation. He sighed, shaking his head. Forget it. I won't hold you to it while you're desperate. I'll give you the ECMO. But what about your injuries? I'm fine. The side effects are manageable. It can wait. Good. You can consider the teaching thing later. Not in the next 2 months, though you need to heal. He nodded, signaling the conversation was over. Thank you, principal. I turned to leave, but he called out, where are you going? I didn't stop. There were too many people in the 3rd district. By the time the principal realized what I was planning, I had already vanished into the corridors. I stopped at the weapon shop. I spent every last credit I had, all 1 million of them, on a brand new Groza and a full loadout of 5.45mm ammunition. With the extra rounds stashed in my storage, I was ready. Here we go again. I checked my loadout, 150 rounds of 9x39mm BP ammunition. I traded my gear for something more understated, a mature look intended to help me blend in as a solo player infiltrating the Baksh. It was a shame about my military terminal. It had gone down with the ship back during that disaster, leaving me as a literal glass cannon. I arrived at the entrance of the Baksh, and for 5 long hours, I crouched in the shadows, waiting. Shen Yu never showed. Let's go, Baksh time. A trio of players laughed as they walked past my position, chattering away. Watch yourselves today. Some guy got absolutely wrecked this morning, turned into a total vegetable. Ha, I saw it too. What a loser. I got killed by Chen Yu once too, but my only after effect was a bit of drowsiness. Mine was just blurry vision. I watched them with eyes as cold as liquid nitrogen. 2 of these idiots were the same ones who had stood on the sidelines that morning, mocking Fuji while he bled out. I didn't sign up for this. 5 hours of waiting was enough. If Chen Yu wasn't going to show, I wasn't going to waste my life playing statue. As the trio entered the Baksh, I stood up and followed, trailing them like a shadow. Luck was on my side. I dropped into Cherry Blossom Town, a notoriously awkward starting location. Usually, it's a slog, good only for scavenging, but if you're looking to clear the lobby or hunt for the genius title, it's a prime position. Find the Mandel brick and the decryption device. Bring them back at all costs. I remembered the hard lesson I'd learned the last time. If you're going to kill in the 3rd district, you don't just win, you leave nothing behind. You go for the most debilitating aftereffects possible. No mercy, no survivors, no room for revenge. I racked the bolt and sprinted toward the Blue Hall Hotel. My plan was simple. Clear the hotel, sweep the museum, and then push into the tower. The hotel was empty. No room cards, no players. It made me wonder if cards even spawned in the 3rd district, or if they were just a cruel myth. Suddenly, the silence was shattered by a cacophony of gunfire from the Royal Museum. It was exactly what I expected. 2 squads, one from the ruins and one from the market, had collided on the 2nd floor. I popped a painkiller and bolted toward the museum, keeping my thrusters silent. The sound of a propulsion unit is a giant shoot me sign, and I didn't need the extra noise. I slipped in through a side door and saw a downed operative waiting for a revive. I'm covering the stairwell. You go get him up. A voice echoed from above. I leveled my Groza at the corner of the stairs. 2 seconds later, a figure sprinted down, arm dripping with blood. 2 rounds to the knees. He collapsed, screaming, crap, someone's downstairs. He abandoned the revive and tried to scramble back up, which was exactly what I wanted. I didn't hesitate. Bang, 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 bang. 4 rounds straight into his spine. He hit the floor, dead before he finished falling. I didn't waste a second, charging up the stairs. On the landing between the 1st and 2nd floors, I caught the last member of that squad. He was locked in a standoff with the other team, completely oblivious to the fact that his teammates were gone and a predator was standing right behind him. Bang, 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 bang. Another spine shot. He dropped. I reloaded, my ears tracking the survivors. The sounds of a frantic revive told me exactly where the last 2 were, near the counter by the insurance room. The 3rd guy, the one who'd been trading fire, was hugging the wall by the bathroom door, hard-scoping the stairs. I mapped out the entire encounter in my head. I adjusted my breathing, checked my footing, and pulled the pin on a flashbang. The grenade landed at the feet of the camper. I triggered my propulsion unit and launched myself forward. As the flashbang detonated, the camper was tossed like a ragdoll. His teammate, caught mid-revive, Didn't even have time to blink before I swung the Groza into his face. Bang, 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 bang. One down. The final guy was still trying to crawl away. Bang, bang, bang. 6 kills. I scavenged what I could, a level 5 vest, a tactical helmet, and a spare HK-416 just in case my Groza ran dry. I didn't bother with the rest. Weight management is the difference between a clean extraction and a body bag. As I circled back to the small room, my eyes caught a glint in the corner, an unopened insurance box. I punched in the code, and my heart skipped a beat. Inside sat a slippery sugar gun. I pulled it out, grinning. As a top-tier rare item in the game, the texture and the craftsmanship were breathtaking, but as I admired it, my brow furrowed. What's the ability on this thing? Chen Yu had managed to dismantle me with nothing but a pocket watch and a massive information advantage. I needed a high-tier relic that could actually hold its own in a fight. If I wanted to take him down, I couldn't just rely on movement and aim. I needed a game-changer. I wonder if this thing can kill him. I pulled the bolt back to inspect the chamber. A streak of red light exploded from the barrel. I stood there, stunned. I hadn't even touched the trigger. As the projectile fired, the entire gun literally disintegrated in my hands, vanishing into thin air. That's a spectacular failure. I stared at my empty hands, my brain struggling to process the absolute nonsense I'd just witnessed. I scanned the wall for a bullet hole, a scorch mark, anything. Nothing. Not even a scratch. I rubbed my eyes, feeling a headache forming. That's physically impossible. I know I saw a muzzle flash. There's no way I misjudged that. I scoured every inch of that small room, but there was nothing, no shell casings, no bullet, no trace of what just happened. My heart sank as the realization took root. I wasn't just disappointed. I was infuriated. The slippery sugar gun, a masterpiece of craftsmanship that I hadn't even had the chance to test, was gone. I should have stayed in bed. I kicked the safe in a fit of rage, but it didn't budge, only bruising my foot. My frustration was peaking when a low, cautious murmur drifted up from downstairs. There's only 2 of us left. Are you sure about this? I'm sure. I didn't mishear that. At least 2 squads were fighting down here, and then there was that single shot. The survivor definitely got picked off by a camper. My eyes narrowed. The ice in my veins returned. These were the exact same 2 who had been mocking Fujai that morning. I'm choosing violence. I didn't hesitate. I dropped a flashbang, perfectly arched to land right behind them. Contact. We've been spotted. The 2 of them scrambled, panic overriding their instincts as they vaulted off the counter and sprinted toward the opposite side of the second floor. They opened fire midair, a desperate spray of lead. I moved through it like a ghost, firing a short, controlled burst that shattered the arm of the trailing operative. They saw me then, but in the heat of my high-speed maneuver, they couldn't land a single hit. The man I'd winged began to scream, his voice echoing through the museum. His partner's face went white. He realized I was deliberately breaking limbs, not aiming for the head. I could have ended them both in seconds, but I was choosing to be slow. Run! Just get out of here, he yelled at his screaming teammate. He didn't wait for a response, bolting for the museum exit. That was when the flashbang detonated, dropping both of them to the floor. Wait, no, we weren't trying to cause trouble. The one who could still move scrambled on the ground, his eyes wide with the sudden, horrific clarity of what I was about to do. He knew exactly what I wanted, their spines. Bang, bang, bang. My level 5 rounds tore through his level 4 armor like paper. His spine shattered with a sickening crunch. The other one, already broken and trembling in the corner, was paralyzed by sheer, primal terror. He hadn't even managed to crawl away. I stepped down the stairs, my boots ringing out against the stone like a funeral bell. To him, every step was the sound of a closing casket. Please, just, kill me quickly. I won't come back to the box. I swear, I'll never take revenge. I looked down at him, my expression cold. Relax. I recognize you. Consider yourself lucky. At least you won't end up like him, lobotomized. I chuckled. A dark, hollow sound. Hey, little middle part, isn't your daddy supposed to be looking after you? I didn't wait for his answer. Once I was sure they were finished and no more threats were lurking, I began to harvest their gear. 8 players worth of loot, all laid out for me because they'd walked straight into my trap. I wasn't about to waste more time combing through every corner of the box. My goal was the Mandel brick, the decryption, and then the extraction. I searched the basement medical kit and caught a glint of blue. My eyes brightened. It was a stimulant. And these weren't like the ones in the game, they were the real deal. I'd seen what the physical enhancement agents could do. They made me feel tireless. This was a perception enhancement agent. I didn't think twice. I jammed the needle into my arm. The world suddenly sharpened. The ambient noise of the museum intensified until I could hear every creak of the floorboards, every ragged breath of the dying, even the faint, distant rhythm of footsteps near the market's Mandel brick terminal. My senses were dialed up to 11. It reminded me of that woman, the one who'd crushed my skull, and the terrifying, superhuman strength she'd displayed. That had been an M1 muscle enhancement agent. Even now, the memory of her grip made my skin crawl. I popped a painkiller, pushed the thought away, and left the Royal Museum. I glanced at the watch on my wrist. The terminal location was locked in, the water storage room in the tower's front reservoir. The path was dead quiet, But as I grabbed the mandel brick, the distant, frantic sounds of rescue and gunfire echoed from the marine monitoring hall. Turns out, a lot. It seemed that while I'd been clearing out the museum, the rest of the lobby had descended into a meat grinder in the Babel Tower. The enemy already had the mandel brick. I didn't care about the mission update overhead. I just started running. As I sprinted toward the market, the alarm blared. The system had officially pinged the ambushers I knew were waiting there. I did a quick sweep, confirming no one was holding a direct angle on the market entrance, and moved out. Instead of the usual route through the ground floor bar, I vaulted straight onto the second floor balcony. Just around the corner of the stairwell, I caught the distinct, muffled sound of a rifle butt brushing against tactical armor. "Be careful," a voice hissed, so quiet it was barely a vibration in the air. "He's on the balcony right above my head." "Copy that," another voice replied from a small room across the balcony. "I'm holding the angle." That position was a death trap or a gold mine. It was perfect for guarding the mandel brick decryption point, and it was also a spot where rare items frequently spawned. They had effectively surrounded the objective, but they were playing by the book. They were expecting someone to come bumbling through the front door or the side path from the bathhouse. They didn't account for someone who'd been tracking them since they first hunkered down. I love it when a plan falls apart. The only real threat was the sniper watching the window. The guys below were effectively non-existent to me. If you're going to play the rat, you have to be prepared to pay the toll. I unslung my Groza, found my angle, and launched a flashbang through the window. It landed perfectly. The sniper was forced to scramble, abandoning his line of sight. I didn't hesitate, surging toward the top of the stairs just as the guy climbing up came into view. The advantage of a high ground position made this a non-issue. One clean shot, and he was down with a hole in his head. The grenade detonated below. The sniper, panicked and out of position, had to reset. Meanwhile, the guy from the ground floor had panicked, flipping through the glass to rush the stairs for a flank. He didn't even notice me until he was right there. I didn't bother with the spine this time. I went for the head, ending him instantly. I sprinted toward the window. I didn't even use the launcher. I just threw the entire Groza through the frame. The sniper, reacting on pure instinct, caught the weapon midair. I burst through the door, my propulsion unit screaming as I slammed into him. He looked down at the gun in his hands, then up at me, a look of pure confusion on his face before I put him down. This squad was lucky. They got instant kills. I had the opportunity to shatter their arms and drag out the process, but I couldn't risk the sniper realigning his shot. Efficiency over cruelty this time. Mission failed successfully. Once they were cleared, the decryption went off without a hitch. Nobody else dared to come knocking. I headed back to the Royal Museum, packed my gear, and plotted a path toward the bathhouse extraction point. I checked the time. The Babel Tower must have been a bloodbath by now. If I pushed for the tower extraction, I'd inevitably run into whoever had survived that hellhole. My objective was complete, and I'd secured the mandel brick. Aside from the mysterious disappearance of my slippery sugar gun, the haul was solid. I wasn't going to stick around to hunt for the stragglers, not even Chen Yu. My time was better spent elsewhere. I reached the extraction point and immediately scanned the area. 4 operatives lay in the dirt, completely incapacitated, while several others clutched their skulls, groaning. "Chen Yu is getting out of hand," one of them wheezed. "Why doesn't the higher-ups do something? It's always either paralysis or vegetable mode with him." "Get over it. Stop acting like a saint," another snapped. "You think these guys are the good guys?" One of them scammed a fellow student out of their entire life savings last week. Another one makes a living stealing from teammates. They're leeches. I judged anyway. I waited until I was certain they were in no state to follow me, then made my exit. I dumped my haul onto the vendor's scale at the collection point. "Not bad, kid. You're cleaning up again," the old man at the counter muttered, not even looking up. He was used to the routine by now. "Where's that little guy with the middle part today?" "Had a run-in with some enemies," I replied flatly. The old man paused, his eyes narrowing behind his glasses. "How'd you know?" "That's just how the 3rd District works, isn't it? An eye for an eye, over and over, until one side can't fight back anymore." He sighed, bagging my items with calloused hands. "It's a shame. We all came here to pick up scraps, but now we're each other's primary targets instead of the actual enemy. We're fighting over crumbs, while the soldiers just watch." I stood there, silenced. He was right. We didn't have to be like this. We could have survived, even if it meant moving slower. But greed is a hell of a drug. 3.2 million. You scanning or what? The old man barked, jarring me back to reality. "Right, sorry." I pulled up my payment code, thanked him, and ducked into a quiet corner. His words echoed in my head. He wasn't wrong. But this place didn't reward morality. In the 3rd District, if you aren't the one holding the gun, you're the one buried in the dirt. It's not a choice. It's a death sentence either way. The idea of everyone in the 3rd District coexisting peacefully, trading hand signals before extracting, that was a nice fairy tale. In the game, people would backstab you with a second left on the clock, even after signaling, in the 3rd District, where your life is the currency. The thought was laughable. My expectations were low, but wow. I shook the thought away and turned my attention to the mandel brick I'd secured. A flash of white light later, my eyes widened in disbelief. 2 items sat before me, an explosive auxiliary spine and an emergency evasion device. They were gear from a source that hadn't even been released in the game before I crossed over. These weren't just powerful, they were game-breaking. The explosive auxiliary spine boosted movement speed whenever nearby bullets whistled past, and it allowed for tactical rolls over impossible distances. But the emergency evasion device, that was on another level. In-game, it was a death-triggered failsafe that pulled you back to a set anchor point. Here, that death function might not exist, but if my reflexes were sharp enough to trigger it before I was shredded, the effect would be the same. I just accidentally unlocked hard mode. Satisfied, I tucked the brick away and headed back to the baksh. I camped there until nightfall, and then for the entirety of the next day, but Chenyu never showed. I couldn't help but wonder if someone else had finally managed to take him down. With no leads, I headed back to the academy. The Inter-School Sniper Elite Championship was tomorrow, and I needed to check on Fuji. I also had an M700 stashed in his warehouse that I needed to retrieve. The moment I stepped in, I saw Fuji. "Fuji, Brother Chi?" I asked, testing the waters. He whipped around, beaming, then his expression faltered. "You know the ECMO can only be used once, right?" His voice wavered. I did the math. "You've already got 3 after effects. It would have been a much better investment to use it on yourself." Principal Wang chimed in, looking annoyed. "He's been nagging me all day, trying to buy another ECMO from me to pay you back, said he'd pay any price, but I only had the one." Seeing Fuji's post-trauma symptoms completely gone was a massive relief. I laughed it off. Don't sweat it. Even with a few extra after effects, I'm still a long way from being a vegetable. Fuji, I didn't see the humor. To him, the ECMO wasn't just a medical cure. It was the holy grail his father had died searching for, and I, a relative stranger, had handed it over while he was crippled. "Anything in my warehouse, it's yours. Just take it," Fuji insisted, his voice hardening. "It's yours, no arguments. When you graduate, come to my company. I'll give you the best pay in the industry. If we need money, I'll find a way." Principal Wang immediately bristled. "Hey, I just burned an ECMO on him, and you're poaching my student right in front of me." "Fuji." I scratched his head, looking sheepish. To diffuse the tension, I stepped in. "Enough. Stop being so dramatic. I came by to hit the warehouse and pick up my sniper rifle anyway." At the mention of the rifle, the principal's face turned serious. "Right, the rifle. Tell me, what are your odds for tomorrow's championship?" "The sniper rifle. I'm not a god," I replied honestly. "Maybe 70%. He nodded, though his concern deepened. "It's an individual tournament, 2 students per school, ranked by kill count and survival order. There are 3 people you need to watch out for. Xiao Linghun from the Royal Noble Academy, Liu Yang from the New Era Academy, and Shen Kangsheng from the 3rd Academy." The way the principal said Shen Kangsheng made his worry palpable. The 3rd Academy was the pinnacle, and their representative would be a monster. He shook his head, looking regretful. "Maybe I pushed you too hard. I shouldn't have used the campus gang title to force your hand. This is getting out of hand." He was clearly spiraling. If I didn't take first place, would he actually expel me? What would the student council do if he did? But if he didn't follow through, he'd look like a hypocrite. And on top of that, he wanted to recruit me as a teacher after graduation. He needed a win. "If you can at least make the top 5, I'll give you a personal reward," the principal promised. "Is it a quantum storage unit?" My eyes lit up. The principal looked at me like I just asked for the moon. "Quantum storage? Are you joking? People who have those aren't exactly average. They're usually given as grand prizes, their diplomatic immunity on a chip. You could walk through a security checkpoint with contraband in that thing, and they wouldn't be able to touch you. It's more than storage, it's a status symbol." I sighed. I'd hoped I wouldn't have to go all out, but if the prize wasn't quantum storage, I'd have to fight for first place anyway. I still had the bust I'd brought out of Longbow Valley, but I'd never used it. It wasn't contraband, but it was impossible to carry without looking like a target, and the risk of losing it in a death was too high. If I could just get my hands on a quantum storage unit, I could tuck all my big red gear inside and shove the whole thing into my pants. That's a bold strategy. With that, I could carry my most precious gear perfectly concealed, and more importantly, it would drastically reduce the risk of losing everything upon death. This wasn't just storage, it was the ultimate 3rd District safety deposit box. I shook my head, already mapping out the tactical advantages in my mind. Principal Wang, misinterpreting my gesture, sighed with profound resignation. He had clearly realized that expecting a freshman to outperform the school's all-time greats in a high-stakes championship was asking for the moon. "Fine," the principal conceded, his voice strained. "If you can manage to break into the top 10, I'll personally give you a reward." I shook my head again. "Nope, absolutely not." Seeing me seemingly ready to fold, the principal began to panic. "Look, since the school was founded, only Gao Tianyu has ever been a talent of your caliber. This is my final offer, top 10, but you have to finish with a higher ranking than Gao Tianyu. Don't push your luck. I wouldn't even offer him a bonus for hitting that mark." In truth, the principal knew damn well that Gao Tianyu lacked the raw lethality to pull off such a feat. Tianyu was talented, sure, but his strength lay in team coordination. I, on the other hand, had been a one-man army since day one. I realized he had completely misunderstood my hesitation. "Principal, you've got it all wrong," I said, a faint smile playing on my lips. "Keep your reward." I don't want anything except for the first place prize, the quantum storage unit. The principal didn't shoot me down. He just stared at me for a moment, then gave a sharp, decisive nod of approval. After we left the office, Fujai insisted on treating me to a meal. I sat there, staring at the menu in utter disbelief. I need a refund. A single Australian lobster was 88,000, and the Wagyu beef for two was 168,000. What really broke my brain, though, was a plate of kelp strips arranged to look like a festive knot, priced at 99,000. It's not cheaper than the supplies in the 3rd district, I muttered. Fujai chuckled, unfazed. What do you think we're out there risking our lives for, kid? It's not just to survive, it's to live. To the average operative, this level of spending was standard. They might be too terrified to bring high-value gear into the district, where one wrong step meant total bankruptcy. But they spent their winnings outside like water. Try this. 97 Romane Conti, Fujai said, pouring me a glass. I couldn't help but admire the owner's audacity. Even the wine glasses on the tables were authentic, ornate vessels looted from the 3rd district's Azala region. I'll pass, I said, reaching for a different glass. Drinking vintage wine from an Azala cup felt like sacrilege. Fujai looked puzzled. Just as he was about to take a sip, he seemed to remember something. Waiter, get him a different glass too. I paused, realizing why he'd done that. I'd personally hauled so many of those cups out in my tactical gear stored in my pants that I had no way of knowing if this restaurant had bought them from the same junk dealer I used. As we ate, my ears pricked up. At a nearby table, 2 men were huddled over their phones, buzzing with excitement. Did you score tickets for the Sniper Elite Championship tomorrow? Obviously, front row seats too. I just hope we see some real talent this year. I heard it's a pure sniping contest. I honestly prefer the standard combat rounds. Camping just doesn't have the same thrill. If you don't want them, give them to me. Word is, the 3rd Academy produced an absolute freak of nature this year. A student who, even after his 2 teammates were wiped out, slaughtered every other operative in the lobby solo. Nothing like that's happened since Chen Yu's prime. That's not all, his friend added, leaning in. Xiao Linghun from the Royal Noble Academy is competing too. His family background is insane. He's got enough special items to make this whole tournament a joke. He's essentially playing on easy mode. Wait, special items are allowed? I stopped eating. I'd been planning to abandon my idea of bringing a tank into the arena, but if special items were on the table, the rules were clearly looser than I'd assumed. Still, the championship was a public, high-profile event. Showing up with a tank would be a red flag with extra red. I'd have to stick to bringing the bust and playing it smart. Fuji, I said, turning to him. You once said the bust's ability makes the Azala soldiers follow the user, right? Fuji nodded. Sure, my old man said. It's 3 soldiers at most per run, but here's the kicker. They stay loyal to you permanently. You know how the experts say there are infinite operational zones? If you're lucky enough to enter that same sector again, those soldiers will still be waiting for you. I felt my heart skip a beat. Do you realize what that means? An endless army? And these guys are 2-meter-tall monsters of muscle. Fuji, I saw the look in my eyes and immediately poured cold water on my excitement. Don't get ahead of yourself. You have to ensure you don't die even once while they're following you. If you lose the bust, they forget you entirely. My dad tried, but it's not that simple. I felt a jolt of adrenaline. Wait, so the key isn't not dying, it's not losing the bust. If I put the bust inside the quantum storage unit and keep that hidden in my pants, I could effectively keep them forever. Fuji, I stared at me, looking completely lost. What on earth are you so excited about? Fuji, you just gave me the best news of my life. I grinned, already picturing my own private army. Once I secured that quantum storage, the 3rd district would be my playground. All I had to do was repeatedly enter the 3rd district, grab 3 Azala soldiers, and then, well, commit suicide to reset the loop. It didn't matter how many worlds were out there. As long as I kept grinding, it wouldn't be long before the bosses of those 4 maps were packing their bags and making room for me. For the rest of the meal, my head was spinning with visions of an infinite army. To Fuji, I must have looked like a lunatic suffering from some bizarre, grandiose delusion. We finished our meal, agreed to meet at his warehouse first thing in the morning to grab my rifle, and went our separate ways. The next day, I arrived at school to find Principal Wang on the podium, droning on about the upcoming inter-school Sniper Elite Championship. Our representatives this year, he announced, are Xiao Ai and Gao Tianyu. The moment the names dropped, the crowd exploded. I knew Gao Tianyu would be on it. He's the most promising talent in our school's history. Sure, he's strong, but compared to Xiao Wai, even Tianyu has to step aside for the god of Wai. Oh, stop the blind fanboying. How many times has Xiao Wai been commended? 0. Gao Tianyu has been publicly praised so many times I've lost count. Are you even using your brain? Those public citations are just for show. Ever since Xiao Wai actually started taking things seriously, Gao Tianyu hasn't even been in the running. Xiao Wai is the real deal. The playground was absolute bedlam. People were shouting, arguing, and baiting each other. Watching the chaos, I felt a strange sense of melancholy. It felt just like my own school days. The petty arguments, the trash talk, the rivalries. Years later, if we ever met up again, it would all be forgotten, just a hazy memory to laugh about over drinks. Or, more likely, we'd just keep right on competing. Well, nobody can say we're boring. All right, settle down everyone. Principal Wang didn't bother screaming over the mic this time. He just spoke with a calm, steady authority. If you act like corpses at an event like this, it's not worth holding. For those who didn't get to compete, don't be discouraged. Watch the matches, study their positioning, and look for the fine details. Don't just focus on your favorites, watch the other schools too. He tried to get us to give a little speech, but seeing how neither of us was exactly a social butterfly, he gave up. Fine. Teachers, take your classes to the conference hall. Soon, the playground was empty, save for the principal, Gao Tianyu, and me. He beckoned us over. Even though this is an individual tournament, the principal said, you need to cooperate. If you can ensure one of you places as high as possible, that's a win for the school. The map is Longbow Valley. I suggest you pick a meeting point and coordinate. If I cooperate, I lose kill counts, I said bluntly. The principal and Gao Tianyu both stared at me, dumbfounded. What do you mean kill counts? The principal finally asked. The total number of targets is limited, I explained. If I don't kill them, someone else will. If I don't get the kills, how am I supposed to take first place? Even Gao Tianyu looked stunned. Are you saying, you're 100% certain you can take first? I shook my head, my expression deadly serious. Exactly, because I don't have a 100% guarantee. I can't afford to waste a single kill. Sorry, principal. The quantum storage unit is too important. I'm not partnering up. I didn't wait for him to argue. I turned and walked straight toward the teaching building. I knew exactly what Gao Tianyu was. I'd seen his type before. Partnering with him was just asking for a knife in the back the moment his back was against the wall. He was only keeping his cool because the principal had given Fuge I that ECMO. Otherwise, he would have blown a gasket. Zhao Tianyu gnashed his teeth in silence, watching me go. Then, without waiting for the principal to say another word, he scoffed and followed me inside. Principal Wang could only sigh. In most schools, coordination was the baseline strategy, but the kind of people who made it to this level were all proud, arrogant apex predators. None of them would ever willingly lower their own ranking just to help someone else. He'd been young once, he understood the psychology, but as a principal, he had to try. What they did with that advice was their own business. When I stepped out of the portal into the 3rd district, Gao Tianyu was already there, scanning the area before heading straight to the weapon vendor. Did you bring the gun? I asked. Fuge I appeared out of nowhere, looking like a conspirator in a heist movie. He reached behind his back and produced an fully loaded. Forget the M700, he whispered. We're using the real deal. In the game, the AWM wasn't exactly expensive, but the ammo was the real bottleneck. Before I could even voice my concern, Fuge, I reached into his pack. I cleared out the warehouse storage, he said, handing me 5 boxes of 338 AP rounds, 20 per box. I was stunned. Bringing 100 rounds of 338 into a match was insane. Thanks, Fuji. 40 rounds should be plenty. I tucked 2 boxes into my pocket. In reality, 40 was more than enough. Even in a cutthroat match, 20 to 30 rounds was usually all you needed to end a career. I just wasn't fully confident in my marksmanship with a real-world sniper rifle yet. Hey Fuji, I started. Did you bring the big red special item? I caught myself halfway through the sentence, quickly correcting my terminology. Fuge. I just grinned. It had been a long time since anyone called it that, not since his father passed away. Of course I brought it. It's a shame I don't have any more special items of my own. My dad didn't leave me any, and he took the rest with him. Otherwise, I'd have hooked you up with a few more. He handed me a small tactical backpack containing the bust. No worries. This is plenty. Any more, and I wouldn't have the room. I slung the pack over my shoulders. And I've got this ready for you too. Fuge. I tossed me a chest rig. Thanks, brother. I looked around. While the other competitors were still swarming the vendor stalls, desperately trying to finalize their loadouts, I didn't have a single thing to worry about. Fuji had handled everything. As for the medical supplies stashed in the rig, I didn't even need to check. I knew he'd picked out the absolute best, right down to the helmet and body armor. Are you really sure you don't want the armor? Fuji, I asked, his voice thick with concern. Nah. It's too heavy, I'd be a sitting duck. Attention, all participants, proceed to the Longbow Valley entrance immediately for assembly. Good luck, go give them hell. Fuge, I said, clapping a hand on my shoulder. I nodded, and after I walked away, he pulled a championship ticket from his pocket, grinning like a kid as he headed off to watch. The entrance to Longbow Valley was already marked by a massive sign, designated zone for interschool elite championship, unauthorized personnel prohibited. It was a necessary move. They had to ensure no random scavengers drifted in and skewed the player count for this specific region. A stern-faced man with an aura of absolute authority stood before the gate. The rules of the tournament are as follows. Individual sniper competition. All firearms other than sniper rifles are strictly prohibited. This includes using any weaponry belonging to Azala Guard patrols. You may utilize non-contraband special items. Ranking will be determined by a composite score of total kills and the order of death. With that, he stepped aside, gesturing for us to funnel into the valley. I did a quick visual sweep of the competition. Aside from one guy who was just as naked as I was, no helmet, no armor, everyone else was kitted out in Tier 4 or Tier 5 sets. But one man immediately locked my attention. Like me, he was carrying an but unlike me, He was draped head to toe in a pristine Tier 6 vest and pants. Not wearing armor? The Azala soldiers will chew you up and spit you out, Gao Tianyu said, standing next to me. I glanced at him. He was wearing Tier 4, but I noticed he'd stuffed a Tier 5 shut-in helmet into his chest rig. Smart, I thought, but useless. We were all snipers here. Even if everyone was rocking Tier 5 rounds, that tiny bit of extra protection wouldn't save him if he caught a bullet. Doesn't matter, I replied flatly. I'll just take yours later. Zhao Tianyu's face darkened, and he turned away, fuming. I'd meant to rattle him, and based on the way his jaw tightened, it had worked a little too well. That's so unfair. Is that Tier 6 gear? How the hell is anyone supposed to kill him? That's gotta be Xiaoling Hun, right? His school is infamous for being loaded. I bet he's got special items hidden in there too. I'm done. We aren't competing on skill, we're competing on who's got the bigger wallet. The others had noticed Xiaoling Hun's Tier 6 gear, and were already losing their minds. Tier 6 ammo could only be crafted through advanced components. You couldn't find it on the flea market. Most people were running Tier 5, and in the 3rd district, shooting Tier 5 rounds at Tier 6 armor was like throwing pebbles at a tank. Weaklings always look for excuses in equipment gaps. A cold voice cut through the whining. It was that other guy, the one who hadn't brought any armor, either. Shen Kangsheng, who are you trying to impress? Someone shot back. If you're so top tier, why don't you ditch that You think your school is the best? Let's meet at the trade bridge in a bit, and see who's got the guts to face us. I'm not scared of you, Shen Kangsheng replied with a sneer. Fine, trade bridge. Everyone who doesn't show is a coward. Well, that's a bold strategy. I was impressed. These kids were elite for a reason. They knew that once we dropped into Longbow Valley, communication would be impossible, so they were baiting everyone into a massive confrontation before we even stepped through the gate. It was a clever way to manipulate the lobby. Now, anyone dumb enough to head toward the trade bridge was going to be walking into a meat grinder. See you at the trade bridge, Gao Tianyu muttered, not looking at me as he checked his rifle. I glanced over. Are you going to die there? Gao Tianyu froze. If shooting wasn't restricted in the staging area, he would have put a hole in my head right then and there. I'd taken the spotlight he'd spent years cultivating, and he hated me for it. He let out a sharp, frustrated grunt and gave up on the trash talk. Enough, the official barked. Get inside. Save the talk for the match. We filed into the valley. As the transport chopper hovered over the drop zone, the familiar automated broadcast crackled to life. A realization hit me. There were 30 participants, but Longbow Valley only had 22 spawn points. In a team match, that wouldn't be an issue, but this was a solo tournament. That meant 8 people were going to be dropping directly onto occupied points. To be safe, I chambered a round into my arm while we were still in the air and swallowed a painkiller. I did not sign up for this. This is the beauty of reality compared to a game. No respawn timers, no lobby lag, just pure, cold consequence. Before I even had a chance to settle into my surroundings, the distinct, rhythmic chop of helicopter rotors cut through the air. Here we go again. Fate has a twisted sense of humor. The incoming chopper was carrying none other than Gao Tianyu. He landed perfectly, but he didn't even get the chance to move. He just laid there, motionless, slowly fading into a loot crate. A 0-second, spawn kill victory. I sprinted over, stripped his arm of its top-tier attachments, scavenged his ammunition, and left everything else. I wasn't here to play scavenger. Greed for armor and helmets would only weigh me down, and if I missed my shot at the quantum storage unit, it wouldn't matter how much gear I had. I was currently spawned just below Amiya town, dangerously close to the trade bridge. I should have stayed in bed. Because of the trash talk during the staging phase, the trade bridge was destined to be a meat grinder. Everyone was going to be funneling here, and I was pinned right in the middle of it. Gunfire erupted nearby, 2 distinct cracks, one from the spawn point behind Amiya town, the other near the Blue Harbor. I briefly considered bunkering down inside the Diamond Queen Hotel to cover the slope and the high-rise tower, but while that would guarantee my survival, it would severely limit my kill potential. I'm not a fan of playing it safe. I prefer increasing the upper limit of my chaos. Before the rest of the lobby descended, I tracked down 2 Azala guards. As I closed the distance, they snapped toward me, raising their weapons, but I held the bust high and let out a sharp, commanding cry. Azala. The bust flooded the area with a brilliant, blinding golden light. The guards froze, their aggressive posture melting away as the light washed over them. When they stood back up, the vacant, NPC-like stare in their eyes was replaced by a sharp, human clarity. For Azala, for Xiao Wei, they chanted in unison, dropping to one knee. We swear our lives to you, awaiting your command. Well, that's certainly something. I was expecting them to just act as automated minions, but the bust had actually granted them genuine self-awareness. What are your names? I asked. I am Xiao Wei Squad Soldier 1, the first replied. I am Xiao Wei Squad Soldier 2, the second added. That's one way to do it, I thought, suppressing a smirk. All right, 1 and 2 follow me. We've got work to do. I gave them their orders and they vanished into the brush, heading in opposite directions. From their vantage points in Amiya Town and the Villain Tower, players were watching the chaos, but nobody was firing. In high-stakes sniping, unless a target is literally in your lap, you don't break cover. The risk of exposure is too high. Then, I heard it, the faint, rhythmic sound of someone climbing metal. Heh, let them tear each other apart at the trade bridge, a player chuckled from the top of the Veland Tower. I'll just pick off the scraps from up here. Even if I only get one, I'll be well inside the top 10. He was feeling pretty good about himself, busy scaling the tower, when a bullet slammed into the wall inches from his head. He panicked, instantly diving for cover. Someone's already holding an angle? Based on the trajectory, the shot came from the direction of the Veland Tower. Oh, you want to play? Fine, he hissed, leveling his FB7. In his scope, he spotted the other player crouching behind a fence, also aiming his way. They were locked in a stalemate. Thank you for pointing the way. The guy on the tower smirked, shifting his crosshair slightly to the left to compensate for the wind. Goodbye. Bang. The player behind the fence dropped, a perfect, centered headshot. But the guy on the tower didn't even have time to celebrate. He hadn't pulled his own trigger yet. Bang. 3, I whispered, watching him slump from the tower. I didn't rush. I calmly swapped my magazine, keeping the rhythm steady. If I could maintain this pace, I wouldn't be the one getting trapped, I'd be the one turning the ambush around. It was the most dangerous, arrogant, and reckless strategy possible, but it was also the only way to farm the entire lobby. I took the opportunity to equip the explosive auxiliary spine, ensuring I had every advantage. For the next several minutes, I held my ground. Anyone who crossed the 100-meter threshold around my position didn't stand a chance. 6 kills down. Meanwhile, the contrast in playstyles was becoming embarrassing. Xiao Linghun, who had spawned at the Garbai ruins, was still sitting at his spawn point, meticulously tweaking his kit. The students in the conference hall and the spectators watching the live feed were losing their minds. How long is he going to spend in his inventory? Half the lobby is already dead, and he's still playing dress-up. He was wearing full Tier 6 gear, draped in a power propulsion rig identical to mine, with Red Wolf power exoskeleton leg attachments, and he was still pulling more gear out of his pack. I need a refund on this tournament, I thought. This isn't a sniping contest. It's a fashion show for the wealthy. Feng Yi's medical gun and smoke grenades, Uru's loitering munition, Deep Blue's shield, Nameless's jammer, Zoya's sonic cluster system, Luna's compound bow, Gong Pai's decoder, Old Hei's acoustic drone, aside from Zhang Ji's gear and Feng's own explosive auxiliary spine. Almost every piece of top-tier equipment in the game was strapped onto Xiao Linghun. That's a new level of nonsense. Phew, finally done. After equipping all the gear from his Mandel crate, Xiao Linghun wiped the sweat from his forehead and opened his sky-swallowing bag. The sheer volume of special items inside could only be described as dizzying. It wasn't that his family couldn't afford more. It was simply that his pack was already bursting at the seams. Why can't I just buy a quantum storage unit? He sighed, clearly frustrated by having too much of a good thing. Meanwhile, I'd been waiting at the trade bridge for a while now, but I'd only managed to pick off 3 more players, bringing my total count to 9. Suddenly, the math stopped adding up. There were 8 spawn points on my side of the map, plus the one Gao Tianyu and I had shared. I'd wiped out everyone else on this side, but I hadn't seen a single soul from the other half of the map. Had they all rushed to the Superstar Station and exited to camp the top of the trade bridge? I shook my head, unlikely. Not a single shot had been fired from the Havoc soldiers stationed at the Superstar Station yet. Then, a distant crack of a rifle echoed across the map. That single sound confirmed my theory. Someone else was playing just like I was, locking down the opposite spawn points. That explained why the trade bridge, supposedly the most dangerous spot on the map, felt like a quiet Sunday afternoon. At this rate, I could literally take a nap and still walk away with a top 5 finish. I popped a painkiller, stood up, and began making my way toward the crash site. I should have stayed in bed, I thought, though my instincts were already sharpening. I guessed that the players spawning at the radar station and the Superstar Station had deliberately avoided the trade bridge, choosing to flank toward the cliffs instead. Since the players on the left side were likely already tearing each other apart, the general layout of the lobby was starting to map out in my head. This pacing is insane, I muttered. I'd expected the Sniper Elite Championship to be a tedious, slog fest of campers testing each other's patience. Instead, the battlefield had constricted into a bloodbath before the game had even really begun. I pushed my power propulsion unit to its limit, sprinting toward the zipline at the crash site. 3, 6, 9. Shen Kangsheng counted the kills he'd racked up. Longbow Valley is way too big, finding people is a pain in the ass. He frowned. Most of the remaining players had to be holed up in the town or the Blue Harbor dock. He pulled out a blue compound bow and activated the sonar sweep toward Emiya town. Beep, 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 gotcha. His eyes lit up, but before he could even line up a shot, the distinct hum of a loitering munition taking flight echoed from the cliffside. Another rat trying to play hero. Shen sneered. He dove behind cover, and without even bothering to look, he flicked his wrist and detonated the munition in midair. You can't even use your gear properly. He was right. The guy had exposed his position with the sonar sweep only to blow it with a clumsy munition launch. If he'd been smarter, he would have waited for Shen to engage someone else before taking the shot, but that was their mistake. They were dead. While Shen couldn't see the enemy on the cliff from his angle, I had a perfect view of the entire scene. Once that idiot was down, I stood still for a moment, eyeing the crash site. I waited until I was sure the area was scanned clear before moving again. I sprinted toward the crash site, but I adopted a rhythm. Sprint for 2 seconds, then snap aim. It slowed me down considerably, but it meant no one could get a clean bead on me while I was in motion. My gear isn't exactly optimized for this map, I mused. This is going to be a long game. Suddenly, a bullet whizzed through the air, carving a line through the space I'd occupied a fraction of a second before. I dropped into a roll, moving to the side the instant I heard the report. Reflexes like that? Which school is this kid from? Shen Kangsheng was genuinely stunned. He rechambered his rifle. Let's see how you handle this one. I dodged the second shot, my eyes narrowing as I scanned the horizon. The shot hadn't come from the crash site. I'd been watching that area like a hawk, and it had been empty the whole time. The shooter had moved after I took out the guy on the cliff. Well, that escalated quickly. I realized I was up against someone in a different league. I dropped the casual attitude and focused. Let's go then, I whispered. Shen Kangsheng's brow furrowed. I refuse to believe you can dodge that. As I sprinted, I heard the gunshot and instantly transitioned into a deep crouch, sliding across the terrain to narrowly avoid a bullet aimed straight for my skull. I didn't get back up to sprint immediately. I knew he was going to rotate again. Behind his scope, Shen Kangsheng looked like he'd just bitten into a lemon. Are you kidding me? You've got a power exoskeleton for that too. A slide, really? Grumpy as he was, he knew he couldn't hold this position anymore. I had already fired 3 shots. There was no way I was going to land a 4th before he did. The guy had some serious footwork. I'll give him that. But sniping is all about positioning. Shen Kangsheng realized the same thing. He abandoned his current spot and bolted for the small manor, pushing all the way to the substation. He was clearly trying to angle for my flank or rear. Seeing that he didn't have the guts to challenge me for a 4th shot, I lowered my arm. Well, that's awkward. I knew when to fold. If I stayed put, he'd eventually pop up from some blind angle. Where could he be heading, if he wanted to catch me? His best bets were either the substation directly to my side or the checkpoint on the other side. If he went for the checkpoint, he'd have to cross the river, which would put him right in my sights, but he wasn't taking that route, which meant he was definitely gunning for the substation. That's a bold strategy. I looked toward the substation and sprinted toward the zipline behind me. If I could beat him there, I'd have the high ground. If I was slower, he'd catch me while I was turning the corner of the slope, and I'd be dead. I pushed myself to the limit, reaching the top of the substation and locking down my position just in time. Now, the moment he cleared that slope, he'd be nothing more than a target. Shen Kangsheng, who hadn't taken any performance enhancers, arrived at the edge of the slope, panting heavily. He was steps away from being a walking headshot. On his way here, he'd stumbled upon the corpse of that guy who'd been using the loitering munition earlier. If you're as good as I think you are, he muttered to himself, you should be waiting right there. He stayed behind a rock and gingerly poked his helmet out to check the angle. The crack. A single bullet obliterated his helmet. If his head had been inside it, he would have been a goner. Shen's heart hammered against his ribs. This was, without a doubt, the toughest opponent he'd ever faced. Even with just a sliver of that helmet exposed, the shot had been instantaneous. How the hell were his reflexes that sharp? The report suggested we were at least 300 meters apart. At that range, the bullet travel time was significant, meaning the moment that tiny convexity of the helmet appeared, my finger had already squeezed the trigger. It was technically impossible for a human to do that. My last brain cell just gave up, I thought, letting out a breath. Sometimes, overreacting isn't a good thing. I'd panicked slightly when I saw the silhouette of the helmet and fired on instinct, only to realize too late it was a decoy. Mission failed successfully. I didn't hesitate. I rose from my crouch and began rotating again. By the time Shen's sonar swept the spot where I'd been, I was long gone. I took the long way around, circling nearly half the map until I reached the Sand Mirror Ranch, the very same spot where I'd first squared off against the Garbai ruins when I'd entered Longbow Valley. I didn't think Shen would be reckless enough to push from the substation again, and sure enough, he seemed to be retracing his steps, planning to move from the Garbai ruins toward the ranch. Just then, the sound of equipment clanking together near the Garbai ruins caught both of our attention. We both adjusted our posture, dead set on the source. Finally got the kit sorted, Xiao Linghun chirped, stepping out of the Garbai ruins. A few more adjustments, and this setup should guarantee a top 3 finish. 338 AP rounds, fired from opposite directions, whistled through the air. They slammed into his temple and brow simultaneously. A sharp, metallic crack erupted from his pack as a golden, globe-shaped object shattered instantly. Despite taking 2 rounds, Xiao Linghun didn't even flinch. What in the hell? My jaw dropped. I could see Shen Kangsheng staring from his own position, equally horrified. We'd both landed perfect headshots on a Tier 6 helmet and done absolutely nothing. Was the Tier 7 ammo in the 3rd district just for show? I dropped back into cover immediately, my heart racing. Shen did the same. I did not sign up for this, I thought. I just got here, and now I'm dealing with a tank? Xiao Linghun scrambled back behind the wall of the ruins. The 3 of us were now locked in a reverse triangular standoff. He knew exactly where we were. He dug into his bag and pulled out the shattered remains of that golden globe. If I'd known there were this many rats, I would have brought more heaven and earth items, he muttered, tossing the broken pieces aside without a second thought. Since you two want to hand deliver your heads, I guess I'll just have to accept. A red scanning light washed over Shen Kangsheng's position, and a stream of electronic data began to pulse across his tactical HUD. That's a problem for smarter people, I thought. Good luck with that. The scanning data rippled from the garb, I ruins all the way to my position. My vision blurred, and a jolt of pure shock ran through me. That distance was well over 60 meters. How the hell was he even scanning me? I need a refund. Before I could process the absurdity, 6 rounds from a hand cannon rained down on me in rapid succession. Boom! A loitering munition shrieked into the air from behind the ruins, circled once, and locked onto my position like a heat-seeking missile. Seconds later, 2 arrows crackling with raw electricity hissed through the air, streaking toward me one after the other. Compared to my position, which at least had some cover, Shen Kangsheng was having a much worse time. He wasn't just dodging hand cannon blasts and a relentless barrage of grenades, he was dancing around incendiary shells carpeting the ground. Without any cover, his legs were getting a serious workout. I finally found a fleeting opening and tried to line up a shot on the ruins, but the acoustic drone finally reached me. It wasn't like the game interface I was used to. The sonic vibrations hit me with physical force, rattling my organs and turning my limbs into lead. My coordination completely cratered, and even aiming felt like trying to thread a needle during an earthquake. I fought through the nausea, forced my sights onto the drone, and squeezed the trigger. It exploded in a shower of sparks, and I finally caught my breath. Watching Shen and me get absolutely hammered left the spectators in the conference hall and the operatives outside completely speechless. Is this what pay to win looks like? Terrifying. Genius doesn't mean anything when you're facing a whale, I guess. Look at that. Ha 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 ha. Shen Kangsheng finally got a taste of his own medicine. Good thing we stayed out of that zone, we'd look just as pathetic. Don't laugh at him yet, look at Xiao Wei. Even the god of sniping is getting pushed into the dirt. Do you think he can actually pull a win here? The guy hasn't even used half the junk in his bag yet. Under the endless bombardment of gadgets, Shen Kangsheng finally snapped. I hope you're as smart as you think you are, he bellowed, firing a shot into a nearby rock. Then, he fired again. The rock he hit was right in the direction of my position at the Sand Mirror Ranch. I was crouched behind my own piece of cover, just as battered as he was, but I understood the signal immediately. I fired a single shot into my own rock in response. A moment later, Shen fired back. We had been rivals for the whole match, but we were clearly on the same wavelength. In this moment of crisis, we reached a silent pact. We both slung our sniper rifles over our shoulders and sprinted toward the Garby ruins at full speed. Xiao Linghan heard the frantic footsteps approaching from 2 different directions. He panicked, unsure of which one to track, knowing that whichever way he turned, the other would take his head. He slammed his signal jammer, and his power exoskeleton flared to life. As the jammer kicked in, his audio signature completely vanished. Dense, choking smoke, grenades detonated in seconds, swallowing the entire Garby ruins in a gray shroud. 2 burger-shaped sonic traps stuck to the entrances Shen and I were about to breach, followed by iron caltrops and magnetic grenades thrown into our path. I am officially filing a complaint with reality, I thought, ducking under the debris. How much gear is this guy carrying? My expectations were low, but wow, Shen Kangsheng roared as he charged. A hand cannon shot clipped the top of the church, the angle perfectly calculated to bounce off the wall and land right at Xiao Linghan's feet. My ears caught the faint click of the sonic trap. I blew it apart with a single shot and surged into the smoke. Shen climbed the wall just as I broke through. The traps and caltrops were useless against us. We were both running light, without helmets or armor, and our mobility was in a different league compared to Xiao Linghan's sluggish Tier 6 setup. I used the shifting clouds of smoke to track his heat signature. High on the wall, Shen caught the glint of the loitering munition launcher on Xiao Linghan's back. We both pulled our triggers. Bang! Shen's shot was blocked by Xiao Linghan's massive shield, but mine tore through the haze and hammered into his chest. His Tier 6 vest shrieked as a hole was punched through the plating, but the armor absorbed just enough kinetic energy to keep him alive. Then, that familiar, annoying chime played. Feng Yi's medical gun worked its magic, and Xiao Linghan's health bar surged back up. He threw 5 more smoke grenades and fired the medical gun into the cloud, turning it into a healing mist. Don't stop, Shen screamed, his voice raw. Don't let him back into his inventory. Bang bang bang. We unleashed everything we had left in our AWM magazines, unloading lead into the smoke. It was a chaotic mess if we hadn't teamed up. Either one of us would have been dismantled by his toys minutes ago. Zip! A data blade sliced into my right thigh, and a spinning disc slammed into Shen, sending him tumbling off the wall in a spray of blood. We were both dry. Our magazines were empty, and the smoke was finally beginning to thin. Shen lay crumpled against the base of the wall, bleeding out, while I struggled to pull the data blade from my leg. We glared at the center of the ruins. Xiao Linghan was still standing there, casually rummaging through his pack for more gear. I swear to God, Shen roared, his voice trembling with pure, unadulterated rage. If you don't stop, I am going to lose my mind. I gritted my teeth and hauled myself to my feet, gripping my AWM by the barrel. It was out of ammo, but that didn't mean it was useless. As a prodigy from the 3rd Academy, I had little patience for these pampered rich kids who cheated their way to the top. I'd only ever stumbled across a single Mandel brick in my entire life, but this guy, he was equipped like he'd raided a warehouse. He hadn't even fired a shot. He'd almost killed us both just by throwing his ridiculous pile of gear at us. Well, that escalated quickly. Fueled by pure resentment, I swung the heavy rifle stock with everything I had, slamming it into Xiao Linghun's head. You joined in a split second later, raining blows down on him with your own weapon. Unlike my spiteful fury, you were practically grinning. You'd seen just how much loot was crammed into his bottomless pack. Hey, ow, cut it out. Stop, stop, I surrender. Xiao Linghun curled into a ball, shielding his head while we kept hammering away. You two are teaming up. That's against the rules. This isn't fair. Fair? I nearly laughed, breathless with rage. You're rocking tier 6 armor, carrying enough special items to outfit a small army, and you're acting like a loot goblin. Do you have any idea how ridiculous you look? While we were busy beating the life out of him, Xiao Linghun scrambled blindly through his bag, his hand brushed against something, and in a flash of light, he vanished into thin air. Our rifle stocks smashed into nothing but empty space. This is fine. We both froze, blinking in stunned silence. The immediate threat was gone, and with it, our fragile, violent alliance. The pact was dead. Now, it was just a race to see who could reload faster. I didn't waste a millisecond, snapping a fresh magazine into place with a smirk. I had the advantage. I clicked the bolt, lined up my sights, and leveled the rifle at your chest. But you were faster than I expected. You rolled, closing the distance, and fired a snapshot that missed by a hair. Before I could cycle the bolt for a second shot, your barrel was already pressed firmly against my forehead. The game was up. I slowly lowered my arm and let out a long, shuddering breath. One guy plays with toys, the other plays with movement tech. Why did I have to run into you two? I closed my eyes, resigning myself to the inevitable. You're genuinely strong. You know that? You said, your voice holding a hint of genuine respect. I didn't answer. After you finished me off, I watched from the sidelines as your kill count hit 10. You looked at the ground with obvious disappointment. Xiao Linghun had pulled a vanishing act, and your dreams of effortless loot freedom had slipped away. You turned to leave, but then you spotted a glimmer of gold in the corner, the shattered remains of the heaven and earth. So that's how he survived, you realized. You remembered the moment perfectly. You'd landed a shot right between his eyes while my arm round hit his temple. He'd tanked 2 simultaneous headshots and walked away without a scratch. It was a passive trigger, identical to a life-saving blade. You stared at the broken shards, lost in thought. I see. I'll have to treat everyone like they have 2 lives from now on. If he'd had that item during a final showdown, the entire tide of the match would have flipped in a heartbeat. The invincibility window was short, maybe only a fraction of a second, but in a high-stakes duel, that's all the time in the world. After stripping my AWM from my cold hands, you returned to the trade bridge. Inside the tent, 2 of your guard soldiers were already waiting. Boss, those spots you mentioned, they were occupied. We handled them as ordered, they reported. You nodded, glancing at the 2 fresh bodies on the ground. Your kill count was now 12. 8 people had died at the start, and after accounting for Gao Tianyu, that meant 7 other players had been cleared out. With 12 of yours and 7 of theirs, that made 19 total. Even if the rest of the lobby hadn't scored a single kill, there were only 11 people left, including you and the missing Xiao Linghun. 9 people remained. Even if one of them had somehow managed to pick up every single remaining kill, they'd only have 10. But the gunfire hadn't stopped, meaning the pro you were dealing with, likely the gear-heavy Shen, Kang Sheng, had probably cleaned house. And then there was the special guy, Xiao Linghun, the golden boy of the Royal Noble Academy. No wonder the headmaster had warned you to be careful. You shook your head. Whatever. Even if you walked into a wall and killed yourself, you were locked in for first place. There was no point in hunting down the rest. You spent the next few minutes looting, stuffing your pack with nearly 150 rounds of Tier 5 and Tier 6 ammunition. Help me pack these, you ordered. You shouldered one heavy bag and pointed to the other 2 massive packs. Your guards hoisted them up, following you toward the Sand Mirror Ranch extraction point. I might have been in trouble without these guys to help haul the loot. On the road, you signaled one of the soldiers, the one you mentally tagged as 3. No need for introductions. I know you're 3, you said, tossing your bag to him. Boss, we can't leave with you. The 3 soldiers replied, their faces falling as they reached the extraction point. It's fine, just give me the bag. You took the pack back, but the gear, boss. They started to unbuckle their Tier 5 armor. Keep it, wear it, and someone leave me a sniper rifle. You reached into your pocket and tossed them a few boxes of ammo. Use the Tier 5 stuff sparingly. If you kill anyone, keep their gear. You weren't sure if you'd ever see them again, but they were your first real unit. A full kit squad with Tier 5 gear and custom snipers would certainly give any future ops in Longbow Valley a nasty surprise. Thank you, boss. We'll follow you to the death. The 3 soldiers looked at you with genuine gratitude. This is what a real leader looks like, they thought. Compared to the mindless drudgery of working for Reese, this was something else entirely. I watched them trudge away with the worst, junkiest gear imaginable, clad in armor that was practically held together by hope. All right, watch yourselves. Don't go getting killed. And for the love of God, keep a low profile, I warned, giving them one last look before I turned and stepped into the extraction zone. As I vanished, silence reclaimed Longbow Valley. But from the dense underbrush nearby, a faint rustle broke the stillness. I knew they were elite, I thought, listening closely. Not a single shot fired now that the heat is off. This is a bit nerve-wracking, honestly. Just a little longer. I whispered to myself. 1 kill, already on the board. Get 2 more. Factor in the survival ranking, and I'm golden. Liu Yang of the New Era Academy hadn't moved an inch from his bush since the moment he'd fragged the poor sap who'd dropped in his sector. Tiny insects crawled across his face, and one even tried to make a home in his ear, but he didn't twitch. A world-class sniper lives and dies by patience. And frankly, it was my strongest suit. Meanwhile, back at the New Era Academy's conference hall, the mood was less than professional. What is this idiot doing? He's the last one left on the entire map and he's still camping. We're officially the laughingstock of the circuit. Blame the headmaster. He kept swearing Liu Yang's playstyle was the most stable strategy. Yeah, look how that turned out. Wait, check the 3rd Academy feed. Ha 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 ha. Finally, someone actually put Shen Kangsheng in his place. Did you see his face? Someone, tell me someone got a recording of that look. Who's the guy who took him out? Which academy is he from? If the headmaster has any sense, he'll poach him immediately. Good luck with that. The headmaster already bolted halfway through the match to go scout him. In the observer hall, Fuggai jumped to his feet, screaming at the top of his lungs. I told you he was the winner. That's my buddy. He grabbed a handful of business cards from his bag and launched them into the air like confetti. Get your applications in. I'm jumping ship to their company. Who's coming with me? In the back row, a man in full military dress gestured for his subordinate to lean in. Those 2 students find out if they're available for recruitment. Back at the entrance to Longbow Valley, I strolled up with 2 heavy backpacks in tow. The other survivors were already lined up, looking ragged. The middle-aged man from earlier was hovering over his clipboard, tallying scores. He glanced at me and jerked his chin toward the back of the line. I dropped the bags and took my place. I looked over to see Xiaolinghun staring at me, his eyes wide. How did you even make it out? Shen Kangxing chimed in, turning around as well. There were 29 of us in line, 1 short. Given my performance, Shen figured I'd have just tracked the last guy down for the clean sweep. I did the math, I replied evenly. Confirmed first place was secure, so I extracted. I assume you killed everyone on the other side of the map then? I asked, looking at Shen. He gave a curt nod and a huff of annoyance. You got lucky. If it weren't for you, first place would have been mine. I just shrugged with a smirk, keeping my mouth shut. Xiaolinghun, however, wasn't having it. Bull crap. If you 2 hadn't teamed up, first would have been mine. Pipe down, you pay to win trash, Shen muttered, rolling his eyes. Even if you hadn't died, your kill count couldn't touch mine. He was still clearly rattled. Being outplayed by someone relying entirely on gadgets had clearly bruised his ego. How much longer are we waiting? A few of the early exit players grumbled, their patience completely evaporated. They'd been standing there for 20 minutes, forced to wait for the stragglers to finish up. 10 minutes later, a figure finally emerged from the entrance. The entire line turned in unison. About time. Do you have any idea how long we've been waiting? There was literally no one left. Is that a New Era uniform? Typical. Another camper who spent the whole match sitting on his hands. All right, settle down, the official barked, pointing to the end of the line. Get in formation. Liu Yang scratched his head, looking sheepish as he took his spot under the collective death glare of everyone in the queue. Then came the final tally. Yu and Shen were locked in for first and second, obviously. But the 3rd place spot triggered an absolute riot. 3rd? How in the hell does he get 3rd? I'm going to go take a nap in a bush next time. Yep, Liu Yang had snagged 3rd place by pure survival, simply because the rest of the lobby had been slaughtered by Yu and Shen. With the results finalized, the official dismissed us and vanished with his clipboard. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, I shouldered the massive bags containing everyone else's hard-earned gear and walked away. I hit the 3rd district recycling stall and dropped the 3 packs onto the table with a heavy thud. Tally this up. The old man behind the counter frowned, peering into the bags. More rifles? Can't you bring back some actual collectibles? You don't want them? Fine. I'll go sell them across the street. I moved to grab the straps. Wait. I didn't say I didn't want them. He snatched the bags away, already scrambling to calculate the value. Everything is under control. Probably. Sure, selling junk gear might fetch a higher price elsewhere, but the sheer volume of firearms I'd offloaded wasn't exactly pocket change. Honestly, unless you're a high-tier operative or some desperate rookie trying to buy their way into decent gear, most people don't bother with the recycling stalls. The margins are insulting. The old man behind the counter bared his teeth in a greasy, sycophantic grin. 4 million total. It came out to 3.97, but I'll round it up for a regular like you. Good. Scan me. Everything is under control. Probably. After wrapping up the transaction, I waited in the 3rd district for Fuji. My half-body statue loot needed to sit in his warehouse for a while, and I wasn't about to risk carrying it around. Sorry I'm late, Tai Dan. Fug, I called out, waving as he jogged toward the teleporter. Took you long enough, I muttered, handing him the statue. I was busy conducting interviews with potential ops. Fug, I said, beaming. I told them you were part of our company, and they were practically fighting to get in. You're a celebrity now, man. The observer hall was crawling with people asking for your contact info or begging to apprentice under you. I held up a hand, cutting him off. And, did you give it to them? Bug. I shook his head. As if. Who knows who's a liability? I vetted everyone myself. Anyone with a spotty record got the boot. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. Good. Keep the statue in storage for now. I need to head back to school and see about my rewards. You got it. Phone call later, he said, waving, as he headed toward the warehouse. I didn't find the headmaster at the school, but after being told he was at the infirmary, I tracked down Teacher QI instead. The rewards should be ready tomorrow, she explained. The headmaster is at the bureau finalizing everything. She looked at me, a strange, hesitant expression on her face. It felt surreal to her, having a talent like me just manifest in her class. At the beginning, maybe she tried to take credit, telling other teachers she'd taught me, but that act had long since died. She knew, just as I did, that she couldn't replicate a single move I made. My decisions were often beyond her grasp. Thanks, Teacher Chi. I nodded and started to turn away. Wait, she called out, and when I looked back, she seemed caught on the verge of speaking. She'd been told by the headmaster to convince me to stay at the school after graduation, but looking at me now, she couldn't bring herself to do it. A dragon wasn't meant to be kept in a shallow pond. Just, be careful. Don't let a repeat of the Chen Yu incident happen. She waved me off, and I headed toward the school's teleporter to the 3rd district. I had one more loose end to tie up, and it wasn't about the rewards. It was about Chen Yu. After kitting myself out in a full Tier 5 setup, I parked myself in a corner by the entrance to the Forbidden Zone, sat cross-legged, and waited. I'm paying for your escort so I can learn the ropes. A voice drifted over from nearby. I've got the credits. My only condition is that you narrate every detail and trick while you're in there. Relax, a familiar voice scoffed. If you want to learn the ropes of the Forbidden Zone, you found the right guy. Everyone knows who Chen Yu is. I'm just worried you'll kill them so fast I won't learn anything. I looked up, my eyes locked with Chen Yu's. I have questions. It's you, Chen Yu sneered. I stood up slowly. I didn't waste my breath on pleasantries. I just jerked my chin toward the entrance. Last time, you were lucky enough to walk away from a lethal hit. You still looking for revenge? Chen Yu's eyes narrowed into slits. Fine. Fine. Let's go. The way he spat out the word fine 3 times told me everything I needed to know about his current blood pressure. Boss, I might have to clear the field quickly, Chen Yu told his client. I'll find him before he can extract. The teaching and play-by-play can wait for the next run. This one's on me. Without waiting for an answer, he dragged his client into the zone, shooting me a final, taunting glare before vanishing. I didn't hesitate. I stepped into the entry point right after him. From our last encounter, I knew he had that pocket watch, the one that could freeze incoming bullets in a stasis field. It had a cooldown, but last time, the gap between the first and second use had been less than 3 seconds. That was a suspiciously short window for an item that powerful. There had to be a catch, but I wasn't going to risk testing it while we were actively dueling. I planned to put him in the ground, snatch the watch, and figure out the mechanics myself. I spawned at point 1 of the Broken Wings mission sector. The moment my feet hit the ground, I equipped my kinetic propulsion unit and the explosive auxiliary spine. I made one key change though. I added the emergency evasion device to the loadout. I racked the bolt, popped a painkiller, and listened. I could hear them in the loading dock, the left wing of the Tower of Babel. Someone had just tripped the gate. Even though I was in a hurry to clear the tower, I didn't rush. Running across the open courtyard while they were holding the staircase would be a spectacular failure. I should have stayed in bed. I waited in the glass room until I heard them move inside. Once I was sure they'd pushed into the interrogation room, I sprinted for the stairs. The interrogation room was cramped, the perfect environment to make my grenade launcher truly shine. I pulled the emergency evasion device, firing 2 steel wires to anchor my movement. I anchored the steel wires to the wall. Stop looting. We've got company. One of them hissed, but it was already too late. Before he could even process the warning, my Tiger Cannon shell arched through the air and detonated right at his feet. His teammate's eyes went wide, and he screamed, "Get out of there!" I surged into the hallway outside the interrogation room. One shot, one headshot, the first threat was down. I didn't hesitate, rolling into a crouch to cut the distance even further. From this angle, I could already see the second enemy in the hallway. I lined up a shot on his spine, took him out, and immediately triggered my emergency evasion device. The recoil yanked me backward, out of the doorway, just as the second man hit the floor. The third guy, the one who'd been so busy rummaging through the computer bag, only just started to panic. He raised his gun, but he'd missed his window. He'd prioritized the loot over the gunfight, and now he had neither. The Tiger Cannon blast sent him sprawling, leaving him completely exposed and disoriented. With my kinetic propulsion unit fully charged, I breached the interrogation room again. "They told you we had company, didn't they? Still looting. You asked for this." I leveled my barrel at his spine and finished it. Nailed it, almost. When I'd first breached the tower, I'd mapped out exactly where all 3 were. The first one I took out had been the biggest threat. He'd reached the corner and held his position perfectly. He was cautious. The last guy, though, he was the type I'd seen 1,000 times in Delta Force. Even after hearing the footsteps, he convinced himself he was safe, as long as his teammates were covering the angles. They always think, The enemy won't dare push, my teammate will hold the angle until they realize they're alone. I swapped my magazine and didn't even bother looking at their loot. I had bigger fish to fry. Pop pop. The rhythm of an M14 echoed from the medical wing. I knew that sound. That was Chen Yu. Based on the cadence, he just wiped another squad without even breaking a sweat. He hadn't used his pocket watch once. Maybe the side effects were catching up to him. Or maybe he was just that confident. Instead of feeling the dread I should have, a manic, jagged excitement bubbled up in my chest. My hands were shaking, but it wasn't fear, it was pure adrenaline. I sprinted for the medical wing. The zip line was the only way to attack from an advantageous position. Every other entrance to the medical wing was a death trap, a high ground versus low ground nightmare where the enemy would hear my footsteps long before I crossed the threshold. The zip line had its risks if he was already aiming at the landing. I was a sitting duck, but at least it was quiet. Boss, you just focus on your gear, Chen Yu said, gesturing to the 3 death crates on the floor. Are you really going after him? His client asked, voice trembling. He doesn't get to live. If he isn't erased, my reputation is shot to hell, Chen Yu hissed. There can only be one king of the Forbidden Zone, and it's going to be me. His last loss had cost him a full day of missed contracts, but that wasn't what really burned him. It was the rumors. Word was spreading through the underground that the warden of the Forbidden Zone had been crippled by a student. Inside the 3rd district, his powered exoskeleton masked his leg injury, but out in the real world, the limp was impossible to hide. The company's logistics staff didn't fear him like the hired muscle did. To them, he was just a guy with a bank account. He blamed me for all of it. In his mind, my dog-like tactics had ruined his prestige. Looks like I don't even have to hunt him down, Chen Yu muttered, his eyes narrowing as he caught the faint whine of the zipline. He's delivering himself to me. He was currently positioned under the stairwell by the medical wing's side door. He knew exactly where I was headed, and he was already moving to intercept. Just finish your packing, boss. I'll be right back. Chen Yu vaulted toward the 2nd floor, his exoskeleton whirring to life as he moved to stake his claim. Here we go again. Through the structural glass, my triple-barreled hand cannon barked, the rounds finding their mark with surgical precision along the outer corridor. I watched, a dark satisfaction blooming in my chest, as a Tiger cannon shell landed right at Chen Yu's feet. Given the travel distance, it was effectively an instant detonation. He tried to initiate a slide to escape, but he was just a millisecond too slow. Mission failed successfully. The blast caught him, folding him to the ground. Even with his elite-level reflexes, he was sluggish compared to the raw acceleration of my kinetic propulsion unit. Still, though he was down, he wasn't within my kill zone. The explosion had merely served as a gap closer. My Groza was useless at this range. Its rounds would lose all penetration and drop like a toddler's stream before they ever reached him. If I tried to trade fire now, I'd be the one heading back to the lobby. You look pretty pathetic down there, Chen Yu, I taunted, performing a fluid parkour maneuver to keep my momentum up while skirting his line of sight. He was already halfway back to his feet. At the sound of my voice, the veins in his forehead bulged, his eyes freezing over with a murderous, icy intensity. First, he'd broken my legs. Then, after he'd subjected me to his sadistic games, I'd managed to survive a lethal strike to the spine and even tossed him a mocking glance. And now, I was standing here taunting him again. He fully regained his footing, pinpointing my location near the crocodile room by sound alone, and leveled his M14 toward me. I'd already dropped into a half-crouch, slipping out of his crosshairs. Thousands of hours in Delta Force had honed my timing to the millisecond. I knew exactly how long it took to go from a down state to standing. I flashed out twice, my shots landing true, one in his left arm, the other in his right shoulder. His exoskeleton's overload timer was ticking down, now at 15 seconds. He knew it as well as I did. If his speed buff ran out while I still had a repositioning charge left, it would be a repeat of our last encounter. He didn't hesitate, sliding into the room to cut off my angle. I was in his blind spot, but the inverse was also true. Chen Yu reached into his pocket and pulled out the golden pocket watch, clenching it tight. In the Forbidden Zone, you're the first person to ever challenge me like this, he hissed, his voice cold. But you won't be so lucky this time. Even over the frantic bang 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 of his M14 as he opened fire on my position, I heard the subtle click of the watch mechanism, but I'd anticipated his move. I didn't trade fire. I burned my kinetic propulsion charge to launch myself out of the room, effectively swapping positions with him. I counted the seconds in my head, wheeled around, and slid back into the doorway. We were separated by a thin barrier, staring each other down. The stasis field didn't trigger. I'd baited the movement perfectly. 2 of my bullets tore into his thighs, while he managed to land hits on my ribs and chest. We were both bleeding out, but Chen Yu lost his nerve. He pivoted to the wall behind the door, using it as cover to wait for the watch's 3-second cooldown. That's a bold strategy. I didn't give him the chance. I bolted toward the 2nd floor corridor of the medical wing. If you're going to challenge me, don't even think about running, Chen Yu sneered, his exoskeleton still humming with overcharged energy as he gave chase. Where do you think you're going? As he sprinted through the doorway, he saw my back retreating as I vaulted over the railing to the floor below. He followed without a second thought. His watch was seconds away from resetting, and with his client still downstairs, he had no reason to let me escape. He hit the ground, ready to finish this, but the room was deathly quiet. No footsteps. No sign of me. Then, a soft, metallic clink sounded directly above him. Chen Yu's pupils dilated, and he instinctively mashed the button on his watch. He looked up, and his world turned upside down. I was hanging inverted from the platform by two hook wires. To make myself invisible from his vantage point below, I'd been holding onto the very tips of the steel cables, letting them extend to their maximum length. He didn't even have time to raise his rifle. I released my grip, reaching behind me to pull a jagged combat knife from my pack. The sound of shearing flesh was crystal clear in the silence. Hot blood sprayed across my face as Chen Yu's left arm flew off, hitting the floor with a wet thud. The golden watch clattered away with it. "Are we still on the same level, Chen Yu?" I whispered, my voice dripping with ice. He stared, wide-eyed. At the blade in my hand, it was slick with his own life essence. I'd had that knife tucked away specifically for this moment. He raised his M14 with his right hand, a desperate, one-handed attempt to finish me. I canceled my emergency evasion device, dropping the rest of the way to the floor, and swung again. With another sickening spray of red, his right hand went flying. He was defenseless. I kicked him onto his back, and he didn't even have the strength to groan before I began. I brought the knife down, strike after strike, into his spine. With the painkillers having long since worn off, the agony of the steel carving into his marrow finally broke him. He let out a guttural, wretched scream. Only now did he understand what I'd gone through. When I'd been lying there with every bone in my body shattered, I hadn't made a sound. "Stay a cripple," I murmured, leaning down to whisper the very words he'd once used on me. "And for the love of God, pick your targets better in your next life." I was the one who had survived that hellscape, not him. I didn't hesitate. I drove the blade deep into Chen Yu's back, severing his spine with surgical precision. "If you take one more step, your fate will be exactly like his," I said, my voice flat, not even bothering to look up. Behind me, his boss was trying to creep away, hoping to slip into the shadows. Even at this distance, the sound of his shuffling feet was jarringly loud. Hearing my warning, cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead. He wasn't even walking anymore, he was inching forward, terrified. "Don't kill me. We only have a business arrangement, he's just the hired muscle." "I know," I replied. "That's why I won't touch your spine. As for what the head trauma does to you, well, that's up to your luck." I appeared in his field of vision so suddenly that he didn't even have time to register the shift. The look of utter bewilderment on his face remained frozen as he slumped to the ground. I didn't break his spine for one simple reason. Fug, I had been taken out with a headshot, and I intended to keep the symmetry. Everything is under control, probably. With both of them neutralized, I didn't rush to loot the bodies. I picked up the golden pocket watch Chen Yu had dropped and headed for the medical wing, holding out a faint hope that I might get lucky and find a resuscitation ventilator. I scoured every spawn point in the wing, but the damn thing was nowhere to be found. "I need a refund." Sighing, I stripped the medical wing of every other supply I could carry. I did manage to snag another bottle of physical enhancement serum from the medical stash. My stamina was already high enough that I barely felt the fatigue, so using it on myself would be a waste. Fug, I had been a massive help throughout all of this, so I carefully tucked the serum away that's going to him. Aside from that, the loot was sparse, just a few minor upgrades, roughly what you'd expect from the game's drop rates, maybe a hair higher. I did a full sweep of the interior of the Tower of Babel, but there were no other players in sight. The goal for this run was complete. I hauled the gear from all 5 players to the base of the tower, turned in the identity tags, and extracted. I'd cleared 4 million in profit. It was pocket change. Honestly, the real prize was the pocket watch I'd pried from Chen Yu's cold fingers. As I stepped out of the extraction point, I noticed a commotion near the respawn plaza. A crowd of medics was swarming over a body. Holy hell, is that Chen Yu? Who in the world has the guts to do that to him? Must have been a rat who snuck up behind him. Look at that spine damage. He's going to be paralyzed for life. That rat is a dead man walking once Chen Yu recovers. Fat chance. Even if his company protects him, he's never going to walk again. I drifted into the crowd, watching them work on him. I finally understood why murderers are always drawn back to the scene of the crime. After a flurry of surgical kits and emergency packs, Chen Yu's eyes fluttered open. The realization hit him almost immediately. He was paralyzed. He could breathe. He could see. He could speak, but he couldn't twitch a single muscle in his entire body. Yet, there was no fear in his eyes, only a cold, festering malice. His company would never abandon a crippled asset, but his reputation, that was a different story. He'd been mocked for weeks after I'd broken his legs. How would he survive being a permanent invalid? The thought pushed him over the edge. I will never stop hunting you," he screamed. Famous last words. The crowd froze. They stared in horror as a small, clean bullet hole appeared in the center of Chen Yu's forehead. A thin trickle of blood began to seep out. In an operation zone, dead is dead. There was no coming back from this. My eyes widened as I caught a fleeting glimmer of red light in the air. I knew that signature. My breath hitched. I remembered my thoughts from back when I'd first toyed with the Hawatang gun, the way it could ignore spatial constraints and deliver a precise, lethal headshot to anyone whose name was called. The weight of the situation hit me like a physical blow. My priority wasn't just finding a resuscitation ventilator anymore. I needed a Tian Yuan Di Fang plate immediately. If some enemy out there had a Hawatang gun, I could end up just like Chen Yu, dead without ever knowing who pulled the trigger. I'd originally thought the Great Red artifacts were just useful gimmicks. Even when I got the tank, I'd assumed it was the pinnacle of power in the 3rd District. But the watch, the Tian Yuan Di Fang, the Hua Tang, the sense of danger they invoked far outweighed the awe. I didn't even want to imagine what other terrifying abilities might be out there. I glanced down at my Groza. It was a Tier 0 weapon, and in this place, it was starting to feel like a toothpick. I turned and walked away from the Forbidden Zone entrance to the recycling stall. The old man was already used to my absurd hauls. He didn't even blink at the 4 million in value. I spent the next 24 hours grinding the classified zones. The resuscitation ventilator in the medical wing, and the Tian Yuan Di Fang at the top of the Tower of Babel, those were my new absolute requirements. This is fine. The silence in the conference hall was heavy, broken only by the hum of the cooling systems. Whether it was the headmaster, the faculty, or the students sitting in rows before the massive screen, everyone was left completely stunned. The duel between me and Chen Yu had pushed the limits of what they thought was possible in the 3rd District. When I'd taken out that first squad, my classmates had been impressed, sure, but they were starting to get used to my pace. But those who'd been on the fence, debating whether I was actually a prodigy or just lucky, were silenced. As for my final showdown with Chen Yu, even Zhao Chuang, who knew my capabilities better than anyone else in this hall, looked like his jaw was about to hit the floor. The math isn't mathing. Is he even human? I heard a whisper from the back rows. If someone told me he was a professional assassin or a literal ninja, I'd believe them without a second thought. That's Chen Yu, man. He's been the strongest genius in the 3rd District since his student days, and God, why just dismantled him, using nothing but basic gear. Forget Chen Yu Shen Kang. Sheng's talent is arguably even more ridiculous, and look who took first place in the end. The headmaster cleared his throat, and the room snapped into absolute stillness. Even he, a man who had seen everything the 3rd District had to offer, seemed to struggle with his words. He composed himself for a long moment before speaking. You've all seen the footage of Student Y. I won't deny his skill. He is stronger than any genius I have ever encountered. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the room. But I need you all to be crystal clear. I is Y, and you are you. You must study his techniques, yes, but do not under any circumstances delude yourselves into thinking you can replicate them. Recognize your own reality. When you graduate, or if you decide to enter the 3rd District on your own, remember, caution is the only thing that keeps you breathing. Every single operation you just watched, if any of you tried that, it would be a death sentence. He was terrified that the simplicity of my kills had lulled them into a false sense of security. To them, my movements looked effortless, as if I were fighting a low-level guard rather than a seasoned elite. He feared they had forgotten the sheer brutality of the 3rd District. Even the random operatives I dispatched with ease would have been insurmountable bosses for these students. As for Chen Yu, if you threw the entire school at him, he'd only lose because he ran out of bullets. I should have stayed in bed. The headmaster's warning, however, had the opposite effect. The students traded looks, but not of fear. The reality was that he was overthinking it. Before, they might have viewed the 3rd District as a manageable challenge, but my performance today had shattered their worldview. I'm starting to worry if I'll even be able to graduate. Someone muttered. Right? The graduation assessment is literally survive an encounter with God way. What's the rule? One shot? Or do we actually have to take him down? Dream on, man. Look at how few shots Chen Yu managed to land. Xiao Chuang suddenly stood up. Headmaster, I'm going to the 3rd District. Reporting, I'm going too. The room erupted. Students were scrambling to their feet, desperate to test their limits. Did you not hear a word I just said? The headmaster frowned, his frustration mounting. I'm telling you not to underestimate the dangers. Exactly because we saw what it's really like. We have to go. One student shouted. You taught us that practical experience is always better than sitting in an air-conditioned room reading theory. If we don't improve immediately, I have no idea how we're expected to pass the graduation exam against him, another added. The faculty members looked on with a mix of pride and apprehension. The headmaster sighed, realizing he couldn't stop them. If you are determined to enter, find your class advisors and head to the teleporters. Except for the top-tier students, you are restricted to the normal zones. Low risk only. He hadn't forbidden it, but he remained deeply unsettled. He feared the adrenaline of the video would push them into the confidential zones, where they'd be crushed like ants. Yet, the momentum was unstoppable. Class by class, they headed toward the portals. Which zone are we hitting? One student asked, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Lin Hao jumped in. Dams. I've studied the drop points from Godwise videos enough to know them by heart. Definitely. The Longbow Ravine, another suggested. Did you see how he handled the military zones? Plus, the ravine is safer than the dams. Alright, Longbow Ravine it is. Wait, Lin Hao added, remember the code God Y uses with Brother G. If we aren't sure if an enemy is from our school, we signal. If they answer, we hold fire. This is fine. As long as we outnumber them and stick to the areas we know, we won't walk away empty-handed. Even if we each only pull out a little, it'll add up to a solid profit. Sounds like a plan. With a dozen students fired up and ready for their initiation, they headed toward the entrance of the Longbow Ravine. By the time afternoon rolled around, I was trudging out of the confidential area, my gear rattling with every step, my back practically sagging under the weight of my haul. Chen Yu's body had already been cleared away, but the med tents were still buzzing with frantic activity. What is going on today? One medic sighed, wiping sweat from his brow. Why are so many guys being dragged out in bags? Beats me. Usually, at least 1 or 2 squads from every batch make it out alive, but now, it's practically a wipeout every single time. You think the difficulty in the 3rd district got bumped up again? Keep your voice down. You want to lose your job? Those head-mounted quartz chips aren't just for show. The medics worked in pairs, moving with practiced, rhythmic efficiency, one handling the surgeries, the other prepping medical kits. It was the only way they could hope to stabilize the operatives before they kicked the bucket. Difficulty increase? I frowned. They were implying this had happened before. Was the 3rd district secretly being patched in real time, just like a game? I shook the thought away. Even if the difficulty was spiking, it didn't change a thing for me. I made my way to the recycling stall, tossing my weapons and gear onto the counter for the old man. About 4 million, maybe a hair more, I said, leaning against the frame. Just transfer the funds to my account when you're done. I'm not waiting around. For me, entering the confidential area was just routine farming. Check the spawns for the resuscitation ventilator and the Tian Yuan. Di Fang, vacuum up the high-tier loot, and put down anyone who tried to stop me. It was so efficient that the old man was constantly struggling to keep up with the math. In just half a day, I'd cleared over 20 million. We'd eventually just added each other as contacts to save time. As I turned to leave, the old man cleared his throat. Kid, hold on a second. I paused, glancing back. Something wrong with the price? He waved a hand dismissively. No, the math is spot on. I just wanted to ask you something. He hesitated, then leaned in. I heard Chen Yu is dead. I nodded, though a prickle of unease crawled up my neck. I wasn't sure why he was asking me. Was it you? My pupils constricted. How did he know? Before I could even formulate a retort, the old man sighed. Except for you, I can't imagine anyone else pulling that off. You're new to the 3rd district, aren't you? Before you showed up, aside from Chen Yu and that other kid around your age, I'd never seen talent like this, but that other kid didn't show up today. I narrowed my eyes. And? The old man seemed to see right through me. He'd spent a lifetime dealing with hardened operatives. He could tell that the stillness in my eyes wasn't natural for a student. Don't be so hostile. We've been working together for a long time. I just wanted to warn you. Chen Yu's action company isn't some small-time outfit. Given his status there, they aren't going to let this slide. So they're going to hunt me down outside the 3rd district? I asked calmly. He laughed, a dry, rasping sound. Are you kidding? These companies are government-sanctioned. They wouldn't dare touch anyone in the real world. Well, that's a relief. Got it. Thanks. I turned on my heel and started toward the entrance again. Wait, you don't get it. They're going to come after you. If you see them, just tell them I'm waiting for them in the confidential zone, anytime. I didn't bother looking back. Running was a waste of time, and I didn't have any to spare. If anything, I hoped the whole company showed up at once. It'd be a lot more efficient to wipe them all in one go than to deal with the nuisance of being stalked. God, why? God, why? I stopped, glancing over my shoulder to see Zhao Chuang sprinting toward me. Zhao Chuang, what are you doing here? He scratched the back of his head, looking sheepish. YJ, I want to come to the confidential zone with you. Hard pass. YJ, I know you think I'll just be dead weight, he blurted out. You will be, I said, deadpan. He blinked, taken aback by how blunt I was. Most people would have at least tried to sugarcoat it. If you want to make some cash, I can spare some time to take you into the normal zones I offered. But confidential is out of the question. You saw what happened to Fugi. You know the risks. Zhao Chuang went silent, his face tightening with a sudden, stubborn resolve. YJ, I'm not good with flowery speeches. I only want to go with you for one reason. I want to get stronger. I want to be like you. I don't want to just stare at your back on a screen anymore while I'm totally helpless. It wasn't a great argument, but it stirred something in me, mostly because I'd said the exact same thing to someone else a long time ago. My own tactical awareness hadn't been a gift. It had been forged in the fire of countless failures. Every time I lost, even to cheaters, I tore my own performance apart to find the flaws. That kind of relentless self-criticism was the only reason I was where I was. Death in the confidential zone carries permanent side effects, I reminded him. I know. He nodded firmly. I looked at him for a long, quiet moment before exhaling. I'll give you exactly one chance, but if you die even once. I mean it, I said, my tone deadly serious. Even if I manage to bring you back from the brink, I won't bring you with me again. Zhao Chuang's eyes lit up with uncontainable joy, though he kept his mouth shut about the debt he felt he owed me. He had been there when I'd been tortured and broken, unable to do a thing but watch. He'd wanted to help me hunt down Chen Yu, but he knew his own limits. If he tagged along, he would have been nothing but a liability, potentially costing me the fight. Now that Chen Yu was dead, he saw his chance to stick by my side and finally grow strong. Count me in too. We both turned to see Fug, I standing nearby, already geared up and ready for action. Seeing the pair of them looking at me with such hopeful expressions, I couldn't help but sigh. Well played. Fine. Just listen to my orders, I relented. Honestly, confidential zones aren't that bad as long as we don't run into another freak like Chen Yu. I paused, eyeing them. You two aren't afraid of the side effects of dying, are you? If not, let's move. Let's go. Fug. I looked like he was about to vibrate out of his skin. The encounter with Chen Yu hadn't rattled him much, mostly because he'd been taken out in a single heartbeat. He had no idea I'd been pulverized into a living statue during that fight, and I preferred to keep it that way. Zhao Chuang was just as eager, falling into step right behind me. Oh GG, here, I said, tossing him a canister. What's this? Physical enhancement serum. Inject it, it gives you a permanent stamina boost. You'll be able to run until your lungs give out and never feel a drop of fatigue. I looked over at Zhao Chuang. You probably don't need it yet. If I find another one, it's yours. Don't worry. I've got plenty of those lying around, I added. Fug. I injected the serum, and a wave of vitality visibly coursed through him. I gave him a firm pat on the shoulder, cutting off his attempt at a thank you, and the three of us crossed into the confidential Tower of Babel. We spawned at the water storage area on the left side of the map. It was the perfect entry point for a quick medical sweep. I'm hitting the switch, I told them. You two head upstairs and wait for me. Everything is under control, probably. Warning, restricted area power cycle initiating. Access key will be void after the reboot. Security personnel, please remain on high alert. As I jogged toward the stairs, I caught a glimpse of Fug I fiddling with a card at the door. Identity verified. Babel Tower welcomes your company. Whoa, it actually works. Ha ha ha. I knew the old man wouldn't keep trash in his desk. Fug, I cheered. My dad's notes said this card gives you early access to the loot. By the time the rest of the server gets in, we'll have already cleaned the place out. It was the first time I'd ever seen a keycard in the 3rd district. I didn't ask where he got it, I just patted his shoulder and we sprinted inside. Fug, I followed without a question. Somehow, my judgment had become more reliable to him than his own father's experience. I wasn't sure why, but I appreciated the trust. We hit the side door and immediately established a triple threat firing line. The door hissed open, and 3 figures burst in, scrambling like they were in a race. The aviation crate is mine. Don't you dare touch it. No way, I'm taking the safe. You take the crate. Take it yourself. I've tried that code a dozen times, I'm never getting it right. They hadn't even registered that they'd walked straight into an ambush. Fug I and Zhao Chuang took the corners, and I anchored the center. We had them trapped. Rat-tat-tat. I dropped the first one instantly. Zhao Chuang wasn't far behind, flanking the second and putting him down. He was a bit shaky, missed a couple of shots, which dragged the kill out, but the last one was mine, a quick flick of the wrist ending his run before he could scream. Fudgy, standing there with an empty M250 magazine, scratched his head. Well, that was something. Great run, brother, I said, giving him a thumbs up. Zhao Chuang mirrored the gesture. Fug, I rolled his eyes and started looting the boxes. Pathetic, what a waste of ammo. The gunfire had evidently spooked a squad near the center door. I heard the frantic rhythm of their boots, 3 of them rushing in, only to immediately turn around and sprint back out the way they came. Tower's clear for now. Let's loot, I commanded. I sent Fug Eye to the medical wing with specific instructions on where to look for a resuscitation ventilator, and dispatched Zhao Chuang to the marine monitoring hall. I stayed back at the central control to pull the elevator gate that way. By the time they finished looting, we'd be perfectly timed to hit the roof. I wasn't worried about the stragglers below. If they showed up, I'd deal with them then. For now, I parked myself in the control room, ears tuned to every vibration in the architecture. With my hearing enhanced, I could even track the footsteps of the guards patrolling outside the tower. I couldn't tell if it was just my imagination, but the presence of Fug, I seemed to be shifting the entire flow of the mission. The mission felt suspiciously easy. By the time we reached the summit, the Babel Tower remained completely untouched by other squads, and even the footsteps of the Harvester soldiers outside remained calm and rhythmic. It was almost like the sector had gone on a lunch break. Once I confirmed the area was secure, I took a detour through the medical wing. Fug, I was new to this, and I wasn't about to risk him overlooking a resuscitation ventilator. The thought of missing that spawn point was enough to make my stomach turn. I also had to make sure he didn't get lost. I'd learned the hard way that the maze-like corridors here were a trap for the inexperienced. Zhao Chuang, at least, was holding his own in the marine monitoring hall, where navigation was a lot less punishing. I combed through every spawn point, turning over medical supply crates and kits, but the ventilator was a no-show. The Tian Yuan Di Fang was also missing, leaving me with nothing but a blood oxygen meter and a defibrillator, 2 pieces of minor loot. The math isn't mathing. The drop rates here were brutal. I tossed the minor loot in my pack, shook my head, and led Fug Eye back to the central control room. My headset crackled with Zhao Chuang's voice. Waige, I think I'm lost. I sighed, guided him through the radio, and finally brought him into the central room. To loot up and prep for extraction, I commanded. Without waiting, I triggered the zipline and soared toward the tower's peak. It was my standard routine: infiltrate, clear, loot, and vanish. Efficiency was the only rule I followed. Once I climbed the final flight of stairs to the roof, I cracked open the safe. A cow horn tumbled out. I stared at it for a second, feeling a wave of disappointment, and tossed it to the floor like trash. Fuji, trailing behind me, scrambled to catch it as if I'd just discarded a bar of gold. Are you serious? This is high-tier stuff. Why would you just throw it away? He gasped, tucking it into his pack with surgical care. There was no Tian Yuan Di, I Fang on the roof, either. This run was shaping up to be a spectacular failure in terms of rare drops. Just as we were getting into a rhythm, I froze. My ears picked up a faint, rhythmic sound from the floor below, footsteps, creeping toward the medical wing's elevator. Contacts. Stay hidden, I whispered, my voice barely a breath. I surged toward the stairs, my boots making no sound. I had to reach the upper level before they emerged from the corridor to lock down their exit points. These guys were clearly veteran rats. They had likely scouted the entrance early, laid low, and were now crawling their way back up with the patience of predators. I reached the exit point just as the sound of gear clashing confirmed their ascent. They were using the zip lines now, the metallic clicks echoing through the shaft. I hunkered down, my crosshairs trained on the doorway. To be safe, I set a tactical tripwire in the middle of the corridor. I waited. Their heartbeats were hammering against my senses, amplified by the silence of the tower. They were right on the other side of the door. I launched a frag grenade, but just as it skittered across the floor, a massive, reinforced shield slammed into it, batting it right back at me. It detonated harmlessly against a pillar, but the sound was an instant trigger for the enemy. 3 sets of heavy footsteps exploded into a full-blown charge. I felt my blood turn to ice. Shield dogs. As a solo player, this was my absolute nightmare. 3 of them, in a confined space, moving in perfect, disgusting synchronization. I landed a precise burst into the observation slit of the lead shield, but the bullets did nothing. The gear was top tier, and my 5-level penetration rounds were just bouncing off like hail. A hooked claw whizzed through the air, catching me square in the thigh and yanking me backward. I slapped the pocket watch on my belt, hoping for a time dilation effect, but nothing happened. Great. It doesn't work on projectiles. I drew my combat knife in a blur, severing the cable before the tension could pull me into the meat grinder of their shields. I didn't wait. I triggered my spinal motor assist and vaulted away, desperate to put distance between us. But the second claw was already biting into my armor. This is a disaster in slow motion. I cut the cable again, rolling into a sprint, my breath hitching in my chest. Then came the third claw. They were cycling their attacks, rotating their hook shots with a clinical, soul-crushing efficiency. I was dodging, slashing, and maneuvering, but they were pinning me down piece by piece. My movement skills were keeping me alive, but I wasn't winning. I was just holding off the inevitable. I was losing time and fast. Bang. One of the shield dogs slammed his shield into my chest, sending me sprawling backward. Before I could even scramble for my footing, the second one plowed into me. It was a relentless, rhythmic cycle of violence that turned my stomach into a blender. I could literally feel my internal organs shifting with every impact. Snap! Metal spikes erupted across the floor, littering the corridor with lethal debris. The shield dogs, clad in heavy blast-resistant armor, barely slowed down, but it was absolute murder on me. It was humiliating. Truly, deeply pathetic. If these 3 hadn't been shield-wielding freaks, I could have dismantled them in a dozen different ways. As I lay there, feeling the crushing weight of impending death, 2 sets of frantic footsteps echoed through the hallway. Fugai and Zhao Chuang. If they were positioned behind the shield dogs, they could easily clean this mess up. Contacts. Fugi, Zhao Chuang. Loop around and handle the ones on you, leave, the one pinning me to me. The shield dog looming over me ignored the warning and slammed me back into the floor again, while his 2 cohorts turned their shields toward the approaching pair. Zhao Chuang rounded the corner and saw the scene, his face twisting into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. Fug, I was right behind him, looking equally livid. They had stayed back as instructed, but when the gunfire died out and was replaced by the wet, sickening thud of shield impacts, they knew something had gone horribly wrong. They realized that someone with my skill level shouldn't be getting pinned down like this. The 2 of them opened fire, pouring lead into the shield dogs, but those riot shields were practically invulnerable. Until they ran out of ammo, they didn't even manage to scratch the paint. One of the dogs, hidden behind a visor, let out a smug, condescending laugh. 2 idiots just walked into a meat grinder. He raised his hook shot toward them. I was gasping for air, lungs burning, barely conscious. They don't have guns. I choked out to Zhao Chuang, my voice barely audible over the thud of the shield striking my ribs. Just run. Don't look back. Bang. I was slammed into the dirt yet again. I was 1 hit away from meeting my maker. Zhao Chuang only registered half of my warning. He knew they didn't have guns, and he knew I was seconds away from death. He didn't run. He stood his ground as the hook shot whizzed through the air, sinking deep into his chest. Trying to run? The shield dog sneered, hitting the retract button. He stood there, waiting for Zhao Chuang to be dragged into his shield. He hit the button again. Nothing. Zhao Chuang hadn't budged an inch. The shield dog, confused, yanked on the line with everything he had, but the result wasn't what he expected. Instead of the giant moving, the shield dog himself went flying forward, tossed toward Zhao Chuang like a ragdoll. They locked eyes. Zhao Chuang's eyes were bloodshot, glowing with a primal, terrifying intensity. Had a good time playing with me, huh? The shield dog blinked, staring up at the behemoth before him. He tried to swallow, his heart hammering against his ribs. He gave a tentative, half-hearted shield bash, but it was like hitting a brick wall. Thud. Zhao Chuang delivered a kick that felt like a freight train collision. The shield dog went airborne, crashing into his teammate. Before they could even recover, Zhao Chuang was on them, moving with a speed that defied his massive frame. "Why gay? Take your meds, Fug," I shouted. I snapped out of my daze, pulling a blood pack and jamming it into my armor while watching the carnage. Zhao Chuang had ripped the shield from one of the dogs and was currently using it like a club, raining blows down on the man's head. The level 5 helmet could take the impact, but the neck couldn't. Crack. The man went limp, instantly knocked unconscious. Zhao Chuang didn't stop. He grabbed another dog, shield and all, and slammed him into the ballistic glass so hard the wall shivered. "Stop, please, stop." The last shield dog scrambled backward, his legs shaking so violently he couldn't stand. Zhao Chuang ignored him, snatched the remaining shield away, and went to work. He finished the second one, then turned his attention to the last coward. As he approached, Zhao Chuang's ankles were still tangled in the metal tripwire I'd set earlier, but he didn't even seem to notice. He dragged the wire like it was a piece of thread. He ripped the dog's helmet off and delivered 3 brutal, precise elbow strikes to the temple. The guy collapsed. Dead weight. Once the bodies turned into loot crates, Zhao Chuang scrambled over to me, hoisting me up with a panicked look. "Why gay, are you alright?" I stood up, shaking the dust off, and patted his shoulder. "Nice work, brother." I was feeling incredibly lucky that I'd brought Zhao Chuang along, even if this meant I was definitely going to have some nasty after effects to deal with later. Watching him fight had genuinely shocked me. His build was usually a liability in a gunfight, but in this kind of close-quarters brawl, the sheer, raw power was nothing short of monstrous. Fug, I stood there with his jaw hanging open, staring at Zhao Chuang like he'd just witnessed a glitch in reality. Even for a guy who was all muscle and zero nuance, that had been an absurd display of dominance. Back in the school's briefing hall, the mood was equally stunned. Everyone who had been questioning my decision to bring Zhao Chuang along, everyone who had been trashing him for being dead weight, was suddenly very quiet. I'd love to see them try to talk that noise to his face now. I mean, the guy isn't even using performance enhancers. He's just naturally built different. Teacher Q, I looked like he was suffering from a facial tic, his mouth twitching as he replayed every time he'd insulted Zhao Chuang in his head. "That's rough, buddy." He was probably thanking his lucky stars that Zhao Chuang was a patient man. The summit of the Babel Tower was a disappointment. Aside from 3 helmets and a few scrap bandages, there was nothing worth writing home about. Fug, I shoved the helmets into his pack, looking dissatisfied. "State check," I said, catching my breath. "If we're done, grab the scraps and let's move." We'd swept the entire tower, but the loot was abysmal. Even the safes had only coughed up minor, low-tier gold. "Waige, over here. There's an aviation crate, but it's locked behind a keypad." "Fug," I called out over the comms. I navigated to the interrogation room, memory clicking into place. If Fug I hadn't mentioned it, I would have completely forgotten this crate existed. I'd never bothered looting it in the 3rd district. I wasn't exactly a hoarder, but since we were here, I figured I'd show him the ropes. "Watch closely," I said as I walked up to the table. "Learn this, and you can farm it solo." "I appreciate the confidence, but I'm not stepping foot in here without you." "Fug," I countered, gesturing around the grim room. "I'm not looking for extra trauma today." I leaned over the table, focusing on the brain-machine interface. My fingers moved by instinct, mirroring the patterns from the game. Trust the process. The interface in the real world was a simplified version. In the game, it would have required a surgical drill to the skull. I followed the procedure, finding the correct angle, but when the display flickered to life, my heart dropped. It wasn't a pattern. It was a progress bar, 83%. As I watched, the numbers blurred and shifted to 84%. I frowned. This wasn't in the manual. This was completely different from what I remembered before I crossed over. "Everything all right?" Fug, I asked, nudging my shoulder. I didn't answer. I couldn't. A cold, sinking dread washed over me as I recalled the cryptic warning from Lace. "When the sky reflects the fire, I will come for you." "What are you muttering about? You look like you've seen a ghost," Fug, I said, waving his hand in front of my face. I stared at the display. The number wasn't moving anymore, but it felt like a countdown clock, a death sentence frozen at 84%. If Lace's cryptic words were tied to this percentage, then what happened when it hit 100%? It wouldn't just be Lace. It would be everything. All of them, descending on our world. My breath hitched. If it was just a few localized soldiers or bosses, maybe it would be manageable. But how many worlds were there? How many thousands of soldiers were waiting to spill out of these operation zones? It was a disaster waiting to happen. Earth to YG. "Hello?" Fug had moved in front of me now, looking genuinely concerned. Zhao Chuang, who had been wandering the perimeter, finally stumbled upon us. Scared me to death. "I thought something happened to you guys." Nobody was answering their comms. He looked around, confused. "We cleared this floor, right? Why are you two just standing here like statues?" "I think your boss saw a ghost." "Fug," I grumbled, looking annoyed. I turned to them, my face set in a look of absolute urgency. "Zhao Chuang, Fuji, listen to me. Every afternoon for the next few days, you're running with me. And every credit we make goes into my pocket." They exchanged a look, but they didn't push back. To them, it was just another payday. "Sure, Waige. Whatever you say," Zhao Chuang agreed easily. "Though, what's with the sudden change of heart?" "Just prep work," I said. Let's extract. The route to the exfiltration point was eerie, quiet enough to make the hair on my arms stand up. We hauled out with about 4 million in loot, but my mind was elsewhere. Once we dumped our gear, I finally broke the silence. Is something wrong? Seriously, tell me. I didn't try to sugarcoat it. I laid out the brain-machine interface, the rising percentage, and my theory about the reality-bleeding crossover. I rubbed his chin, looking unconvinced. Maybe it's not that bad? Even if soldiers do come through, the military has tanks and artillery. They wouldn't stand a chance against real-world tech, right? That's exactly what I'm afraid of, I said, my brow furrowing further. What if the rules of the 3rd District, the ones that forbid heavy firearms and vehicles, start bleeding into our reality? And even if they don't, do we know for sure that standard military ammunition will even hurt them? The scope of the nightmare was widening. If the percentage hit 100% and an infinite army of Osala and Harvester soldiers poured out, it wouldn't be a conflict, it would be an extinction event. So, what do you need the money for? I asked, still struggling to grasp the gravity of the situation. To buy time, I replied, grabbing my gear. Tomorrow, I'm getting my hands on a quantum storage unit. Then, I'm taking the fight directly into the heart of the operation zones. Every time I submerge 3 soldiers, I just think, wait, what am I actually doing? I muttered, a grim realization settling in. I stared at me, his eyes widening. You're a genius. Everyone else is out here ratting and looting scraps, and you're out here collecting an actual army. I've seen you stash loot in your pants, but this is next level. He'd even tried the pants method himself after watching me, and the fact that it actually worked was still a sore subject we didn't talk about. I gestured for him to keep his voice down. It's not just about the numbers, Fugi. I don't even know how many worlds are out there, but their current gear is garbage. I need to equip every single one of them with 4, maybe 5 full loadouts. Not only will that stop random looters from picking them off, but it's an investment. Even if the arrival never happens, these soldiers are basically mobile gold mines. Unless, of course, the number of worlds is infinite, in which case, my little soldier farming operation is just a drop in the ocean. I went quiet, the weight of the situation finally hitting him. We have to tell the authorities, don't we? Even if it's just a theory, they need to know. I thought about it for a long moment. If they believe us, the best case scenario is they start prepping. The worst case, they seize everything, the busts, the intel, the access, and try to build their own empire. And let's be real, the odds of them believing us are practically zero. This feels illegal somehow. I nodded slowly. He trusted the government in the real world, but when it came to anything involving the 3rd District, he only trusted me and, by extension, his own father. We finished packing our gear, and by the end of the night, our total profit from the Bakish sector had topped 30 million. The next morning, I kicked open the headmaster's office door without knocking. Quantum storage, handed over. The headmaster blinked, clearly thrown off by my lack of professional courtesy. I already went and picked it up for you yesterday. I was just about to have someone call you. You have to be the first one to use it, or the biometric binding won't take. He pulled the device from his desk and handed it to me. Classes start at 3 p.m., I said, snatching the device and walking out. The headmaster just sighed, shaking his head. Kids these days have no manners. I crossed the mist-shrouded threshold into the 3rd District, where I and Zhao Chuang were already waiting. Everything's here, I said, handing over the tank model and the bust of Claudius. I didn't rush. I spent a moment fiddling with the quantum storage unit, testing the interface. It was surprisingly intuitive. As I activated it, the tank model dissolved into a stream of complex code, flowing into the device. I did the same with the bust. When I tried to retrieve them, a quick flick of my wrist pulled the data back out, manifesting the items in thin air. That is incredible, I said, his jaw practically on the floor. No wonder people say this gear is worth every penny. I tossed the device to him. You try. I mimicked my movements, but nothing happened. It was exactly as the headmaster had said. The device was strictly bound. If you didn't have the original owner's permission, even holding the device in your hand was useless. Zhao Chuang, do you have everything? I asked. Relax, Waige. 3 full level 4 kits, 3 PKM machine guns, 500 rounds of ammo, he said, lifting 2 heavy bags before turning to show the massive pack strapped to his back. Good. Fugi, the loadouts are on you. Got it. We'd mapped out our roles last night. I'd handle the subjugation. Zhao Chuang would act as the heavy-duty mule between the entrance and the staging point, and I would manage the logistics. We're hitting Longgong Valley first, I announced. I need to confirm something. Once I'm sure, we're going to hit the Zero Dam until we own it. I chose the valley for a reason. If there were multiple worlds, there had to be multiple bosses. If I found a lace that was different from the one I'd encountered before, it would confirm that the leaders in the worlds were numerous. My luck held. We dropped into the crash site, and I immediately moved to set up our staging area. With the military drone gone, since the open class was over, I felt a strange sense of freedom. I pulled the bus from the storage unit and hunted down 3 Asala guards. They were unequipped and vulnerable, but the bus made the recruitment process effortless. 456. Come here, I signaled, bringing them to the stash. Split this gear up. Ammo is limited, and I don't know when I'll be back, so don't waste a single bullet. The guards stared into the bags. Level 4 armor, level 4 ammo, PKM machine guns, gear that even Lace's elite guard would envy. Boss, one of them said, looking at the kit and then at me. If we're taking all this, what about you? I blinked. I hadn't expected the subjugated soldiers to be this human. It was a strange, unsettling thought. That's actually impressive. I've got gear far better than yours, so don't sweat it. And listen, if you run into other operators, avoid them unless you're absolutely certain you can take them. Staying alive is your #1 priority. If you do kill anyone, grab their gear if you can and put it to use. The 3 soldiers looked at me, their eyes shimmering with sudden, wet intensity. They dropped to one knee, swearing their lives to my cause. To them, my claim about having better gear was just a desperate, heroic lie after all. I was standing there without so much as a backpack, having handed over every scrap I owned to arm them. That's an emotional support disaster. They didn't see a mastermind. They saw a leader who'd sacrificed everything for their survival. All right, that's enough of that. Go. Stay together and keep your heads down, I commanded. They stood up and hurried off. From the moment the bust of Claudius had subjugated them, they weren't just standard Asala guards anymore. They were my loyalists. If they started shouting for Xiao Wei instead of for Asala, they were going to have a very confusing time at the office, but for now, the plan was set. I headed for the Diamond Queen Hotel, my mind already racing. As soon as I reached the entrance, the familiar, grating soundtrack of Lace's arrival began to blast through the air, followed by her signature taunts. Here we go again. I stopped, my pupils dilating. This wasn't the same Lace I'd killed before. If the leaders, the bosses, were as numerous as the soldiers, the scale of this problem was beyond anything I'd previously imagined. But why did the original Lace feel so sentient, so custom-tailored? Maybe it was just a side effect of unique combat experiences. I shuddered at the thought. If every boss was that distinct, the threat wasn't just big, it was systemic. I shook my head, trying to clear the static. Even if the number of Laces and Sades was staggering, it wasn't an extinction event, not yet. But what about the tanks? The Blue Eagle helicopters, thousands, maybe tens of thousands of them, unchecked and flooding into our world. If they really did ignore every weapon in existence, except for those from the 3rd District, humanity wouldn't just lose, we'd be erased. This feels like a side quest I accidentally unlocked in hard mode. I rubbed my face, forcing the panic down. I was in a standard Longgong Valley run. Death here wouldn't leave me with any permanent after effects. I popped a painkiller, grit my teeth, and stepped into the hotel. Lace's S-12K roared, the buckshot whistling past my ear and tearing into my thigh. I scrambled for cover, circling around the floor to catch her off guard. When I finally closed the distance, I didn't reach for my gun. I hauled back and slapped her across the face, sending her iconic red shades flying. My goal wasn't a kill, it was a stress test. I needed to gauge the raw power difference between this Lace and the last one. As I was knocked backward violently by her counterattack, I landed on the floor of the valley entrance, my brain rattling. Well, that escalated quickly. Even with my guard up, the force was monstrous. This Lace was stronger than Zhao Chuang. If Zhao Chuang took 3 hits to crush a shield dog, this Lace could turn that shield into a soda can in 1. I suddenly missed 5 minutes ago. I shook the cobwebs out of my head and headed for the Linhao Dam. Longgong Valley was just too inefficient. The AI spawns were too spread out. Zhao Chuang was waiting at the entrance, already holding 3 packs stuffed with loot. We worked like a machine. I brought the heat, he acted as the courier, and Fug, I handled the logistics. The value of our gear per run was dropping though. We'd started with a cool $1,000,000 per soldier, but we had to scale back to 300,000 to keep the operation from burning through our capital too fast. That's one expensive mistake. By 3 p.m., the funds were drying up. I'd kept a full level 5 kit for myself, but Zhao Chuang and Fug I were running completely empty. Let's go. Time to make some money, I said, waving them toward the entrance of the classified Bakush. By 5 p.m., I was watching Zhao Chuang literally bowl over an enemy with his shield, the impact so violent the soldier dropped dead before he hit the ground. I blinked, stunned. I've seen raccoons make better choices, but wow, that's impressive. Even when 3 shield dogs had teamed up to jump me, they hadn't hit half as hard as Zhao Chuang just did. I fired a shot from my healing gun into his back, patching up the scrapes he picked up in the fray. Thanks, Wai Gay, he grunted, already moving to the next target. I watched the two of them with a sense of genuine pride. Over the last 25 days, their growth had been nothing short of explosive. In this last skirmish, I hadn't even lifted a finger. I just stood back as the safety net, watching them work. With his deep blue gear, Zhao Chuang was essentially a tank with the spirit of a legendary warrior. He could charge straight into the fray and steamroll anyone in his path. Meanwhile, Fugai held down the backline, keeping Zhao Chuang topped off with his healing gun. Alright, that's a wrap for today, I said, signaling them to pack up. Let's exfiltrate. Zhao Chuang nodded, unstrapping his massive shield and slinging it across his back. On his broad shoulders, that thing looked almost like a standard-issue pack. It was exactly because the deep blue shield couldn't fully cover his frame, leaving his limbs exposed, that Fuji's constant healing fire was so critical. We exfiltrated with practiced efficiency. For the last few weeks we had functioned like a well-oiled machine, Raid the zones for soldiers in the morning, farm credits in the afternoon, rinse and repeat. Back home, however, the mood shifted. Lying in bed, the exhaustion hit, but my mind remained sharp and heavy. I'd been in the 3rd district for nearly a month, yet there wasn't a single sign of the resuscitation ventilator. I had 1 month left. It looked like I had no choice but to push into the top secret zones. I pulled out my quantum storage to check my hoard. 1 military tank model, 1 bust of Claudius, 3 Tianyuan earthly pieces, 1 Sade's pocket watch, and 2 bottles of Olivia's champagne. I wasn't thrilled. I'd managed to secure the Tianyuan pieces, but I was still lacking the big red boosters to enhance my combat stats. As for the champagne, I'd checked with Headmaster Wang. It was a one-time use item for top secret servers. Activation essentially puts you in a berserk state, stripping away your restraint. That sounds like a terrible idea. Let's do it. Still, I sighed. Whatever way I looked at it, it didn't seem like a tool for a tactical battle, relying purely on a berserk subconscious state. Sure, reaction times might jump, but that's basically lobotomizing yourself. Combat wasn't just about reflex, it was about awareness. If you lose your head, a few elite players could bait you into a trap without you ever realizing you were being hunted. My last brain cell just gave up. I closed the storage and opened my phone to transfer another 1,000,000 credits to Dr. Zhao. It had become a daily ritual. Dr. Zhao, are you sure you can't spend more time with him? I asked via text. He keeps asking where I am. I'm almost at my breaking point. I'll do my best to soothe him, she replied. I'd been keeping my mother in the loop with short calls, but I hadn't visited the hospital in person. I couldn't bear to let her see the scars I'd picked up. Just as I put the phone down, it buzzed again. Headmaster Wang. How are things? He asked, his voice tight. The authorities. Maybe you should reconsider their offer? I sighed. Ever since the Sniper Elite tournament, the government had been hounding me. I turned them down flat, of course. Why would I trade my freedom and the massive earnings of the 3rd district for some useless title? Graduation assessments are the day after tomorrow, I said coolly. I'll be graduated by then. They won't be able to bother you much longer. You don't understand what you're throwing away, he persisted, sounding genuinely stressed. Highest level instructor for the country? People would sacrifice their entire family's legacy for a chance at that status. I've said it before, Headmaster, I replied, my voice steady. Tell them for me. I only want the resuscitation ventilator. If they can provide it, I'll take it. But those titles? Those are just empty checks. They're useless to me. I hung up. In their eyes, it was an unreachable peak. In mine, it was just a tedious headache. Besides, I had my own project. My soldiers at the Linhao Dam were getting tired, but they were improving. Every time I added a new recruit, I'd drill them in tactical movement, sliding, diving, jumping, corner peeking. They were starting to look like professionals, not just fodder. The next morning, we met at the 3rd district entrance. We hit our rhythm immediately. By the time we were prepping for the Bakush run, I took a breath and stopped them. I'm going into the top secret zone. Fugai and Zhao Chuang turned back, their expressions devoid of surprise. They'd seen this coming since they'd asked me why I was so obsessed with Bakush half a month ago. Right, let's go buy some gear, Fugai said, his tone resolute. If you die in top secret, you're not coming back. He dragged Zhao Chuang toward the equipment terminal. A few weeks ago, Fugai would have been shaking in his boots at the thought of a top secret mission, but the endless battles in Bakush had forged him into someone else entirely. Watching them walk away, I fell into a heavy silence. Asking them to follow me into a zone where death was permanent. That was a burden I didn't take lightly, but they were ready. They weren't just soldiers or partners anymore, they were my lifeline. A while later, the two of them returned, looking like absolute juggernauts in brand new level 6 helmets and armor. Swap out, Fugai said, a wide, toothy grin plastered on his face. He gestured for Zhao Chuang to hand over the gear he'd been holding. To my surprise, he'd even snagged an AWM sniper rifle for me. You can't go into top secret without a level 6 kit. It's suicide. So that's what took you so long, I muttered, accepting the gear. I quickly swapped my level 5 armor for the level 6 set, tucking the old plates into Zhao Chuang's pack and slinging the across my back. I fished out 2 pieces of Tianyuan earthly, using the quantum storage, and tossed 1 to each of them. Keep these in your packs. If things go south, they might just save your lives. 1 for each of us. Once we were fully kitted out, I looked at them, my voice softening. Thanks. Oh, stop being so sappy. Fugai waved me off, though he looked touched. It's not a big deal. You've taught us more than we could ask for, and you even gave us these Mandel bricks without us having to ask. We're in this together. Zhao Chuang nodded in solemn agreement. I didn't argue, I just nodded. We marched to the entrance of the top secret zone, where the staff blocked our path. In top secret areas, there is no revival, the guard warned. Please consider the risks carefully. I expected them to try and stop us, but when they saw our resolve, they simply stepped back and opened the gate. It was surprisingly lenient, though I couldn't complain. If they'd forced me to jump through bureaucratic hoops, I might never have found that resuscitation ventilator. I accidentally unlocked hard mode. We stepped across the threshold. The population inside was sparse, a far cry from the crowded chaos of the lower tiers. For us, the transition was instantaneous. 1 step, and we were dropping into the deployment plane. We touched down at the main entrance of Bakush. Fug, I moved with a predator's grace, sprinting to the console to swipe his card. The months of grueling combat had transformed them. They weren't the nervous greenhorns they used to be. They didn't even wait for my orders anymore, they just knew. Identity verified. Welcome to the Tower of Babel. The system's voice still felt surreal, though it made sense in the context of this place. The 3rd District's passcodes truly were universal. Which way? Fug, I asked, his eyes scanning the corridors. Medical wing, I replied. We moved with clinical speed, settling into our positions outside the medical wing doors. The sound of our boots must have alerted the inhabitants inside, because a voice drifted through the walls. Hey, guys inside, how about we split the loot? We exchanged glances. This was a first active negotiation in a combat zone. It made sense. In the classified areas, death was just a setback, but here, it was the end. I guess we've officially entered the good luck, everyone phase. If you don't want to fight, then stay out of the tower, I called out, my voice hard. I slipped into a new firing position as I spoke. Silence answered me. They weren't turning back. They'd rather risk their lives in the tower than face the dangerous, unpredictable environment outside. That's a weird hill to die on. The side door swung open. 3 enemies burst out, moving with a level of coordination that made the classified tier enemies look like amateurs. We'd already pre-fired the most likely ambush points, but the hallway was empty. Then I saw a shield planted firmly on the staircase. As our bullets hammered the shield, it tilted upward. Through the gap, I saw the bipod of an M250 general-purpose machine gun already locked in place. Fug, I was prone behind Zhao Chuang's legs, fingers curled around the trigger. Thump thump thump. The torrent of fire was absolute. 2 of them dropped instantly. Don't shoot, I surrender. Keep the loot, just let me live. The last survivor screamed, turning and sprinting down the stairs in a panic. I didn't hesitate. I vaulted through the side door, my short-barreled shotgun leveled at the fleeing figure. I squeezed the trigger 3 times. It was my first true, intentional kill. I didn't feel a surge of guilt. I'd given them a chance to leave, and they'd chosen to stand their ground. I'm choosing violence. Joking. Mostly. Fug, I crawled out from behind Zhao Chuang, whistling as he reloaded. Top secret isn't as tough as people say. Maybe it's just that you're getting stronger, boss. We're just a hot-blooded combination, Zhao Chuang added, his voice surprisingly smooth after a month of training. Low profile, you two, I muttered, though I couldn't help but smile. I walked over to the bodies. They hadn't dissolved into loot boxes like they did in the classified sectors. They were just corpses. That's oddly terrifying. I knelt and checked the identity tags. Unlike the generic ones from the lower levels, these were densely packed with fine print. A down on his luck warrior has fallen. July 10, 2025, 1623. Xiao Wei eliminated Zhao Debao in Bakush top secret action using an FVL assault rifle. I pocketed the tags. Collect the other 2, I told them. In the classified sectors, I wouldn't have bothered, but here, these tags were intelligence-valuable data for anyone coming after us. Before Fug I could reach the bodies, a gunshot echoed from behind Zhao Chuang. Thankfully, he'd left his shield on his back. The enemy froze, realizing their ambush had failed against the wall of steel. The enemy's muzzle flared as he peppered Zhao Chuang's head with 5 level rounds, but they skittered harmlessly off the reinforced level 6 helmet. Watch out, I bellowed. I didn't waste a second. Standing on the staircase, I drew my Tiger cannon, calculating the trajectory to bank a shot off the wall and into the blind corner where the shooter was hunkered down. I already knew about the 2 hostiles creeping through the ocean zone, but this guy, he'd been a ghost. Seeing the massive gear disparity and realizing his bullets were doing squat, the enemy tried to switch tactics and aim for Zhao Chuang's legs, but he was too slow. My Tiger cannon shell detonated right at his feet. He panicked, turning to sprint, but Zhao Chuang was already on him like a predator. The man tried to dive around another corner, but Zhao Chuang fired his grappling hook. He didn't even wait for the retracting mechanism. The second the hook bit into the guy's armor, Zhao Chuang hauled back with raw, terrifying strength, yanking him through the air. While the enemy was still mid-flight, weightless and helpless, Fug squeezed his trigger. By the time the guy hit the floor, he was already dead. I exhaled, my heart rate finally steadying. I hadn't been in a position to cover them, but they'd handled it perfectly. If this had happened a month ago, they'd be loot boxes by now. I've seen raccoons make better choices, but they're learning. The other 2 hostiles were closing in. I surged past Fug and Zhao Chuang, my adrenaline spiking. I slammed an emergency evasion anchor into the floor and vaulted around the corner, jetpacking straight into the startled duo. They were still lining up their shots when I dropped the first one with a clean headshot. Nice try. The remaining enemy scrambled to return fire, but I'd already triggered the evasion anchor to reposition. The moment he paused, I exploited the kill refresh mechanic, firing up my propulsion unit to blast around the corner for the finishing move. 1 minute, that's a second faster than the last run. Not bad, Fug, I said, jogging up to pat my shoulder. They were getting used to my speed. Without missing a beat, they turned to the bodies, their hands moving with practiced, rhythmic efficiency. Whoa, top secret really is different, Fug, I chirped, grinning as he crammed 5-level gear into Zhao Chuang's backpack. Look at this. Someone was actually using 6-level ammo. We're rich. After stripping the 6 bodies clean, I headed straight for the medical wing. The spawn rate for a resuscitation ventilator was abysmal, but I did manage to snag 2 M1 muscle stimulants, which was a decent consolation. Zhao Chuang and Fug I were moving like they owned the place. Fug, I tripped the tower roof gate while Zhao Chuang vacuumed the ocean zone. When the loot was dry, we regrouped at the tower summit. We made quick work of the 2 flamethrower soldiers and the crocodile. Then Zhao Chuang climbed to the 2nd level while Fug I and I held the 1st. Man, top secret is the life. Loot everywhere, Fug, I said, twirling a military telescope. My side was paying out just as well. I'd already pocketed 3 or 4 small gold items. Just as I turned to move, a table in the center of the water pool caught my eye. My breath hitched. I hurried over and scooped up the Tian Yuan earthly object. Fug I leaned in, curious. What's that do? I poked and prodded the thing, but nothing happened. It looked like an intricate chessboard, and the pieces were fixed so tightly they didn't even wobble when I tipped it. Don't, Fug I shrieked, seeing me tilted upside down. Too late. The moment it inverted, a ripple of distorted space pulsed outward. My pupils dilated. A sickening sense of weightlessness slammed into my gut, and the azure sky outside the window instantly plunged into pitch-black darkness. I have questions. What the Tower of Babel is flying? It's upside down, I yelled. From the outside, the tower was essentially impaled into the ground, and the blackness outside meant the roof had been buried deep into the earth. We were plummeting toward the ceiling. In a panic, I snapped the board back to its upright position. Reality lurched back into place. Fug, I hit the floor, and I barely stuck the landing with my propulsion unit, staring at the object in my hand in absolute horror. Zhao Chuang's voice drifted down from the 2nd floor, sounding completely dazed. Guys, what just happened? Did I just fall onto the ceiling? It's an inversion effect, Fug I muttered, breathless. A localized area, flipped instantly. No transition, just bam. If we'd been outside, we would have been launched into the stratosphere, and everything above us would have smashed into the dirt. I stared at the board, my mind racing. This was the most insane booster I'd ever encountered. It was a double-edged sword, a weapon that could disorient everyone in the blast zone, including my own team, if I wasn't careful. But if I mastered the timing, the potential was limitless. This feels like a side quest I accidentally unlocked in hard mode. I tucked the board into my quantum storage. Forget it, guys. Let's pack up. Time to exfiltrate. We sat inside the main battle tank. The heavy armor hummed around us as we waited for the extraction timer to tick down. A group of hostiles, lurking near the extraction point, caught sight of us through a 3x scope. Wait, is that? Are they seriously driving a tank in here? One of them muttered, incredulous. Let's just wait for the next extraction, another replied, sounding completely burnt out. The 3rd district is getting weirder by the day. First, it was standard dam soldiers rocking level 4 gear. Then you get people in Bakush rolling in tanks. It's a joke. You think that's bad? The 3rd chimed in, his voice laced with defeat. I met a guy in level 5 armor earlier, and don't even get me started on the regular dam. I took a friend in to scout the terrain. I was wearing a full level 4 kit, and a soldier just parkoured over a wall, and one tapped me. Another one slid around a corner and pre-fired my head off. The standard dam is practically a death trap now. They shook their heads in frustration, deciding the tank was a line they weren't willing to cross, and vanished into the shadows. I expected nothing less. We emerged at the Bakush entrance fully loaded. The moment we stepped out, the tank shimmered and collapsed into a compact model, clattering onto the ground. A staff member started to approach, but the second I reached for my quantum storage, he pivoted and walked away, pretending he hadn't seen a thing. I saw nothing. It's almost 5, Fug I noted, checking his phone. I frowned. I'd been checking mine too. The matching mechanics in the 3rd district were notoriously slow. It had taken until nearly 4 in the afternoon just to fill the lobby. At this rate, we'd only have enough time for 2 top secret runs a day. Reality continues to disappoint me. Forget it, I said. Let's flip the gear and get right back in. We hit the terminal, cleared our inventories, and prepped for a 2nd run. This time, the matchmaking was lightning fast. Back in the school assembly hall, it was nearly 6 in the evening. Students were murmuring. The public lecture was supposed to start at 3, one whispered. Is something wrong with God Wei? Because I'd entered the zone in the morning. The military drone headmaster Wang had synced to me didn't kick in until 3, by which time I was already deep in the action, out of the drone's reach. WAI probably just got tied up, Wang said, standing to dismiss the class. Suddenly, the screens flickered to life. Wait, we've got a feed. Everyone, pay attention. We don't get many chances to see him make a mistake. As if I ever make mistakes. On screen, we were already dropping outside the reservoir, near the shipping containers. We moved with practiced, mechanical precision, shedding our gear and equipping the Mando brick sets before sprinting toward the Tower of Babel. 3 enemies were holding the stairs, but I neutralized them with 3 rapid shots from my M11. Whoa, look at that aim, the students cheered. I remember God Wai saying this spot is usually best played by tailing someone else, but he just went straight for the throat. While the students were busy losing their minds over the headshots, Headmaster Wang's expression darkened. He watched the feed as we reached the stairs, where the 3 bodies lay sprawled. Wait. That's not right, Wang murmured, narrowing his eyes. They were wiped out, but why haven't their bodies turned into loot boxes? The other teachers leaned in, their faces paling. Is it possible? A student with thick-rimmed glasses whispered, pointing at the screen, that God Y is in a top-secret zone. What? If he dies there, it's permanent, don't jinx him, someone hissed. God Y, I doesn't just get into trouble. Everyone else in that server is the one who's screwed. Headmaster Wang stared at the screen, his palms slick with sweat. He was worried, not just for his student, but for Zhao Chuang, who was also on that team. Inside the feed, we had already slipped through the side door into the tower. Meanwhile, at other drop points, a few squads, in full level 6 kits, were converging on the tower at high speed. We'd entered near the medical wing. What's the call, boss? Loot first or clear the board? Fug, I asked. Before I could answer, gunfire erupted from the ocean zone entrance. At the same time, the roar of another squad echoed from the main hall below us. Block the bottom floor first, I commanded. We'll clear the ocean side while they're occupied. Then we clean up the scraps. We sprinted toward the main hall stairs, but as we rounded the corner, I spotted the enemy movement and instantly pivoted, diving into the medical wing. Fug, I and Zhao Chuang followed without a word. Why'd we bail? Fug, I whispered. Too many squads, I said, my brow furrowed. We've got the ocean team, the main hall team, and another one closing in behind us. We're being pinched. How many are we talking about? Fuji's eyes went wide. Stay quiet, I ordered. Let them kill each other first. This kind of cluster was a nightmare, though it happened often enough in the game. I never expected it to be this chaotic in the 3rd district. How much ammo you carrying? I whispered. Fug. I held up 2 fingers. 200 rounds. I nodded. I had 300. That would suffice. Zhao Chuang didn't carry a gun, he didn't need one. Something's off, I muttered, waving them deeper into the wing. Move. The enemies from the main hall hadn't gone for the other side. They were pushing straight into the medical wing. As we reached the 2nd floor, my skin crawled. The team behind us was coming in too. Crack. Bullets shredded the wall beside us. Shit, they're behind us. Get in, a voice shouted from the floor below. The trailing squad had spotted the main hall team and gotten stuck right in the middle. There was no time to hesitate. I slammed an anchor down on the 2nd floor. If I didn't wipe the near squad immediately, the rear squad would flank us, and we'd be trapped in a 3-way meat grinder. It was the classic Tower of Babel death trap. The more squads that show up, the faster everything devolves into a panicked, lethal mess. Someone's upstairs, a voice cried out from below. A player locked eyes with the ceiling and snapped his barrel upward, followed instantly by his teammates, their cannons tracking the floorboards beneath our feet. A triple burst of grenades slammed into the ceiling, the shrapnel and debris showering down precisely where we were hunkered. I didn't think twice. I vaulted over the railing, my wrists snapping forward as I emptied my magazine into the chaos below. One enemy dropped, but the remaining 2 were already locking onto me. Before I could even land, the ceiling-mounted grenades detonated, followed immediately by the roar of the enemy's hand cannon. In my pack, the Tianyuan earthly plates shattered instantly, absorbing the brunt of the kinetic force meant for my spine. We traded fire pung, but the gear gap was non-existent. They were wearing level 6 kits, just like us. My magazine was running dry, so I triggered my emergency evasion device and vanished back to the 2nd floor. Zhao Chuang, rush the stairs, take one out, I barked, already slamming a fresh mag into my rifle. Zhao Chuang hefted his shield and charged. Fugi, trailing just behind, fired a shot from his healing gun to top off Zhao Chuang's health. The guys below, nerves frayed to a breaking point, wasted half a clip hammering futilely against the impenetrable shield. It's a damn shield bearer, one of them shrieked. As they dropped their guards to reload, I activated my propulsion unit and launched myself out into the open. I didn't hesitate, aiming for the legs of the level 6 gunner. Do. Simultaneously, Zhao Chuang's grappling hook lashed out, snagging the other enemy and jerking him forward. Zhao Chuang planted a single, brutal punch square into the guy's helmet. His armor held, but the sheer, augmented force of the blow turned his brain to mush inside his skull. He folded like a lawn chair. I barely had a second to breathe before the floorboards groaned. Fuji, get down here, now. 3 more sets of footsteps were hammering toward us, closing the distance with terrifying speed. They were just 1 corner away from Fuji's position. I hucked a tiger cannon shell toward the ceiling, hoping to force them back, but it was too late. Fug Eye and Zhao Chuang scrambled to relocate, Zhao Chuang turning to face the new threat with his shield raised. In the heartbeat that they crossed paths, an AWM round whistled through the air and punched through Fuji's skull. I watched, as if time had slowed to a glacial crawl, as his lifeless body tumbled down the stairs and came to rest at my feet. That's rough, buddy. Don't look back. Turn around and raise your shield. I roared, my voice cracking. If we live, Fug, I still has a chance. The command snapped Zhao Chuang out of his shock. He whipped around, slamming his shield up just as a hail of lead shredded the air. If he'd stared a second longer at Fugi, he'd be dead right beside him. My tiger cannon shell detonated in the hallway, the audio feedback confirming at least 1 hit. I surged past Zhao Chuang, my weapon barking as I clipped another enemy in the legs. Mission failed successfully. But then, the sound of a propulsion unit whined from behind a corner. I saw a shadow dart out and instantly triggered my own device to backflip away. The M14 tore through the space I'd occupied, the bullets tracking my movement with terrifying accuracy. I didn't even have time to reach for my pocket watch. They were already pouring level 6 rounds into my skull. I scrambled behind Zhao Chuang just as a grenade landed to our right. Before Zhao Chuang could deflect it, it detonated, ripping through his side and shredding my right eye. It was only thanks to Zhao Chuang's last-second shift, sacrificing his own body to shield me, that I wasn't vaporized on the spot. 2 enemies charged the corner. One started hammering the observation slit in Zhao Chuang's shield with his M14. Zhao Chuang danced back, frantically angling the shield to prevent a penetration. I poked my head out, fingers flying to my pocket watch to trigger the time freeze, but the other enemy had a surprise waiting. He leveled a high-powered vacuum device at me. The watch froze the bullets in mid-air, but then the vacuum shrieked. My watch, my G11, even my helmet, everything was ripped from my grip and dragged into the device's vortex. My eyes bulged. Even with the muscle enhancement stimulants surging through my veins, I couldn't keep my hands on my rifle. Beside me, Zhao Chuang was straining so hard his veins looked like they'd burst. He was braced against the impossible suction, holding onto his shield for dear life. If he hadn't taken the same stimulants as me, he would have been stripped bare. When the vacuum finally cut out, the enemy calmly plucked my pocket watch from the device's nozzle. Zhao Chuang roared, firing his grappling hook, but the enemy gunner hammered his exposed arm, shattering the hook and forcing Zhao Chuang back. They kept up the pressure, forcing us back step by step until I was pressed against the zipline. It was his final gift to me, a desperate, one-way ticket to safety. If he fell, he was buying me just enough time to lock onto the line and disappear. Things had officially hit rock bottom. It was time to prepare for the inevitable. Another grenade. The enemy's timing was a little off this time though, and Zhao Chuang managed to bat it back just in time. As the blast detonated between our positions, a thick curtain of black smoke billowed out, giving us a fleeting moment of respite. "Remember the inversion?" I whispered, my voice barely audible over the ringing in my ears. "Get ready. When I give the word, hurl your shield at the guy on the right." As the smoke began to thin and the lead started flying again, I flipped the Tianyu unearthly in my hands. The world lurched. Gravity betrayed us, and suddenly, we were plummeting upward toward the ceiling. In that moment of weightlessness, I drew my arm and locked onto the enemy on the left. They were paralyzed by the sheer absurdity of it all, staring up or down with wide, disbelieving eyes. The bullet found its mark, a clean headshot. The enemy on the right scrambled to trigger his pocket watch, but the time freeze was useless against kinetic impact. He didn't even have time to scream before Zhao Chuang's shield slammed into him like a battering ram. If he hadn't been wearing a level 6 rig, the sheer rotational force of that shield would have cleaved him in two. Mid-air, while cycling the bolt on my rifle, I kicked the Tianyu unearthly with my heel to flip it back. Reality snapped into place, and we dropped toward the second-floor corridor. I fired one final shot into the enemy's chest. Between the shield impact and the bullet, his body crumpled like a ragdoll and slammed into the wall. We stuck the landing, breathless. I shoved the Tianyu unearthly into my quantum storage, but before we could even start to celebrate, the sound of boots hit the floor below. What the hell was that? Everything just flipped. Shut up and move. Someone's using high-end gear. This team is loaded, they're free money. Push in. My heart stopped. The two squads that had been fighting by the side door had finished their business, and the victors had come to crash the party. They had no idea they just walked into the fallout of our inversion trick. I turned to Zhao Chuang. He was desperately slapping on a med kit, but his side was a mangled, bloody mess. The healing factor couldn't keep pace with the hemorrhaging. My right eye was gone, too. I was aiming based on muscle memory alone. To make matters worse, Zhao Chuang's shield was gone, lost in the chaotic exchange. I looked at my last weapon, the AWM. For the first time, a cold, hollow sensation of despair pooled in my chest. The footsteps grew closer. Zhao Chuang heard them too. "Why?" he said, his voice terrifyingly steady. "Forget me and Fugi, just go." The situation had plummeted from dire to catastrophic. We were hanging by a thread, and my brain was frantically cycling through options, most of which ended with us as loot boxes. I've made worse decisions. A grenade skittered across the floor, and I flinched, waiting for the blast. Luck was on our side. The thrower had misjudged the timing, and Zhao Chuang kicked it back just before it detonated. The resulting wall of black smoke gave us a few seconds of breathing room. Through the haze, a whisper barely audible over the ringing in my ears came from behind Zhao Chuang. "Remember the inversion? Get ready. On my signal, throw your shield at the guy on the right." As the smoke cleared and the enemy bullets began to hammer our position again, I flipped the Tianyu unearthly board. Gravity snapped, the floor vanished beneath us, and we tumbled upward toward the ceiling. In that weightless, inverted purgatory, I snatched my AWM from my back, my aim dead set on the enemy to my left. The disorientation was total. They had no idea what was happening. I pulled the trigger, and the round punched straight through the man's skull. His partner, realizing the game had changed, desperately mashed the pocket watch in his hand, but it was useless. Time stasis didn't affect physical projectiles. Nice try. The man on the right was blindsided as Zhao Chuang's shield roared through the air like a bladed frisbee. Had he not been wearing level 6 armor, it would have sliced him in half. As I chambered a new round mid-air, I hooked the edge of the game board with my foot and flicked it back to its original orientation. Gravity slammed back into place, and we fell toward the second-floor corridor. I fired one final, clean shot into the enemy's chest. The impact of the shield and the bullet combined turned his corpse into a rag doll, smashing it against the wall. We hit the floor in a crouch, and I shoved the board into my quantum storage. But before we could even exhale, the sound of fresh boots hit the floor downstairs. Here we go again. What the hell was that? Everything just flipped. Shut up. Someone's using a specialty item. That team has to be loaded. Push them. My heart sank. The two squads that had been fighting by the side door had finished their business, and the victors were coming for our heads. I looked at Zhao Chuang. He was frantically applying a medical kit, but the shredded flesh on his side was weeping blood faster than the stims could heal it. My own right eye was gone, leaving me to rely on muscle memory for every shot. Zhao Chuang's shield was still across the room where he'd thrown it. I looked down at my lonely arm. For the first time in my career, I felt the cold, sharp edge of true despair. I should have stayed in bed. Heavy, rhythmic thuds echoed from the stairs. Zhao Chuang stood up, his face set in stone. Why gay? Forget about me and Fugi. Just go. What are you? Last time, I couldn't help you, he interrupted, his voice ironclad and resolute. But this time, I'm going to make sure you survive. Before I could protest, he ripped the level 6 helmet from his own head and shoved it onto mine, a move only possible because his shield had protected it from the vacuum device earlier. Then, a sharp metallic click echoed through the room. He was locking a zipline onto my harness. With a final, desperate heave, Zhao Chuang used every ounce of his remaining strength to shove me toward the ocean monitoring hall. My body screamed as I rocketed along the line. Through the blur, I saw the 3 new enemies crest the stairs. They opened fire instantly. I watched, frozen in horror, as the bullets tore through Zhao Chuang. My world shattered. The man who had been my shield, my brother in arms, collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut. In that final, agonizing second, I saw a faint, peaceful smile on his face. I hit the side of the ocean monitoring hall and slammed against the bulletproof glass, staring back across the gap toward the medical wing. The 3 enemies poked around the room, debating whether to take the zipline after me. Eventually, they decided against it. The loot was already too good, and they didn't want to risk a mid-air death. One of them, while rifling through Zhao Chuang's cooling corpse, looked up and flipped me the bird. I don't have enough coffee for this. Man, this is gold. Full level 6 kits. How much do you think this is worth? One of them laughed. Let's do one more big score and retire. I'm done with this life of living on the edge. Hey, the kid's still watching us, another one noted, gesturing toward the monitoring hall where I sat, paralyzed by grief. Let him watch. If he doesn't leave, we'll just circle around downstairs and finish him off. If he wants to cross, he won't dare take the zip line, and we'll hear him coming if he takes the stairs. We've got the high ground. He's a dead man walking. They planted a sonic trap at the zipline launch point and turned back to their looting, confident that my fate was already sealed. If they tried to rush the stairs, they'd be vulnerable to being picked off. But if they stayed put, they held all the cards. They knew it, and I knew it. They were playing a waiting game, and it was a strategy with zero risk. Bold of you to assume that. In the school assembly hall, the air was suffocating. Not a single person dared to breathe. Teacher Q. I sat frozen, his eyes bloodshot, tears finally spilling over as he stared at the screen. One eye gone, a single sniper rifle left, and 3 heavily armed enemies waiting for me. Even in my prime, I couldn't pull a miracle out of this. Zhao Chuang was dead. It was a statistical certainty. Why isn't he running? A classmate finally screamed, the sound echoing through the dead silent hall. He's going to die. The despair in the room was heavier than anything we felt when Chen Yu had crippled his opponents. Back then, it was just a defeat. This was an execution. Everyone in that room knew that if they were in my shoes, they'd have been halfway to an extraction point already. You don't fight when you have no chance. That's just how the top secret zones worked. They were meat grinders. Headmaster Wang stared at the screen, his nails digging into his palms until they drew blood. You idiot, move, he thought, desperate to pull me through the screen and away from the massacre. I was the strongest talent this school or the entire 3rd district had ever seen. To watch me throw it all away in a suicidal stand was unbearable. Wait, look, what is he doing? Someone shouted, pointing at the display. I was standing there, calm as the grave, fiddling with the magazine of my arm. Is he reloading? The room went cold. They knew what that meant. An AWM only held 5 rounds. It was a bolt-action rifle, not a spray-and-pray machine. In a 3-on-1, reloading was a death sentence. He's not planning on living, is he? Headmaster Wang didn't answer. Teacher Q. I couldn't take it anymore. He shoved his chair back and stormed out of the hall, unable to watch his student walk into the fire. They're all insane, someone muttered. Back in the Tower of Babel, I leaned against the railing of the ocean monitoring hall, my face a mask of indifference. I clicked the fresh magazine into the AWM and racked the bolt. Usually, before a fight, I'd simulate every outcome in my head, grinding through the failures of my past lives to find the one path to victory. But this time, I'd run the simulation 1,000 times. There was no winning path. I took a slow, steady breath. Am I afraid to die? Maybe. But I didn't have the luxury of fear. Through the floorboards, I could practically hear the echo of Fuji's cooling body in the stairwell. I couldn't see Zhao Chuang's corpse behind the railing, but the steady, rhythmic drip 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 of his blood onto the floor below told me everything I needed to know. I detached the scope from the AWM and slung the rifle over my shoulder. I wiped the blood from my blinded eye, pulled out my quantum storage, and produced a bottle of Olivia champagne. The pop of the cork echoed, drawing the attention of the three enemies in the medical wing. What is that kid doing? Popping bubbly? It's a special item. Olivia champagne, it forces you into a subconscious combat state. 100% instinct. Ha, what a joke. If his subconscious wants to run, he'll be halfway across the map before we even blink. He's just making it easier for us. They laughed and went back to looting, their packs overflowing. They didn't even consider me a threat. In the hall, the students were equally confused, but they didn't understand. I had no other options. Through the bulletproof glass, I stared out at the deep, indifferent blue of the sky over the tower. I'd stood here 1,000 times in the simulation, but never with this kind of weight in my chest. I remembered something I used to tell my friends: there are no cowards in the space base, and the Tower of Babel has no room for tears. If logic couldn't solve this, I'd leave it to the monster inside. I raised the bottle toward the stairwell, where my brothers lay. Cheers, boys. Let's finish this together. I drained the bottle in one long, jagged pull. As the liquid hit my system, the world tilted. My vision didn't sharpen, it sharpened into a singular, murderous intent. War isn't over yet. I looked at the I didn't look back. I just fired a single, blind shot through the floor, shattering the military drone following me. Now it's just me. I scanned the medical wing. These weren't Haverk's men, nor were they Asara. Foreigners. My eyes narrowed, a cold, predatory light igniting within them. I leaped over the railing, landing silently on the first floor. I gripped the AWM and began to walk toward the medical wing. I didn't rush. I didn't sprint. I walked like a reaper coming to collect a debt, treating the three men inside as nothing more than trash that needed to be swept away. Hey look, the kid's heading toward us. One of the looters shouted down to his squad on the second floor. They couldn't see me yet, but they were about to find out exactly how much of a mistake they'd made. I heard their soft, creeping footsteps before I saw them. They must have thought I was committing suicide by rushing them, a man too broken by his teammates' deaths to care about his own skin. Well, that escalated quickly. He's asking for it, one of them whispered. Let's put him out of his misery. They set up a perfect kill box. One climbed onto the railing, gaining the high ground to rain fire down on me the moment I opened that door. Another hunkered behind a crate near the entrance, right where I'd finished off the last guy. Their positions were locked, their barrels trained on the left side of the doorway, assuming I'd do the predictable thing and strafe out. I didn't. I stood dead center, my right hand gripping the AWM, my left cradling a Tiger cannon shell. I pushed the door open. They were waiting, red dots zeroing in on my skull, but they were a fraction of a second too slow. I jerked my head to the side, the bullets whizzing past my ear, and leveled the AWM. I didn't even use the scope, just a snapshot, and the guy behind the crate was down. My hand went numb from the AWM's brutal recoil, and for a fleeting second, I felt a flash of irritation. Why does my strength feel so off? I didn't dwell on it. I hurled the Tiger cannon shell against the wall, watching it ricochet with mechanical precision until it landed at the feet of the guy on the upper platform. The curve of his tactical vest caught the shell, keeping it from rolling away. It detonated right under him. I surged forward, using my propulsion unit to slide behind the crate the first guy had used. It was a tight, claustrophobic spot, but it blocked the line of fire from the two remaining enemies upstairs. I reached for my hip to grab the triple burst hand cannon, but my fingers found empty air. A wave of confusion washed over me, but I shoved it down. Focus. The guy upstairs popped up, and I snatched an M14 from the floor, my hands moving on instinct. 19 rounds. I didn't bother aiming. I just rose and dumped 3 shots into the other enemy. He crumpled. I didn't stop. I sprinted for the stairs. My emergency evasion device was already tethered to the outer railing on the second floor. The last enemy scrambled up, his panic audible in his ragged, broken screams as he unleashed a wall of lead. I should have stayed in bed. As I launched myself into the air, my propulsion unit refreshed. I didn't just move, I danced. I shifted left, shifting my weight while locking onto his head with the M14. Bang, bang, bang. 9 rounds, dead on, perfect grouping. But the M14's magazine was split. The first 15 were level 5 rounds. Only the last 15 were the good stuff. I hadn't hit the level 6 armor with the armor-piercing payload. I ditched the M14 and swapped to the AWM midair. He had my trajectory locked. He knew exactly where I was going to land, but I wasn't landing. I triggered the emergency evasion device, yanked back to the anchor point, and combined the 2 maneuvers. I was a blur, moving from right to left, then snapping back across the room, becoming a ghost in the air. I pulled the trigger. The AWM's kickback slammed into my shoulder, sending me spiraling until my boot caught the edge of the railing. He was dead. I walked over to the bodies, checking for pulses just to be certain. Silence returned to the room. I stood there, eyes closed, drinking in the ambient sound of the tower. I could hear the patrol soldiers outside, the distant boots of the Havoc unit. I picked up a rifle and started down the stairs, stepping over Fuji's body without so much as a glance. We were strangers now. Then, it hit me. I froze. A sudden, violent jolt went through my spine, and my vision shifted. The cold, subconscious haze shattered like glass. I gasped for air, my lungs burning, clutching the back of my head where the scar throbbed. The pain was blinding. I staggered, reeling as fragments of a memory that wasn't mine tore through my mind. In the vision, I saw the star of Africa flickering, dissolving between my fingers. "Brother, take care," I whispered, though I didn't know who I was talking to. The scene shifted, and the ground fell out from under me. The sky was gone, replaced by a suffocating swarm of millions of Blue Eagle helicopters, a black sea of rot turning the horizon dark. Below, the world was a furnace, the ground soaked in blood, the air thick with the roar of 1,000 guns. I saw a mushroom cloud blooming in the distance, felt the hot zip of bullets grazing my skin, and, for the first time, I felt the crushing, absolute weight of being the last man standing in a world that had forgotten how to live. The sheer scale of that vision, the carnage, the overwhelming, crushing weight of a war that felt less like a battle and more like the end of everything left me shivering in the silence of the tower. It was a visceral reminder of just how small I was in the grand scheme of things. Well, that escalated quickly. I took a moment to pull myself together, my breath hitching as reality drifted back into focus. The tower was silent. The Havok soldiers outside had long since retreated or moved on. I was the only one left. Fuji, Zhao Chuang. I scrambled toward the medical wing, my heart hammering against my ribs. I found Fuji's body first. I didn't hesitate, pulling a trauma kit from my vest and jamming it into his chest. He gasped, his eyes flying open. I shoved a painkiller into his mouth. "Swallow. Stay here and stabilize. I'm going for Zhao Chuang." I raced upstairs, my mind racing. What happened? How did I? Zhao Chuang was gone too, his body cold. I deployed the trauma kit, watching his chest hitch as he finally pulled in a ragged breath. "YG?" he croaked, his eyes struggling to focus on my face. "God, that hurts." I tossed him a painkiller and took one myself. As the drugs kicked in, he pulled out a med kit, his hands trembling as he began to patch his own wounds. "YG? How did you win this? When I died, I was just hoping you'd run. I figured if my body stayed in the way, it might slow them down enough for you to escape. I never thought you'd actually come back for us." Fug. I had dragged his M250 up the stairs, still looking shaken. He fired 3 healing shots into Zhao Chuang to accelerate the recovery. "I'm sorry guys, Fug," I muttered, his voice thick with guilt. "I didn't do anything." My TNU unearthly shattered. I ran 2 steps, and then I was dead. "I'm such a disappointment." "Don't," I said, clapping his shoulder. "There were too many of them. It wasn't your fault." Zhao Chuang was still staring at me, dying to know the truth. "But really, YJ, what happened after I died? You didn't just walk in there with an AWM and headshot everyone without taking a hit, right? That's not real life." I hesitated. How could I explain it? I didn't even know myself. I recounted the aftermath of their deaths, the fight, the surge of adrenaline, and then, the blackout. I told them about the vision I'd had right before I snapped out of it. "Fug." I frowned, looking unconvinced. "Wait, you were complaining that the champagne was a dud? That it was just a liability you were going to sell off?" Zhao Chuang scratched his head. "To be honest, I didn't think we'd survive either. I was just throwing a Hail Mary." "So, the takeaway is, drinking makes you a god?" I chuckled dryly, though I wasn't joking. "If that's the case, we're going to need a lot more bottles." "Seriously though, Fug," I said, his eyes lighting up. "The effect is insane. You didn't even get scratched." I shook my head, unable to offer a real answer. My mind was still stuck on the horror of that dream. It felt too vivid, too real to be a mere nightmare. Not with all the talk I'd been hearing lately about worlds colliding and skies filled with planes. It felt like a memory of something that hadn't happened yet. "Forget the nightmare. YG," Zhao Chuang pressed. "You've got 1 bottle left. Drink it. We're right here. We can watch your back and tell you exactly what happens when you're under." "That feels like a waste." I hesitated. "Would you drink it otherwise?" "Fug," I countered. "You wouldn't. You're too cautious, too focused on saving gear. If you don't use it now, you'll never use it. It's like money in the bank, useless if you're too afraid to spend it." I looked at the two of them. They were right. I was a hoarder, and curiosity was starting to get the better of me. Famous last words. I pulled the last bottle from my quantum storage. "Fine. But if I start hallucinating again, you two better be ready to drag me out of here." "Relax, Fug," I promised, thumping his chest. "We've got you." I uncorked the bottle and downed the champagne. As the liquid hit my throat, my vision sharpened into that familiar, terrifying focus. Zhao Chuang and Fug. I leaned in, their faces filled with eager expectation. "How do you feel, Fug?" I asked. I didn't answer. My eyes narrowed, and in a blur of motion that defied human reaction time, I snatched the M250 from Fugai's back and my AWM from my own. My arms crossed in a lethal X. The M250 roared as it swung toward Zhao Chuang, while the AWM tracked toward Fuji. 2 bodies slumped to the floor. From Fuji's question to their deaths, Only 0.35 seconds had passed. They didn't even have time to register the betrayal. Their faces were still frozen in that hopeful, expectant smile. I walked out of the tower, calm and detached. 1 minute later, I blinked, coming back to myself with a violent start. How was it? Did you see anything? I looked around, completely disoriented, staring at the empty space in front of me. Why? Why am I outside the tower? I stood alone in front of the Tower of Babel. At my feet lay the cooling, lifeless data corpse of a Havork soldier. I scanned the area, but the usual presence of Fug-Eye and Zhao Chuang was gone. Fuji, Zhao Chuang, where are you guys? I murmured into my helmet comms. Silence. Just the static of an empty channel. A cold prickle of dread crawled up my spine. I hurried back to the medical wing, every step feeling heavier than the last. The corridors were unnervingly quiet, the kind of silence that usually precedes an ambush. I rounded the corner of the stairwell and stopped dead in my tracks, my heart slamming against my ribs like a trapped bird. There they were. They had died. Again. In this game's current state, if they perished a second time, there would be no revival. Panic, sharp and metallic, tasted like copper in my mouth. I rushed forward, dropping to my knees beside Fug-Eye to jam a trauma kit into his chest. Fugi, wake up, he gasped, his eyes snapping open. Wygedge, I died again, didn't I? I didn't answer, moving instantly to Zhao Chuang. I repeated the process, my hands trembling ever so slightly as I watched his vitals stabilize. Once they were both sitting up, popping painkillers to dull the phantom agony of death, I slumped back against the wall, my brow furrowed in deep frustration. What the hell happened? I demanded. They exchanged a look of pure, unadulterated terror. YG. Zhao Chuang swallowed hard, his voice barely a whisper. You grabbed Fuji's gun. You didn't even look at us. You just killed us both. Instantly. It was terrifying. Fug-Eye added, shivering. You were way too fast. I didn't even process that the trigger was pulled before I was down, but it was your eyes. I've never seen anything like it. It was like looking at a predator, but beneath that, there was this crushing, bottomless exhaustion. I rubbed my temples, my mind spinning. I didn't recognize you? You looked right through us, Zhao Chuang confirmed. I slid down the wall, clutching my head. My thoughts were a tangled mess. I recounted the fragments of the memories, the flashes of a doomed world, the rain of missiles, the dying cries, and then the second vision, the tower's summit, a figure flying away in strange gear, and the sudden, violent jolt of a bullet to the back of my head. Fug, I listened intently, his eyes widening as the pieces clicked into place. He grabbed my shoulders, shaking me. I've got it. I've deduced the whole thing. You hold the Star of Africa because I showed you the blueprints, and your subconscious is obsessing over it. You said, brother, take care because you heard Zhao Chuang say it right before he died. The vision of you looking back, that's just your fear of the future, your anxiety about this war coming to find us. He sat back, looking damn proud of himself. Zhao Chuang nodded enthusiastically. And the second vision. You died at the space base before, back when you were teamed with Lin Han and the others, the time they framed you, remember? Zhao reached out, touching the patch of skin on the back of my head where the hair wouldn't grow over the scar. I felt like I'd been struck by lightning. Fuji's logic sounded coherent, but it felt like trying to build a castle out of sand. And yet, Zhao Chuang's point about the scar, it hit too close to home. Was it possible that the first vision wasn't a nightmare, but a literal past life, that I died, crossed over, and carried the trauma of that fatal gunshot back here? The thought made my head swim with a migraine that could level a building. I should have stayed in bed. Let's just loot the place, I grumbled, needing a distraction before I lost my mind. We can analyze this later. We went to work. The hall was massive, level 6 kits, stacks of premium ammunition, and high-end gear. The 3 players I'd wiped out earlier had done all the heavy lifting, saving us the trouble of scavenging multiple zones. This is insane, Fug-Eye muttered, his eyes wide. We're going to be rich. Yeah, but it was too damn close, Zhao Chuang added, still rattled. I pointed toward a distant corpse. Check that guy over there. The one Zhao's shield smashed into. He was carrying the heavy-duty vacuum cleaner. Zhao Chuang hauled the body over. Beside the corpse lay a pocket watch in the vacuum cleaner. I waved off the watch. I knew it could only freeze bullets, not the whole world, and instead grabbed the vacuum. It looked compact, hardly big enough to hold a sandwich, let alone a rifle. YJ, you think it actually works? Zhao asked. I toggled the power. The device hummed with a low, hungry vibration. I aimed it at a pack overflowing with gear. Thwump. The entire bag vanished. Holy fug, I choked on his words. My eyes went wide. I targeted another pack, then a loose rifle. Everything was sucked into the device with terrifying efficiency. We stared at each other, the same thought echoing in all our minds. Just how much can this thing hold? It was a logistical nightmare hidden in a vacuum cleaner's shell, and we had just hit the jackpot. My heart was racing. A frantic, electric thrum beneath my ribs. I looked at the vacuum cleaner in my hands and then at the absolute wreckage of the medical wing. Well, that escalated quickly. In any game, there's a limit to how much profit you can turn. You wear the best armor, carry 2 primary weapons, and then you're forced to play a miserable game of inventory. Tetris throwing away a 10,000 value item to make room for a 20,000 value one. it's always a waste. But if this vacuum cleaner's internal space was effectively infinite, that changed the math entirely. Level 1 armor, level 2 helmets, busted guns, useless junk, it all goes in. I could strip an entire map clean in a single run. The value of that would dwarf dozens of standard raids. I was going to be rich. Fug. I seemed to realize it at the same moment, his eyes widening as the implications hit him. With this thing, money would never be a problem again. It wasn't just a loot goblin's dream, though. In a firefight, it was a weapon of mass disruption. Even when I'd been injected with a muscle relaxant needle, my gear hadn't been safe. The vacuum had snatched weapons and even the helmet off my head while I was still wearing it. I tested it again and found one silver lining. It couldn't suck up gear equipped by Mandel players. Zhao Chuang let out a breath of pure relief. Thank God for that. If it could strip a shield off a guy's arm while he was holding it, we wouldn't have stood a chance. I had to agree. We'd only won because Zhao Chuang had provided enough cover for me to use my Zhonghang ability. If he hadn't, the vacuum would have likely stripped me naked before I even had the chance to fire a shot. We scoured the rest of the tower, but we were coming up short on high-value red items. Still, the haul was staggering. We even picked the Royal Museum clean. By the time we hit the extraction point at the entrance of the restricted sector, we looked like survivors of a natural disaster. We were wearing scraps, our armor mangled, and the official staff at the exit looked at us with a mixture of pity and confusion. They clearly thought we'd been beaten senseless and had barely crawled out with our lives. I should have stayed in bed. Let's get out of here and offload this junk, I said, glancing up at the sky one last time. It was unnerving. Ever since I'd entered this sector, I hadn't seen a single living operator, just the dead ones. In the restricted sector, when you died, your body didn't even respawn. It just vanished into the void. We made our way to the usual trade zone, but the moment we arrived, we all skidded to a halt. What in the hell did I walk into? Fug, I rubbed his eyes, looking around in bewilderment. Is this even the same country anymore? The third district was unrecognizable. The market stalls were overflowing, packed with faces from every corner of the globe. Black, white, Asian, everyone. The air was thick with the babble of foreign tongues. Yet, strangely, my ears translated every word into perfect Chinese. Even the foreigners were looking at Fug-Eye with wide-eyed shock, clearly understanding every word he just blurted out. Waija, did we accidentally move abroad? Zhao Chuang poked me in the ribs. I'm not blind, Zhao, I muttered, my mind racing. What the hell was happening? I started connecting the dots. Have you guys noticed the drop rates lately? They're getting higher. Fug-Eye paused, thinking, now that you mention it, yeah. Half a month ago, we couldn't find a single special item, and now we're tripping over them. Zhao Chuang jumped in. Exactly. And the soldiers, they're tougher than they used to be too. That explains it. It hit me all at once. Even if this world had been invaded by the Delta Force game, it didn't make sense for us to still be struggling against basic NPCs after so long. The NPCs were evolving. That percentage number on the brain machine wasn't just a countdown to an invasion, it was a dynamic gauge. As it climbed toward 100%, the world was getting harder. The drop rates were better, but the enemies were becoming monsters. It was like a game undergoing a massive server-wide patch. That's good news, right? Fug-Eye asked, oblivious to the dread rising in my gut. Doesn't that mean we'll find the resuscitation ventilator faster? Maybe, I said, though my stomach turned. If I found it, would it even matter if the world was on the brink of total collapse? I shook the thought away. I had to focus on the immediate tasks. Let's dump this gear. We need to train our soldiers, and I've got other things to worry about, like whether this world was going to be flooded with even more games as the percentage rose. I checked the area, gave a subtle nod to the boys, and they moved in to block the view. With a quick, practice motion, I reached into my pants and pulled out my quantum storage. Waige, we're in the restricted sector now, Fug-Eye whispered, looking around. If you die, you don't get the loot back. Do you really still need to stash it in your pants? You wouldn't understand, I said, keeping my eyes on the crowd. It's about the peace of mind. With a flick of my finger, I pulled the vacuum cleaner out of the storage. It was stuffed to the brim, yet it felt as light as a feather. I handed it to the old man at the recycling stall. He blinked, staring at the mountain of high-tier gear I dumped out, then looked at me, then back at the gear, and then back at me. He was silent for a long time. You doing my job now, kid? He finally rasped. Just sell it, old man, I said with a shrug. He sighed, shaking his head. Ever since I'd started bringing him high-value, easy-to-calculate treasures, he'd become picky. He was used to the easy life now. I'm hiring a few more people in the next few days, I added, turning to leave. The volume of goods is going to go up, but you might want to get ready if you can handle the load. I'll give you a 3% discount on the processing fees. I made a specific concession to the recycler, offering him a discount. In the past, our hauls hovered around 5 to 8 million per run, but with the power of the heavy-duty vacuum cleaner, we were looking at closer to 20 million. The map was essentially our private bank vault now. That's a wrap for today, I told Fugi. I'm skipping the 3rd district tomorrow. Zhao Chuang and I have our graduation assessment to deal with. Fug, I grinned, clapping Zhao on the shoulder. Finally graduating, eh? Make sure you head over to my company once you're done. And Zhao, you better actually pass. I can't pull strings for a guy without a diploma, even if I wanted to. Zhao Chuang rubbed the back of his head, looking sheepish. Well, I mean, if the assessment is up to Weige, doesn't that just mean he'll go easy on me? We parted ways there, with Fugai heading toward his portal while Zhao and I walked toward the one leading to the school. As we walked, Zhao's bravado melted away into nervous chatter. YG. About tomorrow. Even with my muscle enhancements and the deep blue gear from Mandel, I know my win rate against you is effectively zero, unless I get two guys with shields indoors and a massive intelligence gap to jump you with. I'm toast. I'm going to go all out, I said firmly. Zhao looked like he'd swallowed a lemon. I know. It's just, I didn't mean for you to take it easy like it's a favor. I just mean, he stammered, looking miserable. He didn't want to cheat, but he also didn't want to fail and be held back while Fugai and I moved on. What are you mumbling about? Speak up, I snapped. I hated it when people buzzed around me like mosquitoes. I'm asking you to go easy on me, he finally blurted out. I stopped and looked at him, genuinely surprised. That's it? I thought you were going to try to prove yourself during the assessment. Zhao blinked, looking confused. I'd assumed he was worried I wouldn't take his performance seriously as an examiner, but he was just scared of failing. Relax, I told him. It's an assessment, not an execution. They score based on overall performance. Even if I don't hold back, your stats are solid. You'll pass. He seemed to process that, nodding slowly as if it were a profound revelation. When we stepped back onto school grounds, the first thing that hit us was the sound of Principal Wang's voice echoing down the hall. It was a roar of pure, unadulterated rage. I don't care who you join, just bring him back. He's dead. Are you just going to stand there and let a genius like that go to waste? I don't care about the cost. Find him. Can't you scavenge a single special item? The sound of a phone being smashed against the wall echoed like a gunshot. The last transmission had cut out right after I'd engaged the drone, and since then, silence. The principal and the staff had been waiting at the entrance, clinging to a thread of hope that had snapped long ago. When the official authorities refused to provide a resuscitation ventilator, the principal had been forced to face the reality of my death. Principal, what now? Teacher Q, I asked, her voice trembling. How are we supposed to save them without the ventilator? Bullshit, Wang paced, his face turning an unhealthy shade of purple. They have them. They're just hoarding them for the useless spawn of the elite. I wanted to save him with his talent. He'd find a ventilator in no time, and he could have saved Zhao Chuang too. But now, we've lost both of them. He collapsed against the wall, looking every bit his age. He couldn't understand why the authorities who had been trying to poach me for weeks would just write me off. To them, a single piece of equipment was worth more than a human life, even one as talented as mine. Principal, Weige is back. Zhao Chuang is back too. The principal jolted upright like he'd been shocked. He sprinted toward us, his hands grabbing my arms as if checking to see if I was a ghost. You actually won? YG killed them all, Zhao Chuang shouted, grinning ear to ear. I suppose so, I said, offering a small nod. Wang let out a long, shuddering breath, his relief quickly morphing back into his usual stern demeanor. You idiot. Why did you run into the restricted sector? You might be strong, but this isn't a playground. That's a problem for smarter people. I didn't argue. I knew he was just worried. I needed a resuscitation ventilator. Is that thing really worth your life? He sighed. Pretty much. He rolled his eyes. Fine, watch yourself. If you get yourself killed, I'm not coming to scrape you off the floor. Get some rest. Don't forget the assessment tomorrow. He waved us off and shooed the other staff away, leaving us alone in the hall. See you tomorrow, YJ, Zhao said, and we headed our separate ways. The walk home wasn't straightforward. On the way, I transferred the funds I owed Dr. Zhao. Near a roadside stall, 3 men were hunched over skewers and beer, their voices low and angry. You guys hear about the 3rd district? One asked. It's a madhouse. I know, another replied. A bunch of foreigners moved in. They're vicious, they don't even care about grudges. They just torture people for fun. I've got a buddy who ran into a guy from the Sakura faction, and he didn't even get a clean kill. I'm done. I'm selling my gear and getting into cosmetics. At least selling lipstick doesn't get you tortured. The 3rd man slammed his beer bottle down, splashing some of it onto my pants. Sorry, brother, my bad. Don't worry about it, I said. You were talking about the 3rd district? Yeah, the man said, pulling up a chair and tossing me a skewer. Have a seat, kid. It's basically a lawless wasteland now. Doesn't belong to any country, no rules, no oversight. It's not just us fighting each other anymore. It's all of us against them. I'm heading back in tomorrow to settle the score. You look interested. Want to tag along? I'll show you what a classified operation really feels like. I have questions, but for now, I just sat down and took the skewer. You know the Asara Guard soldiers, right? I can drop a warden in 1 mag, the man boasted, swaying slightly with his beer. And Chen Yu? He ticked me off a while back, so I hunted him down and put him in the ground. Remember a few days ago, when someone survived with 300,000 worth of loot while being swarmed by 2 squads, most people would have folded, but I pulled it off. No need. Thanks. I waved him off with a wry smile. He looked barely older than a student, probably around my younger brother's age. You might even know him. Ever heard of the Interschool Sniper Elite Tournament? The guy puffed out his chest, pointing a thumb at himself. My brother, Little Y, is a legend. Everyone's talking about his exploits lately. I froze for a split second at the mention of my own alias, then offered a subtle, tight-lipped smile. I heard people saying Little Wah, I was the one who took out Chen Yu. Nah, nothing like that, he dismissed with a wave. My brother's a genius, sure, but he's not on my level. Could he have pulled off the Chen Yu hit without his big brother watching his back? Not a chance. I nodded along, feigning enlightenment as he rambled on. After a few more questions about the afternoon's chaos, I stood up and excused myself. Take it easy, kid, he called out, clinking his beer bottle against his friends. If things get spicy in the 3rd District, drop my name. Feng Piaxi never heard of him. You will. Halfway down the street, my phone buzzed. It was the old man from the recycling stall. Hey, give me your full name. The transfer amount is huge. It's flagging for risk. I shot in my details, and a moment later, a notification pinged. Alipay received 30 million. I glanced back at the stall where the guys were eating. I tapped my phone screen, sent a payment, and yelled, Thanks, brother. This round's on me. Back home, I scrolled through the afternoon news. It wasn't just the area outside the 3rd District, the inter-combat zones had merged, too. The bad news? A wave of foreign players had flooded in, turning the district into a lawless hellhole. The good news? More players meant more gear delivery men. My biggest worry had been the recycler running out of demand, but now, the supply was endless. The gear quality in the district had been dropping lately. Everyone was just hoarding and not cycling. But this merge? It was the perfect opportunity to boost my soldier training speed. The next morning, the school conference hall was buzzing. Classes didn't start until 9 a.m. To give everyone time to prep for the assessment, I sat up on the stage with the faculty, watching Principal Wang take the podium. He delivered the usual high-octane motivational speech before finally cutting to the chase. The graduation assessment is simple. A coordinated swarm on little y. The students in the hall weren't laughing. They weren't bitter about me acting as an examiner. They were terrified. They'd heard the rumors that Zhao Chuang had died and I had somehow managed to drag his body back to safety. The location is damn no. 0, the principal announced. We'll be conducting the combat simulations in the administrative building. You don't need to kill him, or even deal lethal damage. We'll be scoring based on your overall performance. He paused, scanning the room. Any objections? Silence hung heavy in the air. Then, a single voice broke it. Expel Lin Han and Guo Li. The room erupted. The students had seen the footage from the restricted sector, the truth about what happened at the Tower of Babel. In a place where death was permanent, I hadn't abandoned my teammate. Meanwhile, the school had smeared my reputation without even investigating. We want the truth, the crowd roared. The principal and the staff were paralyzed, exchanging panicked glances. I just leaned back, lost in my own thoughts, until a figure stood up. Lin Han. He pulled a reluctant Bo Li up with him. It's true, Lin Han gritted out, his head hanging low. We left little Wah-I behind. You coward. Zhao Chuang slammed his fist onto the table, his presence commanding more authority than any teacher. You didn't just abandon him, you smeared his name to cover your own incompetence. Quiet. Let him speak. The hall went deathly silent. Bo-El, I ran for the tower top extraction. I took the other one, Lin Han said, his voice shaking with anger. But I never slandered him. We were forced to run. Do you have any idea what would have happened if we stayed? He was lying on the ground, not moving. Was I supposed to die with him? I admire him for risking his life to save Zhao, I really do, but I couldn't do the same for a guy who was just lying there AFK while we did all the work. I leaned forward, locking eyes with him. Zhao Chuang started to rise, looking ready to commit murder, but I raised a hand, stopping him in his tracks. Go on, I said quietly. Keep talking. I stayed to share the burden of the death, to go through that trauma with you. Lin Han's voice cracked as he poured out the truth, his chest heaving with every ragged breath. The entire conference hall fell into a deathly, suffocating silence. Even I felt a sudden, sharp coldness wash over me. These memories weren't mine. Yet, looking into Lin Han's eyes, I saw the raw, jagged edges of sincerity. It was unmistakable he wasn't lying. I felt a chill run down my spine. If this recollection was real, then my previous visions of that life were true too. This feels like a side quest. I hadn't even realized I was in a previous life during that mission in Baksh, and now, the implications were spinning out of control. My only immediate thought was finding an ECMO to clear away the lingering, nauseating side effects of that death. Lin Han scanned the frozen crowd, his jaw set. You can call me a coward for abandoning my teammate. I owe little Wah-I an apology, sure, but I never slandered him. If anything, I protected his dignity by staying silent about him, lying AFK on the ground. Every time you lot targeted me, I wanted to scream the truth, but I held back. I wasn't as strong as he was, and we weren't even close friends. I wasn't going to risk my life and Guo Li's for someone who was just dead weight. He slumped back into his chair, gasping for air. Truth be told, since the sniper tournament, neither of us had bothered to rehash the past. I'd been too busy surviving, and he'd been rotting away at the aerospace base. But with graduation looming and the students goading him, he'd finally snapped. Principal Wang caught my eye. He seemed to be studying me, his brow furrowed in deep thought. He was remembering a case from decades ago. Someone who was weak, suddenly went AFK in an operations zone, and returned as a powerhouse. He clearly suspected I was a repeat of that history. Wang turned to the microphone, his voice weary but firm. I apologize on behalf of the school for our misunderstanding of Little Wei. I also apologize to Lin Han for the unfair harassment he has endured. Today is for graduation, not for rehashing old grievances. He looked exhausted. He knew that if I truly were like that person from the past, my lack of activity in the field hadn't been a choice, and it certainly had nothing to do with who I was today. Graduation assessment begin, he sighed. Group of 20, follow Little Wei into the Lin Hao Dam. As I stepped toward the portal, a hand clamped onto my shoulder. It was Lin Han. Why'd you come over? I asked. The past is in the past, he muttered, looking at the floor. I wasn't shouting at you earlier, those students were just infuriating. I couldn't help but smile, gesturing to the scar on the back of my head. The truth is, I don't remember a single word of what you were talking about. His eyes widened in shock. The guilt on his face was palpable. He'd spent all this time thinking I'd been orchestrating his downfall, only to realize I hadn't even been paying attention. Even so, I said, a smirk tugging at my lips, I won't be going easy on you during the assessment. Lin Han blinked, then laughed, punching my shoulder. Yeah, even if you don't hold back, I'm good enough to pass. Go on, examiner. I'll be watching from the stands. I waved and stepped through the portal. The freshmen were already waiting inside the 3rd district. Usually, an examiner would provide standardized test papers, but the school had decided the gap between me and the students was so massive that standardized was a joke. They'd just given me the recruit-level forms. We're off to a great start. Let's move. To Lin Hao Dam, I commanded. When we reached the entrance, the air was thick with tension. Officials from our country were in a heated standoff with teams from across the globe. This is our assessment zone, our official was shouting. Why are you crowding the entrance? Only the weak need assessments, a foreign official spat back. Our warriors from the Sakura faction are forged in real combat. I saw a familiar face, off to the side Shen Kangsheng, my old rival from the sniper tournament. He spotted my group of students and let out a dry laugh. Look at that. You're playing babysitter today, huh? The assessment isn't going to happen the way they planned, I noted, watching the shouting match. Shen Kangsheng sneered. You really are out of the loop. The operational zones have merged, they can hold 3 times the head count now. We can still assess, but for these geniuses behind you, the difficulty just spiked to lethal levels. He shot a look of pure disdain at my students. Hey, who are you calling weak? One of the students shouted. Quiet, Shen Kang. Sheng replied, not even turning around. If you guys want to talk big, stay out of my way, or none of you are graduating. He looked back at me, his tone shifting to something almost friendly. I respect your skills, but your school is a joke. If you run into foreign operators, or, heaven forbid, my team, the scoring criteria will be a nightmare. I'd suggest you go tell your principal to call it off. Thanks for the tip, I said, already walking toward the gate. But we're starting now. I don't have time to waste. You're actually that crazy, he yelled after me. You're going to let those foreigners run wild. I didn't look back. I'll just clear the whole map. Easy. I reached the entrance, and the official in charge stared at me, then at my group. Where's your examiner? I said. He blinked, stunned. There's been a complication. We can't clear the zone. The assessment is compromised. You might want to wait until the other international teams have moved in, just to be safe. I'm not worried about the foreign operators, I said, waving off the official's concern. I'm in a hurry. I'll just head in with them. I didn't stick around to hear his objections. I had a debt of gratitude to Principal Wang, or at least, a debt of perceived favor that I needed to clear, and after that, there was an army to fund. I stepped into the portal to the No. 0 dam without a backward glance. Behind me, the dam was crawling with foreign operators. Seeing a massive group of students walk in, their eyes lit up with predatory greed. Move, keep up. If we get lucky, we can catch them in the open. One Japanese operator barked orders at his squad, eager to capitalize on the opportunity. Watching me lead my students directly into the No. 0 dam, the 3rd Academy students grew restless. They'd been waiting an hour for the perfect opening, and patience was wearing thin. Shen Kangsheng, how much longer? One student whined. They're just foreign operators. It's not like we can't take them. Why don't we just change the assessment rules to whoever takes down the most foreigners wins? Shen Kang, Sheng's brow twitched. Are you blind? Look at the gear those students are wearing. They're in recruit-level scraps, and you're in advanced kit. Do you honestly think you can win? And the rules aren't mine to change. The principal made them up on the fly the moment he realized he couldn't poach Little Wei. Do you think I want to be here? Just as he was about to vent further, a voice cut through the air. Then why did Little Wei just walk straight in? Shen Kang. Sheng's mouth worked silently, his face contorting in a spasm of frustration. He wouldn't defy the principal, but being compared to me, that was a knife to the gut. I was the eternal number 1 who had snatched 2nd place at the Sniper Elite Tournament, and that silver medal was a stain he couldn't scrub off. Fine. Graduation assessment, 3rd Academy. Move out, Shen Kangsheng roared, brushing past the officials and diving into the Lin Hao Dam. Seeing the flood of students, a squad of British operators lurking in the shadows grinned. Jackpot. This is going to be a slaughter. We're rocking tier 3 armor, and they're walking in with beginner test gear. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. Nearly 70 people pushed into the same instance of the Linhao Dam. The moment I landed, I noticed the military drone behind me. It was the only one left to the school. But since I'd explained my previous drone shooting incident with a single bullet, the principal hadn't dared to scold me again. I frowned, looking around. Wait, where are we? The landing zone was wrong. This wasn't the usual drop point for Linhao Dam. It seemed the system had randomized everything. I was standing right at the wall breaker mission objective, laptop sitting right in front of me. I fired my weapon in a rhythmic pattern, the signal I'd established for my soldiers. Every time I entered a map, I broadcasted the call to bring my troops to heal. It had started as a test to see how far my reach spanned across these worlds, but now, it was how I maintained an empire. From all corners of the map, heavy boots thundered toward me. I quickly unslung my backpack, shoved the drone inside, and tossed the bag into a patch of tall grass. By the time I reached the mission platform, nearly 20 soldiers were waiting. There were machine gunners, flamethrowers, basic grunts, shield bearers, snipers equipped with level 5 armor-piercing rounds, and rocket troopers. Each had a serial number stenciled on their chest. The veterans bore numbers like 767, while the latest recruits were in the 15,600s. I sighed, missing the days when I only had to count to 3. "See my uniform?" I asked, pointing to my civilian-style school attire. They nodded in unison. "Wait until the countdown ends. If they aren't wearing my colors, put them down. If they are wearing my colors, well, they might try to kill you, so stay clear." I pulled the quantum storage from my pocket and produced a scale model of a main battle tank. "Who's qualified?" 3 soldiers stepped forward. I gave the model a few quick adjustments, and with a shimmer, it vanished. A moment later, the ground groaned as a massive main battle tank parachuted from the sky. "You 3, take the tank. The rest of you, group up by 3s and patrol the sectors." With the orders issued, the squad split into 6 groups, vanishing into the fog of war. Watching them, I felt a deep, smug sense of satisfaction. With this level of training and firepower, I could carve through any classified zone in the game. Once the soldiers were deployed to clean up the trash outside, I retrieved my drone and headed for the administrative building. Well, that escalated quickly. I'd barely taken 10 steps before I heard the distant, muffled rumble of a tank shell tearing through the scenery. Outside the west side of the administrative building, hidden deep within a sewer manhole, 3 female students huddled in the dark. "Are we really going to be okay crouching here?" one of them whispered. "What if he walks down the other side of the building?" another added, casting a nervous glance at the girl with the oversized, bright eyes. The big-eyed girl wiped sweat from her forehead, her grin turning sharp and knowing. "Relax. I've been taken out by Godwai right here before. I know his pathing better than he does." "If he didn't take that path, he must be taking the other one," the big-eyed girl whispered, clutching her weapon and mimicking a rapid-fire rhythm. "He'll have to pass us eventually. I'll just jump him the second he shows his face." Da-da-da. I stood right outside their sewer grate, listening to the tactical planning. I didn't sign up for this, I thought, suppressing a sigh. I tapped my knuckles against the metal lid. Knock, knock, knock. "Who is it?" the girl blurted out, before her eyes widened and she clamped a hand over her mouth. Her 2 teammates stared at her with expressions that clearly screamed, "You think this is a delivery service?" Since the silence in the sewer was stretching into an awkward eternity, I cleared my throat. "It's little Y. Come on out. I'll give you a chance to make it to the administrative building." A moment later, the grate shifted, and a rifle barrel poked out into the light. I didn't hesitate. I reached down, grabbed the barrel, and yanked. The weapon, along with the startled girl attached to it, flew out of the hole. Hey, Weishin, can I get another try?" she offered with a sheepish grin. I let out a heavy sigh and released the weapon. "Just go. Head to the admin building. I'll follow in a minute." She nodded, and her 2 friends scrambled out behind her. But just as the 3 of them turned to leave, they pivoted in perfect unison, leveling their rifles at my head. "That's a red flag with extra red." I didn't even blink. I was already pulling the trigger before they had a chance to react. Watching the 3 loot boxes hit the ground, I gave a somber nod. That's confidence bordering on delusion. I stepped into the administrative building, feeling a bit sluggish. Dealing with veteran operators in the high-stakes zones was one thing, but this de-leveled combat against students was tricky. I accidentally put down another 6 before they even had their weapons mounted. I really needed to dial it back. Principal Wang had pulled me aside before the exam specifically to ask me to go easy on them. Killing 9 people in casual conversation was apparently too much. Back in the school conference hall, Principal Wang watched the monitor, his face twitching. "Xiao Wang, aren't these students a bit pathetic?" the education supervisor asked, his gaze fixed on the screen. "That student is the examiner," Wang started, but the official cut him off. "I know who he is, but even if he's strong, the students shouldn't be dropping before they can even lift their guns." Wang leaned over and whispered something into the man's ear. The official's eyes widened, and he shot Wang a knowing, wicked grin. "You sneaky bastard." Meanwhile, at the Linhao Dam, Shen Kangsheng threw himself sideways, a desperate scramble that saved him from being turned into red mist by a tank shell. Heart hammering against his ribs, he dove for the cover of a substation. What is this? He thought, his blood running cold. The rumors said the damn soldiers were juiced up on combat stims and high-end tech, but nobody mentioned they were driving main battle tanks. Bang, bang, bang. Damn it, is this an exam or an execution? He ducked as bullets chewed through the window frames. He could hear them, the tank outside, plus 6 pairs of boots surrounding the building. I've got a bad feeling about this. He spun toward the breach in the first floor wall, his gun raised. The soldier who stepped through was a monster. In a display of physics that felt personally offensive, the man kicked off the wall, vaulted into the air, and closed the distance. Shen's pre-fire shots whizzed through empty air as the soldier moved with impossible speed. Shen barely rolled away in time, his belly shredded by 2 rounds. I'm already regretting this. He scrambled toward a back window, hoping to escape, but a bullet shattered the glass and punched into his right shoulder. A missile followed, turning the second floor into a crater of smoke and fire. Shen coughed up blood, his hands trembling as he reached for a first aid kit. This blood pack from the recruit's kit is a joke. The soldiers were already at the door. He didn't have time for this. He gritted his teeth, stood up, and sprinted for the window. He launched himself through the glass, aiming for the outer wall, but a massive, 2-meter-tall soldier leapt up and clamped a hand around his ankle. Time seemed to freeze. Hanging there in midair, Shen Kangsheng's inner monologue reached a fever pitch. I am the genius of the Third Academy, the near winner of the Sniper Elite Tournament, the greatest talent in history besides that one guy. And I'm going out like this? I finished off the last student hiding in the building, feeling the exhaustion of a long day. I tossed my drone into a bag, dumped it in a bathroom stall, and walked over to the growing pile of loot boxes. I activated my vacuum, the gear disappearing in a steady stream of light. Boss, one of my soldiers reported, that's pretty much all of them. The soldiers on the first floor are ready for you, boss. Someone shouted up the stairwell. Got it, I replied, grabbing my vacuum cleaner and heading down. The first floor was a beautiful sight, over 40 loot boxes lined up in perfect, military-grade formation. My pulse quickened. Between my own kills and the students I dealt with, this single run had claimed 60 people. Even if they were all rocking basic recruit gear worth 40 or 50,000 each, that was still a 3 million credit haul. Factor in the nearly 10 players wearing Tier 3 kits, and the math started to look very promising. If I could replicate this in classified and top-secret zones, I'd be pulling in 100 million a run. Trust the process. I fired up the industrial-grade vacuum, greedily hoovering up the loot. People are swarming in, so stay sharp, I instructed my squad. Don't let yourselves get surrounded. We appreciate your concern, boss. Nearly 20 soldiers barked back, their combined voices loud enough to rattle the walls. Go nab 3 Asara guards. Once you bring them back, they're family. With the loot secured, I pulled 3 sets of Tier 5 armor from the vacuum storage. Go. The soldiers didn't need to be told twice. They surged out of the administrative building like they were sprinting for a promotion. It didn't take long before they dragged 3 completely disarmed Asara soldiers back to me. For Asara, surrender is death. I'll destroy you, I swear it. They were pinned to the floor, but their mouths were running at 100 miles an hour. I frowned, already tired of the noise. What are they even shouting about? For Asara? I muttered. Shut them up. A few of my soldiers didn't hesitate to deliver a swift persuasion in the form of several heavy backhands, leaving the captives dazed and speechless. All right, that's enough. I waved them off. They're on the team now. Stop beating them before they even hit the payroll. I pulled the Half-Life item from my quantum storage and held it high, activating the effect 3 times in rapid succession. The vacant, mindless look in the captive's eyes vanished, replaced by clear, focused intelligence. I tossed the Tier 5 kits at them. Get these on. You guys. I gestured to the veterans, teach them the tactical drills. The new recruits looked at the Tier 5 armor, then back at me, completely stunned. They were expecting rags. Even the scavengers who spent their lives picking through the Linhao Dam couldn't afford gear like this. Just put it on, laughed the soldier marked 76, one of my original followers. You'll learn soon enough how lucky you are to have this boss. Everything was set. I handed over the tank outside for them to manage. I didn't need it anymore and headed back to the second floor to retrieve my drone from the restroom. Emerging from the operations zone, I noticed the crowd at the entrance had thinned significantly. Shen Kang, Sheng, and his Third Academy crew were nowhere to be found. Why Shen? It's our turn. A group of 20 students approached, looking terrified. Please go easy on us. We'd rather not end up like the last batch. Sure, let's go. I led them back into the Linhao Dam. Over the next day, the traffic dropped off a cliff. I caught an official at the entrance and finally got the truth. After the first day of specialized training in the dam, the Third Academy had moved their exams to Longgong Valley, and the foreigners. They'd vanished too. Nobody believes us when we say the no. Zero Dam is a death trap, the official sighed. Did you run into the super soldier problem during your assessments? I looked him dead in the eye and shook my head. Nope. Never heard of it. I'm pretending I didn't hear that. I finally understood why the map was a ghost town. The local players had learned their lesson, and the foreigners who didn't know any better had been slaughtered. My business was slower, but the assessment speed was through the roof. Congratulations, I guess. This should be the last batch, I muttered, rubbing my stinging eyes. 2 days of professional-grade sandbagging was honestly more exhausting than an all-out war. It took more mental energy to look like an amateur than to just play at my limit. I cycled through the routine once more. Enter the dam, rally the soldiers, clear the administrative building. 5 minutes of deliberate, staged combat later, the final student dropped. Finally, just as I reached for the last loot box, the atmosphere shifted. An eerie, dissonant melody began to play the signature theme of said. My hair stood on end. I hadn't seen him during the assessments, but this was exactly like my encounter with Lace in Long Gong Valley. A boss spawned right in the middle of a run. I didn't think. I moved. My hand flew to my quantum storage, snatching my pocket watch in one hand and my tier 5 meters 14 DMR in the other. I didn't have time to equip my tier 6 armor. The music was getting louder. I should have stayed in bed. A red streak erupted from the corner, performing a series of lateral hops that defied human movement. Bang, 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 bang. I triggered the pocket watch. 4 bullets froze in the air, lined up perfectly in front of my forehead. What are you holding, kid? Said dropped his weapon, pointing straight at my left hand. I looked down at the Said's pocket watch in my palm and broke into a cold sweat. I used my kinetic thrusters to blink behind a wall, gasping for air. Mission failed successfully. I spun around to secure my position, but the breath died in my throat. Standing right there, behind the wall, was Said. We stared at each other, mask to mask. My pupils contracted into pinpricks. I hadn't even heard him move. Since you're here, why the rush to leave? A hand settled onto my shoulder. I nearly jumped out of my skin. Said had materialized behind me without so much as a whisper. If the encounter with Lace had been a test of sheer adrenaline, this was a masterclass in psychological terror. I dove forward, rolled, and snapped my rifle toward the space he had just occupied. He moved with a supernatural grace, slipping through my line of fire with a few agile rolls. He wasn't even raising his weapon. He was toying with me. This is fine. His speed was inhuman. Too fast. Way too fast. When my initial volley failed to put him down, I didn't stick around to trade fire. I bolted. We tore through the building in a high-speed chase, his red-clad form blurring in my periphery. I toyed with the idea of pulling out my red-tier gear, but the memory of being one-tapped by Lace stopped me cold. Even on a normal map, death meant losing the loot, and this wasn't worth the gamble. Better to use this as a field test to gauge his power level. I leaped off a ledge, using the momentum to spin in midair and unleash a barrage from my M14. To my frustration, Said didn't even break stride. He raised his weapon and swatted my bullets out of the air one by one. Keep going, he said, lowering his gun with a smirk. Let's see what else you've got. I landed and lowered my rifle. The chase had been long enough for me to realize that unlike Lace, he wasn't actively trying to kill me. If he wanted me dead, I'd have been a corpse 3 times over by now. Oh, you want to see what I've got? I murmured. Said nodded, spreading his arms. It's been nearly 30 years since I found a rat that could run this long. He beckoned me forward with a mocking flick of his fingers. I stayed calm, my left hand hovering near my pocket watch while my mind raced. I tossed my M14 aside, confusing him, and reached discreetly accessed my hidden inventory. I kept my back to the drone, shielding the movement. What are you doing? He asked, eyeing me with genuine curiosity. I didn't answer. I reached into my quantum storage and pulled out the Claudius statuette. If I could pull this off, the payout would be legendary. If I failed? Well, I had the watch and the thrusters to create enough space to shove the item back into storage. It was a low-risk, high-reward play. I held the statuette high. Washi-Dixie. I bellowed. Said's mask twitched. So, you're the little Y everyone's been screaming about. Is that why all the soldiers in the dam keep chanting your name? I didn't wait for him to process the absurdity of it all. I engaged the thrusters, put distance between us, and swept the item back into storage. He didn't pursue. He just watched me with a bored expression. Forget it, he said, waving me off. I'll spare you today. Get lost. I stopped and turned back. Wait, why aren't you killing me? He didn't even look back. I intended to. Then I changed my mind. That answer only made me more suspicious. I checked my inventory, confirmed the watch was safe, and walked right up to him. I was well within his kill zone now, but honestly, it was just a standard map. If I died, I just lost a rifle worth 80,000. I could live with that. Why the change of heart? I asked, bold enough to drape an arm over his shoulder. You're an annoying pest. You know that? He swatted my arm away with a growl. Through the eye slits of his mask, I didn't just see impatience, I saw a profound, bone-deep exhaustion. I paused, then took off my backpack. I shoved the drone inside, zipped it tight, and sent it sailing through the hallway window to smash against the glass outside. Kid, you're pushing your luck, Said snapped, his brows furrowing beneath the mask. Just because I'm not killing you doesn't mean you get to vandalize my workspace. The cameras are off, so it's easier to talk, I said, clapping him on the shoulder again. So, tell me, how long until the arrival? Said froze. His head whipped around, his eyes wide with shock. How do you know about that? I wasn't sure before, but you just confirmed it. I pulled a can of iced lemon tea from my vacuum cleaner and held it out. Good stuff. Try it. I knew why I was being so brazen. I knew his story. What Said was a tragic figure, a son raised by a hunter, only for his father to be murdered, and his village razed by havoc. Unlike the mindless brute that was Lace said was human. He took the tea. You have the aura of someone I once knew, he murmured. So, I'll give you a tip. Enjoy the rest of your life while that counter is still under 100. I figured as much. You've been through this cycle a few times, haven't you? He didn't reply, effectively confirming my suspicion as he drained the tea. What happens after the arrival? I pressed. You're going to war with havoc, right? How many worlds are there? How many leaders like you exist? The flood of questions made him scowl. Do you ever stop talking? My mercy has its limits. I sighed, my expression hardening into something more serious. Don't you want to end the war? Said. He stiffened, his shoulders shaking as he slowly turned to face me. End it? You think you know war? You have no idea how small an individual is in a conflict of that scale. The soldiers are nothing but walking corpses, mowed down by Havoc's artillery. Millions of Blue Eagle choppers turning everything to ash. What could you possibly do against that? He was shaking, his breath coming in ragged gasps, his masked face pressed inches from mine. I fell silent for a long moment, watching the shadows stretch across the hallway. We have to try. What else are we going to do? Just wait around to die? Said stiffened, as if he'd been struck by a high-voltage current. His gaze sharpened, scanning me with an intensity that felt unnerving. For a fleeting second, his eyes glazed over, and I could have sworn he was looking at someone else, a man he'd shared a hillside with decades ago, silhouetted against a setting sun, the strongest soldier he'd ever known. Always try. Otherwise, you're just waiting for death. The phantom echoes of that voice seemed to bleed into my own. He shook his head, a flicker of regret crossing his face. I knew someone once. A true idealist, just like you. He was better than you. Stronger, faster, sharper, and he still failed. He waved a hand, dismissing the memory. Do what you want. It's your funeral. But understand this. There is only one true leader in any given region. The others? They're just window dressing. Once the arrival hits, your world's technology will become nothing more than expensive paperweights. You'll be dragged into the meat grinder of the Havoc and Asara war. There are only two ways that conflict ends. Total annihilation of one side, or the death of every last human in your world. And even then, it doesn't end. The battlefield just shifts elsewhere. I was still chewing on his words when I realized he was already walking away. What do you mean by shifts elsewhere? I shouted at his receding back. Exactly what I said, he called back, vanishing into the gloom of the corridor. At the foot of the administration building, Said nearly collided with a group of my soldiers. 3 of them were hauling what looked like human cargo. 3 stripped, captured enemies slung over their shoulders. The air froze. It was a bizarre scene. Soldiers dragging prisoners right in front of their supreme commander to deliver them to a new leader. Well, that's awkward. For a heartbeat, the soldiers hesitated. Then, their resolve hardened. 8 barrels leveled toward Said in perfect synchronization. For little Y, disarm the target and bring him to the boss. Said looked at the guns, then up toward the second floor where I stood. He let out a sharp, dismissive snort. Get lost, all of you. You couldn't take me if your entire bloodline climbed out of the grave at once. Don't waste the gear he gave you. He didn't bother attacking. He just walked straight through them. The soldiers stayed frozen, weapons lowered. What are you standing around for? Get them to the boss, one of them snapped. They knew Said wasn't bluffing. He could have slaughtered them, and the fact that he hadn't was the only reason they were still breathing. They didn't understand his logic, but that wasn't their job. Their mission was to get the recruits to me. That's a red flag with extra red. As they scrambled upstairs, Said paused, looking back one last time. His expression was a tangled knot of confusion. He'd noticed the strange shift in the Linhao Dam soldiers for weeks, that constant, rhythmic chanting of my name. Initially, he'd planned to purge them. It would have been a chore, but he was more than capable. But then he'd seen the kit. But he'd seen Tier 6 armor on soldiers he thought were expendable. It had nearly caused his mask to slip in shock. He'd never known a leader to pour so much wealth into his own infantry. Perhaps that was why they were so loyal. He hadn't told me. But he knew the truth about the half-life item. It was meant to grant sanity and fleeting loyalty. In my hands, it had somehow evolved into permanent devotion. Maybe your way is better than my brand of lonely heroism, he mused, before dissolving into a shimmer of light and disappearing completely. Upstairs, the soldiers dumped the 3 captives at my feet. Boss, we're running low on bodies. These were the only 3 we could find. Great work, I said, giving them a thumbs up. I drew the item from my quantum storage, Wooxie Dixie. As their eyes cleared, the familiar spark of loyalty ignited. I tossed them the pre-prepared kits. As they geared up, one of them looked at me, trembling. Boss, we're sorry. We don't fear death, but Commander Said warned us not to waste the gear you provided. We were going to go back and fight him, even if it meant certain suicide. The entire squad immediately dropped into a combat stance, ready to charge back out if I gave the word. I'm choosing violence. Put the guns down. Don't go crazy, I said, suppressing a sigh. I didn't get that gear from a gust of wind. Don't go throwing your lives away for nothing. Once the building was cleared, I did the grunt work myself. My soldiers were remarkably incompetent at looting. It was like they lacked the software for it. I scavenged every high-value item I could find before heading outside to retrieve my drone. You know, I might as well grab a few airdrop crates while I'm here. I had just started toward a container when a familiar, glitchy tune began to play. This is fine. The container popped open just as I moved, revealing a G18C handgun. If I'd stayed planted, I'd have been shredded. These zones were absolute death traps. I hammered a tiger prawn shell into the container, and the camper inside slammed it shut again, terrified. It was a stalemate. If I got close, they'd pop the lid and fire. If I failed to one-tap them through the metal, they'd just cycle the maneuver. I stepped closer, listening hard, and frowned. The heartbeats inside were erratic. There were 3 of them in there. Are you serious? You're too impatient. Wait until he gets close. I panicked. Now what do we do? I don't know. With 3 of us, we could have made millions, but we had to pick this miserable life. I pulled my vacuum cleaner from storage and stepped forward. But the container hissed open, 3 G18CS jutting out, and I slammed the trigger on the vacuum. The suction ripped the weapons from their hands, followed by their armor, and in a chaotic swirl of suction, the vacuum dragged their entire backpacks right off their backs. The 3 of them, huddled in the empty metal box, stark naked. Please, stay away, they shrieked, slamming the container shut. I shook my head, a bitter smile touching my lips. If the 3rd zone was nothing but normal tier maps, nobody would be blinded by greed for classified or top-secret loot. Nobody would have to deal with permanent injury or death. We could just play this like a game like Delta Force. But that world didn't exist. The gear was already in the vacuum. I turned and walked away. I couldn't be bothered to waste any more time on those 3. With a shrug, I turned my back on the container and began making my way toward the extraction point. As I walked, I took a moment to sort through the haul I'd just vacuumed up. This is a side quest. I inspected the loot, shaking my head as the results pulled up. It was all tier 2 armor, completely underwhelming. I suppose that's the risk you run when you go hunting and shipping containers, but it was hardly worth the trouble of dealing with their amateur dramatics. Still, at least they were off my radar, and I was one step closer to finishing my business here.